Hi, I'm Liz Pocock, the CEO of Startup Tucson. Startup Tucson is a nonprofit in Tucson, Arizona, devoted to transforming our region's economy through entrepreneurship and innovation. We work every day with entrepreneurs just like you. Entrepreneur-driven recoveries are job-driven recoveries. Idea Funding has been supporting entrepreneurs in our community for over 25 years. Founded by a committee of like-minded volunteers, Idea Funding supports entrepreneurs in their first steps by providing initial funding to get them up and going. Idea Funding is made possible through the support of many community sponsors, including the Arizona Commerce Authority, Pima Community College, and the University of Arizona McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship. Without our sponsors and the many volunteers that make this event possible, we could not bring Idea Funding to the community today. This year for Idea Funding, we had over 80 pitch applicants. This tells us that entrepreneurs now more than ever are building businesses to help us recover after COVID. Our 80 applicants were narrowed to 60 that moved forward and received days of pitch training with our partner, University of Arizona Center for Innovation. Of these, 25 finalists were selected, and today you'll hear their pitches. Startup Tucson works to serve all types of entrepreneurs in our community. Whether you're a creative, a food entrepreneur, you're building a tech company, we want you to come and work with us. We want to help you eliminate the risks as you take your next steps. We're really trying to make entrepreneurship accessible to all so that everyone can take their journey forward. A great place to start with Startup Tucson is our website. You can learn about all of our programs and take your first step. You can start with a Startup Lab and our Fundamental series, and it'll give you all the tools you need to get going. You can also connect with us as a mentor and volunteer your time to support other entrepreneurs in our community. We encourage you to get involved and take your first step with us. Good morning and welcome to Idea Funding. We are live from the Arizona Forge in downtown Tucson, and thank you so much for tuning in. We have over 600 people participating today, and almost 500 of you are already on the line watching us today and joining us for this great event. While it might look a little different this year, we are still here to celebrate innovation and are really hoping to join you in person again next year. Today, our format will be a mix of live in studio here at Forge, videos pre-shot with a bunch of our partners and entrepreneurs, and some Zoom pitches throughout the day. All of these, as a reminder, all of these were shot very safely using COVID safety protocols. So as we participate throughout today, there's lots of ways to kind of participate with Idea Funding, so we want to make sure that you're tagging Startup Tucson, sharing with the hashtag Idea Funding, creating a profile on the Ask line. This is across the state as part of our Startup Together AZ. So if you create your profile on the Ask line, you can interact and give and receive help from entrepreneurs and mentors across Arizona. We're very excited that this event, Idea Funding, is part of Startup Together AZ. This is a celebration of entrepreneurship throughout the state of Arizona in all of April. There's events happening all month long, and you can learn more about them at the Startup Together AZ website. We also encourage you to vote for the People's Choice Award and choose your favorite pitch team throughout the day. That pitch team at 5 p.m. will determine who will win $1,000 for the People's Choice Award. There's also raffles throughout the day. Some really great prizes that our wonderful intern Wendy put together for us, so stay tuned for those if you have a ticket to be announced for the winner, and we'll post those on social as well. So to kick us off this morning, we're very excited to welcome Chancellor Lambert from Pima Community College. Pima Community College has been doing some really amazing work thinking about how workforce development will help us through recovery and really make our community more resilient. So we'll hear a lot from Pima Community College and their team, and especially Chancellor Lambert, on how what Pima is doing for our community. We're also really excited that Senator Sinema has joined us this morning to give our keynote welcome. She'll be talking about how Arizona can thrive and will be stronger after COVID. Thank you again for participating today. We couldn't do this without our sponsors, the Arizona Commerce Authority, Pima Community College, and McGuire, and also a ton of other sponsors throughout the day that you'll hear have donated to support local entrepreneurs and businesses. We're really excited that IDEA funding looks a little different this year. We're celebrating both entrepreneurs that are pitching new ideas, but also businesses in our community that have done really amazing things and rewarding resiliency prizes throughout the day. If you can't participate with us all day, we start a new segment live at the top of every hour. So at 10 a.m. we'll do Main Street, 11 a.m. Creative, 12 o'clock we'll have a founders panel with the Arizona Commerce Authority. At 1 we'll be doing consumer products. At 2, science and technology. At 3, bio and life science. At 4, SaaS. And at 5 p.m. we'll kick off our main stage event. We're so excited you could join us today. And without further ado, here is Chancellor Lambert.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to IDEA Funding. We are so excited to have you joining us for an exciting day, really focusing on recovery and resilience, especially for the Southern Arizona community. Of course, that's not limited to Southern Arizona, but I'm based here in Tucson, Arizona, so certainly I'm pleased to really tout and really share the exciting things we're doing here in our local region. Well, the future success of any community, truth be told, is really grounded in innovation and entrepreneurialism. And so when you can take the two together, then you create some awesome special opportunities, not only for you as an individual and for your family, but more importantly for the community in which you're located. So this is why it's important to come up with new ideas, bringing creativity to solve problems today and maybe future problems we're not even aware of, but it's not enough to come up with a new idea or a new method. Someone's got to be able to translate that into something of value and be able to actually make it actually work to solve an actual problem, right? So building off of this notion of innovation and entrepreneurialism. So let me share with you how we do it here at Pima Community College. I always look to see, okay, what problem needs to be solved? And so I look to drivers and signals of change as one important aspect of that. So when I think about it in the context of Pima Community College, let me take just a few strands. So one strand is we know that throughout most of the United States, but especially true here in Arizona and the Southern Arizona region, is what we refer to in higher education, the birth dearth. We know that for many years now, many families have been having less children. Well, less children mean less individuals who would need to take advantage of an opportunity coming out of high school for educational and training services. So that's one strand. Another important strand is what we refer to as the 4 superpowers. The 4 superpowers aren't countries. This was actually a phrase coined by Pat Gelsinger, who was the former CEO of VMware. I believe he's now the CEO of Intel. And he's talked about how artificial intelligence, mobile technology, cloud computing, and the Internet of Things is really driving a whole transformation of our economy. And if you think about those as enablers of Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0 is really the integration of the physical, digital, and biological worlds. So we're now partnering with Bank of America, with the Ed Design Lab, and so many other organizations. Partnerships is another key part of all of this to really start to drive this change in response to needing to be innovative and entrepreneurial, right? So I think you get the idea of how we go about the process. Well, when you start to think about what the potential of Industry 4.0 and this whole integration of the digital, physical, and biological worlds Now you just translate that into things that are a little more concrete, right? Fashion design, uh, uh, Main Street businesses, creative arts, the science and technology, they're all coming together to allow to create new opportunities for individuals. And I think first and foremost, it starts with a mindset. And my mindset is I want to be thinking from a growth perspective. What is the potential to do something with my idea? I may be doing it in a 20th century context, but now how do I leverage the technology tools that are out there today? And with that growth mindset in mind, how can I do it in a 21st century context? I think it's being that growth mindset, being flexible and not being closed-minded and not being limited. Think of the positive, not what can't be, but what could be. I mean, we live at an incredible period in history. And I think, as Andy Grove once put it, we're at a strategic inflection point. And we can make a right turn and continue to thrive, or we choose to go into the dustbin of history. And I really believe it's the innovators and the entrepreneurs that are going to enable us to make that right turn. But also we need to recognize this all comes back down to people. So being open to addressing the societal challenges we face today, whether it's the health pandemic, whether it's race relations, whether it's the climate issues, being open to address, because these things give rise to new opportunities. So if you think about it from an entrepreneurial or innovative lens, so what can we do to bring unity to people? Because that's what this country was built on at the end of the day. Maybe we didn't start out right, and that's and I understand that, but at the same time, the foundation was there to create new things, new exciting things. So let's leverage that for our communities. Idea funding is where it's at. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Technology has always changed the way we live and work. Yet the transformations taking place today are truly unprecedented in their speed, scale, and complexity. While these changes may be unsettling to some, in Arizona, we have a different perspective. Where others see uncertainty, we see opportunities for innovation and exponential growth. Under Governor Ducey's leadership, our state has established a reputation as the best place to test, launch, and scale new ideas and new business models. Our focus in Arizona is on ensuring that government acts as a partner to private industry, not a barrier. Our success in achieving our mission has reflected in the many industry leaders who are doing business in Arizona. We have made it our mission to ensure our state is the best location for high-tech businesses to compete in the global economy.
Hi everyone, thank you Startup Tucson. I'm excited to join you today to celebrate Southern Arizona's small businesses and startups fueling opportunity and innovation across our state. The past year brought economic challenges like we've never seen before, and your grit and tenacity allowed for continued innovation and partnership to keep Arizona's startup industry thriving. I promised Arizonans that I'd take that same work ethic with me to the Senate. My team and I have focused on two important areas to help Southern Arizona businesses grow. First, we successfully worked to cut burdensome healthcare expenses like the health insurance, medical device, and Cadillac taxes that unfairly affected small businesses and hindered job growth. Second, we focused on streamlining and cutting duplicative, unnecessary regulations. There's more work to do, including passing my HALOS Act, a bipartisan bill making it easier for angel investors to fund new businesses. As you all know, after friends and family, angel investors are the primary source of capital for so many startups. Without angel funding, too many innovative businesses would never get off the ground. That's why we're working to ensure promising Arizona startups have the opportunities to establish themselves by clarifying confusing regulations that prevent small businesses from participating in demo days with angel investors. At the beginning of the pandemic, I worked with colleagues across the aisle to create and improve the Paycheck Protection Program, a lifeline for Arizona small businesses to help keep their doors open. We devised the Paycheck Protection Program to provide economic certainty to Arizona's employers, which have suffered losses through no fault of their own, while protecting Southern Arizona jobs and paychecks. In last December's coronavirus relief bill, we secured streamlined forgiveness for Arizona's smallest businesses, simplifying the forgiveness application to just one page for businesses with loans up to $150,000. So I'm hard at work, and I know you are too. I hope you all have a productive day, and I pledge to work closely with all of you to continue making Arizona a great place for innovation, tenacity, and growth. Thank you.
Networking at online events is freaking hard. It's hard to know who else is there. It's hard to find a way to connect. It's hard to even know how to start a real conversation, and it's certainly hard to follow up and stay in touch. What if there was an easy way to meaningfully connect with everyone who attended an event with you whenever you're ready? The Ask Line is a digital platform built specifically to connect people through the power of generosity. See everyone at all your events all in one place. Find what people need or have to give that resonates with you. Start a conversation from any device at any time. You can even save people's cards so you can reach out to them when it works best for you and keep track of all of your conversations all in one place. Stop networking and start making more meaningful connections that lead to real, lasting relationships. Try it today for free at theaskline.com.
Welcome to Idea Funding. As we've kind of talked about already through the hour, the theme of Idea Funding this year is resilience, and we thought there was no one better to talk to about this than Amanda Abens. She's the Dean of Workforce Development and Continuing Education at Pima Community College. And why we think that workforce development is just so central to this whole conversation is because, of course, we know that 52 million people filed for unemployment at the beginning of just through July, and that number continued to grow. Now, what's interesting about this as we think about workforce development and what recovery is really going to look like in this space, the consensus is that it actually has been accelerating some of the themes that we've already been seeing. So 35% of workers say that they actually plan on switching careers and that this career that they're in is not going to be around after for their whole life. We know that 1/3 of workers say that they need additional training in order to get a comparable job should they lose their job. So that's kind of the big broad scope. We've seen here within Pima County that there's estimations that 40% of jobs will be negatively impacted by automation. And there is a lot of opportunity with automation and the fourth industrial revolution, but we do need to understand that the workforce is going to be a critical part of this. So that's why we really wanted to talk to Amanda today in her expertise in workforce development, but then also specifically, we are so honored that right here in Tucson, Pima Community College has joined the Reskilling and Recovery Network that is a national initiative to really focus on this particular issue. So with that, Amanda, thank you so much for joining us this hour to talk about this really important topic. Can you just give me a broad overview about what it means to be the Dean of Workforce Development and Continuing Education at Pima Community College? What is it that you do day in and day out?
Sure. Awesome. Thank you so much, Dre. We're so excited to be here today to be a part of this and be a part of Idea Funding. Such a wonderful day that is being put on today. It's so excited to be part of Pima Community College, your community college. We are here for the community. And as part of that, I oversee some really amazing programs. I oversee all of our first responder public safety programs, our transportation and logistics, all of our work-based learning, and really get to work with business and industry and our community partners to be able to serve the workforce needs for Pima County. And that's what I have the pleasure and privilege to do day in and day out.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the work that you do and also, just like you said, participating today. Okay, so can you give me a little bit of an overview of this Reskilling and Recovery Network that Pima Community College is now part of? Where did it come from and what does it mean for Tucson?
Awesome. So the Reskilling and Recovery Network is really a part of a national collaboration, and it is built on by the National Governors Association and then the American Associations of Community Colleges. We refer to that as AACC. And they've started this Recovery and Reskilling Network. And Arizona stepped up. The state of Arizona stepped up. We're really appreciative of Governor Ducey for his support on the Recovery and Skilling Network. And we've come together as a state. All of the community colleges have come together with the Office of Governor, our Office of Economic Opportunity, the Arizona Community, I'll have to say this again, Arizona Community College Coordinating Council. We refer to that as AC4 because it's much easier to say AC4 than that whole big name. And the Arizona at Work system, along with Achieve 60 AZ, have all come together to be part of Arizona's Recovery and Reskilling Network that flows up to the national one. We are one of 20 states to participate. It's really privileged to be a part of it. And it really all is about what you were talking about in the beginning, Dre. It really is about this work, the response to the COVID pandemic, as well as the Industry 4.0 and the changes that we've seen in the workforce. Those numbers that you shared in the beginning are really powerful, right? That a third of individuals feel like they would need new skills just to keep their job or a comparable job. That is so very telling. The other piece that's really important to look at is that as our community has been in recovery mode from the pandemic, that recovery has not been equal across all of us. And so the recovery is not the same, and the pandemic and Industry 4.0 are hitting harder people of color, females, female head of households, individuals in rural areas as well. And so the Reskilling and Recovery Network really is an equity issue, and being able to provide that rapid response for reskilling and upskilling for all of those individuals in our community.
Reskilling for the future. Reclaiming dignified work. Revitalizing the economy. Pima Community College is powering the recovery. Keep striving, Tucson.
Okay, so we are back with part 2, talking about reskilling and recovery, and a real strong focus on workforce development. We have here today, we just spoke to Amanda Abens about the Reskilling and Recovery Network that Pima Community College is leading, and now we are really excited to invite Ian Rourke. He is the Vice President of Workforce Development and Strategic Partnerships at Community College. He's a huge partner of Startup Tucson's, a key sponsor for Idea Funding, and also just doing some really exciting things for Pima County and the Southern Arizona region more generally. So we are really excited to have you here. One of the things that's really cool about having Ian on this is he was actually part of the spearheading the proposal together. So he's really one of the key thought leaders about how this came together and thinking about what were the initiatives that were going to make the biggest impact for our community. So Ian, we are so excited to have you here.
Dre, I'm excited to be here for allowing us the opportunity to talk about the Reskilling and Recovery Network, the role that Pima had, and what this is really going to do for our community, especially those who were most impacted from a workforce perspective by the pandemic.
Yeah, so about the pandemic, I think it became really clear that that there has to be broad collaboration across localities. So we can't all act in silos. We need the local community working with the county, working with the state, working with national players. So you were there. You were part of the formation of this idea. Can you talk a little bit about what that process was like? What does collaboration across all these organizations look like, and how do we can really leverage that as a community to to get more of these federal funds, to be more involved at the cutting edge of national programming?
Well, and it really comes down to the philosophy, and I think that the way that many who have known and worked with Chancellor Lee Lambert for these years now know is that partnerships really drives everything that we do. So as our community college, Pima Community College cannot do any of this work alone. This is with and for other people, and so therefore it oftentimes the work needs to be done in collaboration with the stakeholders that we serve. At the state level, for the Reskilling and Recovery Network, Pima's profile has really been elevated to that of thought leadership in collaboration with the rest of Arizona's community colleges. Our state team was led by the Arizona Community College Coordinating Council, or AC4's Executive Director, Dr. Chris Bustamante, and 4 CEOs of our Arizona colleges represented the state, including our own Chancellor Lee Lambert. And we also had representation from Achieve 60 Arizona, the Office of the Governor, our state level workforce board, and local and regional workforce and economic development professionals in business and industry. Myself and a couple of others served as a steering committee to really drive the conversation and drive the compilation of the recommendations, both from a policy and a practice perspective. I was honored to serve as the steering committee chair, but really work with these stakeholders to produce a high level quality report. And many of those policy recommendations and program recommendations are already moving forward, both in our legislature as well as specific collaborations across the state. So it was really exciting to see how all different facets of public and private thought leadership came together to really drive policy and program recommendations to meet people who are in need.
What would you say is kind of Arizona's positioning within that? As you're working at the state level, you're working with 20 other states within this network. What is it that's making Arizona's policy propositions unique or different or special to where we are at as a community?
That's a fantastic question. We've received a lot of attention about the work of a reskilling and recovery prospect. Really, what I think sets Arizona apart is we didn't look at this work as just addressing the needs in a moment in time. At the onset of the recovery, we really looked at strategic things that are going to define our work in workforce development. When I say our, I really mean 2 primary systems that are serving the people on the ground. Community college system, including Pima Community College here in Pima County in Southern Arizona, and our public workforce system, and then all of the other stakeholders that help bolster the work of those 2 primary systems for workforce development. But really, it was that we had a definitive policy agenda in addition to programs. So we saw the scaffolding of vision, policy, and then programs all really coming together and driving toward a single unified direction. So rather than it serving as a potpourri of what we're doing and trying to tie it together, some really definitive policy statements and program statements that came in. Really, what I think this work represents is collective impact and action. So we're not just talking about collective impact, we're actually bringing the family together, the community together, to meet the needs of our workers. In workforce development, it used to be the needs of the employer versus the needs of the worker. And really what we've seen is that's really come together in a nice concentric circle of taking care of the workforce is also taking care of the employers. And so you're starting to see this nexus of care and goodwill about doing what we need to do to ensure that our workforce does not have to go through this again. It was very humbling and very sobering to hear from small businesses who had to make very difficult decisions during the pandemic, but also how we were able to partner with many of them to bring back online that workforce when things started to open back up so that they could re-engage the workforce that they had, as well as help them fill new jobs and new positions they were creating. I'm really excited that the municipalities, that the private sector, that economic development with Sun Corridor, that the chambers like with the Metro Chamber and others, and that the college, that the university and the K-12 systems are all coming together with partners like Startup Tucson and really focusing on what's the best Tucson and Pima County that we want, and let's build that future together. I'm really feeling excited about the ideas that equity is no longer an option, that we really have to be a driver at the college of racial justice, social justice, and economic justice. And that's no longer contrary to the needs of business and industry. It actually supports it. So I'm really excited about being in workforce development in this day and age.
And welcome back to the Forge. So what a great session that was. We heard from Chancellor Lambert, Senator Sinema, and Ian and Amanda from Pima Community College on some really great thoughts on workforce development and why that's so critical for what's happening here in Southern Arizona as we recover from COVID. So a few other things we wanted to mention related to our recovery from COVID and resources for entrepreneurs is Startup Tucson was really proud to work with Southern Arizona Leadership Council to launch our startup guide this year. It's the Tucson Startup Ecosystem Guide. It's available at startuptucson.guide. There's over 75 organizations listed that are working to help entrepreneurs here in Southern Arizona, so we encourage you to check that out. We also wanted to share a little bit about last week. We just found out that we were awarded one of 44 national prizes under the EDA Sprint Challenge. So the Economic Development Administration of the U.S. government. We were awarded a Sprint Challenge. In partnership with Arizona Forge, we will be building a digital and media lab downtown Tucson, to support growth stage entrepreneurs that are looking to engage with makerspace, shoot product photos. They'll be able to use the media lab. We'll also have an e-commerce course and a product pivot course. So we encourage you to stay tuned to startuptucson.com and learn more about that program as it comes online. It's a really great opportunity to get involved and get the support that you need as you pivot your business post-COVID. So I would like to wrap this segment up by giving away a raffle. So I have the winner's name in this envelope right here. They will be winning the Book Lover's Delight basket. Included is a gift card from Bookman's, a puzzle from Why I Love Where I Live. We've got a candle from Spring and Vine, a hand-woven blanket, and tea from 7 Cups. So, drum roll, the winner is Vivian Grant. So we will post that on social and we'll reach out to Vivian and she will go home with this wonderful Book Lover's Delight gift basket. So we encourage you, we're going to take a short break now. If you log back in at the top of the hour, 10 a.m., we'll move to our Main Street. Kanisha is going to kick us off for that hour. And during that hour, we will have our first creative Battle of the Bands. So see you at 10.
Okay, hope you guys all had a really great break, got some coffee. I got mine right here. And we are now going to be celebrating Main Street. For this whole next hour, we're going to be talking about the brick and mortar businesses that are so essential to our economy. And as part of this, I really wanted to invite in Andy Lambard. He's at the Arizona Commerce Authority. So he's the Executive Vice President of Innovation and Venture Development at the Arizona Commerce Authority. And if you're not familiar with his work, he has been so essential to supporting startups for the past decade, really. He was really instrumental in starting the Arizona Innovation Challenge, which is one of the ways that startup companies here in Arizona are able to grow and thrive. He also developed the Venture Ready program, an ACA tech startup mentoring program. And then prior to his work, he actually worked at Motorola for a number of years, and he's actually a 5-time startup founder. So really knows the industry inside and out and has been a huge advocate for startups. But what he has also been is just a huge advocate for small businesses and really the ways that the startup community and small business community support each other. So it is my extreme pleasure to invite Andy on to come and talk about what's happening in Arizona. What are the resources? What do people need to know about the future of Arizona as it comes to our small businesses and startup communities? So handing it over to you, Andy. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Oh, what a great introduction. I'm honored. Dre, thank you so much. And just a huge shout out to Startup Tucson, Idea Funding. We've been so honored to be supportive of that over the years, and it's grown beautifully. And I can't believe how big it's gotten. And it's just so tremendous. And it's a credit to all of the leadership in Tucson and Southern Arizona. And we're just happy to be supportive of it. What I wanted to do recently, obviously we've had an unbelievable year, and I wanted to kind of put in perspective this year of pandemic, but also some of the positives that have started to come out of it and indications that we're really weathering this storm positively. Not done yet. There's a lot of work to do from an economic perspective, and certainly still from the pandemic perspective, but I think it's really important for us to gear ourselves to where Arizona is. So first and foremost, from an economic perspective, just kind of quickly going through that, Arizona continues to rank top 3 for economic momentum. This is very, very important throughout the United States. And that's based upon growth in population, employment, and personal income. Our employment has been very, very good. We finished up 2020 with a job loss rate of less than 2.3% over that very, very tough year. And that's third best in the country. That represents 100,000 new jobs that were added over that year, which is just a great indication of our economic continued growth. That's also an indication of our tech jobs in the state. There's 202,000 tech jobs in the state, which represents 1.2% increase from quarter over quarter from the last quarter. And those tech wages are super important. That's representing $22 billion. And that's, again, despite a challenging year. We also led the nation in home ownership growth at 7.7% increase in our rate, rising to 71.7% during Q2 2020. And Arizona's personal income is now the fastest growth rate in the country, tied with Montana at a growth rate of 8.4%. Again, these are indicators that we tend to watch. But what's really cool, Pima County, Southern Arizona, as well as Maricopa County are continuing to rank at the top of the nation on very, very important statistics in terms of growth, And also something that's very, very important as we continue to move forward on talent attraction and retention. Maricopa County ranked #1 in the nation for that, for retention and attraction of talent, which is an 18% increase in our skilled job growth, which is super important. Pima County made the biggest gains in the nation, attracting talent from 2016 to 2020, which is incredible, climbing from 455 spots in that time frame. We went from one of the lowest in Pima County to the best, which is absolutely phenomenal. And as we start to look at the overall impact of the incredible jobs growth and influx of business attraction coming to the state, that's going to be super important in terms of our workforce. Many of you have heard of many announcements that are super exciting, with Taiwan Semiconductor coming to Arizona, building a fab, and an incredibly large investment. We've had incredible growth with Amazon, Zoom, many others. And then Intel 2 weeks ago announced the $20 billion investment, which is 2 new semiconductor fabs. And being part of that industry with Motorola for many years, knowing that Motorola was the largest employer with 19,000 employees for many years in the state, this is going to bring a huge influx of both capital and the supply chain for semiconductors, as well as 3 new fabs in our community, which is just phenomenal. And this brings just a wonderful amount of growth. So for those large companies, it's super important. But recently, we did a little bit of organizational moves at the Arizona Commerce Authority, and my team, which traditionally did all of the tech startup and venture development work, also now does all of the small business activities for the state, which is incredibly important. Just to give you some guidelines on that, Arizona right now has 571,000 small businesses in the state. It's an incredible number. That represents 1 million employees throughout the state, and that's essentially 99.4% of all of our businesses. And it's also 43% of all of our employees. So it's super important that we support and maintain and continue to strive to grow our small businesses. And in doing so, last April, as we saw the pandemic coming through, the ACA stood up what's called the Small Business Bootcamp and Resource Collective. And I want to go through that a little bit because I think it's super instructive for how we want to move forward for the next several years. In a matter of about 4 days, we created a partnership of over 114 different groups throughout the state to deliver information on a daily and multiple time a week basis. We're now on our 50th week, consecutive week doing this. I kind of lied to my team, not knowing it, that we were only going to do it for 6 weeks, but since the pandemic had lasted for this long, we wanted to continue that process. The Small Business Bootcamp has served over 10,000 participants, providing information, technical assistance, educational information. We did focus a lot on the Small Business Administration loans, PPP, that many of you know about, as well as the EIDL programs that were there and other programs that were there to support all of our businesses. What's very cool, Arizona has just slightly under 120,000 PPP loans that have been issued from the time of the start of PPP loans to now. And new loans are created each week and they're continuing to grow. That is just an incredible number. But then you add to that the economic injury disaster loans and the advanced payments for EIDL. That is 62,000 and 93,000 of those consecutively. All total, that represents just shy of about $15 billion of funding injected into the state of Arizona for our small businesses. It's a wonderful start. It's an incredible lift for us. It's obviously a large amount. But while that's incredibly helpful, we know that we need to continue to focus and support the growth of small businesses in the state. So what we've been doing is really thinking through how does that look? And we wanted to take a page out of the playbook of how we partnered to create the Small Business Bootcamp and create partnerships throughout the state. I truly believe, and we as a whole at the ACA believe, that 2021 is going to be a significant year for us in the state to partner and to really create that connective tissue across all of the different entities to create exponential growth and build on the great success that we've continued to have even through this tough pandemic. Those partnerships are this team, the group that we're working with today, Startup Tucson, incredible with idea funding, Invest Southwest, which runs Venture Madness, Flynn Foundation on our health science side, AZ Bio, and obviously the University of Arizona with a Center of Innovation, the UA Tech Parks, TLA, ASU and NAU, and the community colleges all coming together, and many, many more, including working with our 19 different small business development centers throughout the state that we have partnered with over the last 2 years and will continue to do so to bring different programming and support for all the businesses that are needed in their communities. In addition, all of our workforce partners like Arizona at Work and the community colleges become so critical in how we support that. And we're really excited to do that. I really believe for exponential growth this year, it's going to be the year of partnership. And that year of connective tissue and coming together for the state. So with that, I wanted to speak just briefly on something that's a wonderfully important subject to us, and that's the notion that Main Street small businesses are the heart of our community. They're the heart of our growth. They represent so many employees and employers in the state that we want to make sure that we can build a lot of programming around how they can grow and how they can start in the state. And again, through our partners, we think we can be successful with that. There's one common theme with anything having to do with businesses that are just starting up, whether they're a technology company that's going to go get venture capital, or if they're a small business that's working to support their community and build a company around a small group of families that they're supporting. And there's three keys, in my opinion. One is risk-taking is similar. You're taking a risk to start a company, to grow it, to be your own boss. And entrepreneurs frequently embrace an aspiration of a worldwide view of how they're going to make things grow and maintain a mission of moving forward and building that company. But risk-taking is something that we want to embrace and make sure that we support along the way. The next is leadership and team building. You need both of those. You need to be able to have a workforce that can support it and leaders that go out and truly build those organizations. And the importance of management, workforce development, setting expectations, rising up for those around you and aligning all of the visions that you have and creating those goals and going forward is the same if you're creating a restaurant or if you're creating the best new software product or a new chip that's going to be used in computing. The last is, and this is probably from my technology bent and my past, but I truly believe that any business that starts today needs to consider what technologies they're going to need to enable themselves to grow. In a fabulous research that has been continuing by Google, and you can Google small business research during the pandemic, has shown that nearly 80% of the companies that did not have technology or some online digital capability during the pandemic were more likely, way more likely to fail than those that did. And so what we want to do is make sure that all businesses understand the impact of digitization and being digitally literate, being out there for a tech-enabled business, whether that's growing a new restaurant, a new shop, or a new retail store on Main Street, or of course, starting up a tech business as well. So with that, I wanted to make sure everyone had a really nice view of we are moving unbelievably fast in Arizona. We are in a growth spurt after the pandemic. We have an incredible influx of businesses and individuals moving to our state. We want to embrace them with the passion that we've always had here to grow great companies and and build great leaders and continue to do that. And the Arizona Commerce Authority is here to help that process and to partner with great organizations like Startup Tucson and participate in the wonderful idea funding that's going on today. So I really look forward to doing that. Super excited to join esteemed colleagues at 5 o'clock to help judge the idea funding conference. And we'll see you back here at 5 o'clock as well. And again, Dre, Liz, thank you for all your leadership and all the wonderful things that you're doing in the community and the incredible work that Startup Tucson is doing. And to all of our family members and associates in Tucson, just great job of the growth that you have done over the years and being recognized as one of the best places to start, grow, and live in the United States. Thank you very much.
As accountants and advisors, Beach Fleischman goes beyond the routine. We bring a variety of perspectives to the table by working with a wide range of industries and people. From planning to implementation and long after a project is completed. Our agility and expertise empower entrepreneurs like you, giving you the ability to elevate your business. You may need short-term solutions that offer a bit of help, or long-term personal partnerships that make a big difference in day-to-day operations. No matter your needs, we make it easy for you to achieve your dreams and help your customers do the same. Our team works closely with you to give you confidence and make a positive impact. Because at the end of the day, we're not just working within our community, we're a part of it. Beach Fleischman. Collaborate forward.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Idea Funding. Today, you are joining me with the Main Street Business Panel. Throughout the event today, we will be highlighting the small businesses and entrepreneurs and creatives, startups and innovators that are shaping Southern Arizona. So today I have some amazing business owners from in town. I'm going to have them introduce themselves, and then we're going to get into a conversation. So Dimitri, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes. How's everybody doing? My name is Dimitri Simonton. I am the founder and CEO of In-Day Multimedia Marketing Group, as well as the co-founder of Northern Computing. We are located here in Sierra Vista, Arizona, in Cochise County, but we do serve the entire Southeast Arizona region.
And Monica, can you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, everyone. I'm Monica Lane. I am the owner and developer of the Downtown Clifton Hotel in Tucson, Arizona, and the soon-to-be open Citizen Hotel, also in Tucson, Arizona. Thanks for having us, Kanisha.
Thank you so much. And Mel and Melissa, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Mel Dominguez. I'm local artist and co-owner of Galeria Mitotera in the city of South Tucson.
And I'm Melissa, the other half of Galeria Mitotera in the city of South Tucson.
Thank you and welcome, everyone. I am Kanisha Raymond. I am the program manager of Startup Tucson. So let's get into a little bit of a discussion. So I have a couple questions for you guys today because I want to see how COVID affected your business and where we are going throughout this process. So my first question for you is, what was your biggest lesson from COVID about small businesses?
But for me, the biggest lesson of COVID for a small business is don't give up. Like never, I shouldn't say never say die. You should always cut your losses, but we just didn't, failure wasn't an option for us. And a thing that I think was really interesting is that part of the reason failure wasn't an option is because we're so small. We had the ability to be flexible, to band together, to support each other, to lean on our community for support. We have, so we're in Armory Park, and then the barrio is right across the street from us. And both neighborhoods were incredibly supportive of us during this time. Our guests across the country were supportive. And I think being small really allowed us to rely on ourselves and rely on our community and just not accept failure. It was really interesting for me. That's my lesson. That's my advice to anybody who wants to run or start a business. Just keep at it. Just keep doing it. However you have to, whatever path that it seems odd that you shouldn't be on, that you're on, just eye on the prize, move forward. even by the smallest step, and rely on people to walk there with you, honestly, to take you down that path.
Honestly, this pandemic was kind of twofold, right? It actually exposed a lot of things. Everybody played off of that 2020 kind of analogy. And one thing that we saw, especially with our clients, was people feeling more comfortable to show themselves within their businesses. A lot of times we put our businesses first and we kind of work from behind that aspect. But because of this, it almost humanized the entrepreneurial experience. And so we got to see the people behind the businesses and see how much businesses, especially small businesses, really keep communities going. You know, you always hear that thing that, you know, small businesses make up America, and that is so true. And I think that COVID really exposed that. So from our perspective, we had an opportunity to bond with our clients and help showcase them and bring out the best in them. And, you know, what I would answer on the second half of that question is, what can the city do to continue to work with small businesses in this next chapter, is to not forget that they're still citizens. You know, like, even though they're businesses, they're brick and mortar locations, these are your citizens. If they're not going to thrive here, they have an option of either staying or leaving. And what is that going to do for a community that you're trying to build up, for a building that's going to be vacant, who knows, for the next 5, maybe 10 years before somebody else goes in there. And so to continue to work with small businesses, but the entrepreneurs as well, and add other development and other resources that can really strengthen them. I saw Tucson do a lot of amazing things. And let me tell you, I was on the hotline copying and pasting and sending it to my mayor, sending it to county supervisors, sending it throughout the county. We have to be able to respond. We have to help people. So the biggest lesson for me and our company was just connecting with the individual behind the business and helping them showcase the best of themselves.
Forgive me, I don't mean to cut you off, Mel and Melissa. I just want to piggyback on your point, Dimitri. It was really interesting. I always joke that 2020 for me is the year I got outed as a Black woman business owner. By and large, I just keep my head down and I do what I do, right? That's, you know, towards surviving. But that was, as difficult as the pandemic was, it was a real blessing. There were a lot of opportunities that were offered to me because people saw me, right? Saw me as an individual that they could connect to and relate with. So I think a question you'd asked about email, Kanisha, was how were you also able to thrive and expand? And that was it. People saw me personally, offered me opportunities, and I was able to seize them. So another lesson that I would say is, whether it's the city or a private investor or a lender or whatever it is always be aware of your opportunities, even if it feels like your world is crashing around on you, and figure out if you can take advantage of them. And you can't take advantage of everything, but there was a lot of opportunity in 2020 because of that personal connection that people were able to establish.
Completely agree with that, Monica. We felt the same way in 2020. This is our third year in business, and last year our business grew exponentially, and most of it was because of the opportunities that we were getting phone calls and from people saying, we want to support you and we can provide you with this, and it blew us away. I mean, it
blew us away because we're a galeria. So a lot of things, people don't necessarily need us. When they come to visit, they're thinking about dinner or lunch or something like that, you know, or I'm going to go buy clothes over there.
I didn't even know you were there. I could have sent it to you. I could have sold it hard. I'm so sorry.
But that's why Kanisha brought us together today, though, right? It's for us to all get to know each other and for us to continue. And that happened a lot in 2020. People were sharing so much about who we are and our story as queer Latinx, artists and art administrators, and they really rallied behind us. And we have met so many people that we didn't know in our circle before, and our audience has grown. So the collaboration was really key in 2020. Being flexible, being innovative,
being open to her ideas, because I'm an artist, not a TV personality. She's like, go ahead, and I'm like, what am I doing on Instagram?
No, speaking to what they just said, like that was one thing that my business partner and I had to do. You know, we had to play to our strengths. And I said, look, let me go out and let me work with people. Like that's my strength, you know, being able to connect and get out there and see where people are at and meet them where they're at, right? Because a lot of times, you know, we always want to grow and we have visions for where we want to be and things of that nature. But where are you at right now? And what can we do to make sure that you survive this pandemic? You know, there's so many businesses that didn't even have websites. They didn't have a Facebook account. They didn't have basic things that said, look, we're going to grow you, you know, 2021, 2022, we're going to get you there. But 2020, I need you to survive. So let's get you the resources and let's play to our strengths. This is what you're good at. This is what we're going to showcase to the community. This is how we're going to connect you back so people see that you're here. And it's an amazing transformation. And you know, I'm so inspired by all the different things, especially what Startup Tucson is doing. I'm so glad Canisius continue to reach back out, especially to Cochise County, and you know, afford opportunities for us to come into that stage and showcase what we're doing because we have a lot of great entrepreneurs doing great things here. So thank you for that, Canisius.
Pre-COVID, we used to have big mercaditos out in our front sidewalk and invite 20 artists to pop up with us. And we couldn't do that during COVID, but we wanted to support these artists because that was their income as well. That was, you know, gone. So I said, Mel, you have the gift of gab in person. So how about you get on Instagram and you interview these artists?
Yeah.
That people can see and hear their stories. And 40 interviews later, Mel might not like me so much anymore about that, but Mel did a good job, and it was part of helping us grow, and it was also part of helping these artists grow their businesses as well.
But there was something that we learned in the whole quarantine time and doing the pivoting move, getting online and things like that, as far as like interviewing folks on IG. But what I learned about the city of South Tucson, and I was actually reminded because I did know, but there's not a lot of people online. And so being able to maintain the actual brick and mortar was big because those folks, they were still walking around and shopping and bicycling and things. And to have the access to walk into that space, to then meet the artists, meet the local artists that you haven't run into each other, you're local, like, and that was something that I didn't realize that was so important, that people, they do need to see you open. They do need to see the lights turned on. They do need to see your building painted. They do need to see some plants planted out in front. It's sometimes it's defined as gentrification, and those are some of the things we confronted before quarantine. And but we did it because there's something to the senses as a human. You know, you're walking by, you want to see liveliness. You know, it doesn't look dead or forgotten. You know, and so in that area, while you're bar hopping or restaurant hopping, we made this space where you could come in and maybe find an artist that actually lives in the city of South Tucson and buy something from them and create this economic sustainability for their community, so that they can attain a home at some point, you know, and build on those strengths.
Your business is still very much so a part of the community and the community itself. So looking for ways to connect with people, looking for ways to get other people involved in your business as well, right? Not just relying on your efforts necessarily. There were so many young people that we connected with, small business owners, right? So it's like, hey, can you go help this business out with their social media stuff? Can you do this? Can you do that? Show them how to do these certain things, because being in the rural community, we're kind of considered a retirement kind of town, right? So we have a lot of older entrepreneurs that were having a hard time getting over that divide. And so just focusing on the connection through those dots and leveraging that human capital to help businesses. I mean, I'm so inspired by how much the community rallied.
My last question for you guys is, what is our biggest opportunity as a city for small businesses in this new chapter?
For me, it's the vision. There's so much vision, so much opportunity, because we've had time to think things through a little bit further, and then there's room to grow. There's room to grow.
And also keeping small businesses, especially small businesses like us, as part of the conversation to talk about this vision together. So it's very collaborative, because sometimes I think, big picture ideas happen, and it might not include smaller businesses in the conversation, and we have a lot to share, and we're down on the ground. We're here with the folks, and so we know what people want, and we hear a lot of things. People entrust a lot to us for some reason, but it's good. It's a good thing. We hear a lot, so we have a lot to share, and we'd love to be part of the conversation, and also keeping that affordability for small businesses to, if they're renting spaces or to acquire spaces. That's another thing that I would love the city to keep in mind.
Mm-hmm. I feel like, and it sounds like this is actually happening in Sierra Vista, Cochise County as well. I feel like right before the pandemic, Tucson particularly, or Pima County, had gotten to this place where it was keeping its local talent, where typically somebody would have grown up and moved to a different city, Phoenix, Los Angeles, wherever it was, and done something. People are starting to stay here and create those small businesses that not only lend an interesting local character and make Tucson a livable, interesting, worthwhile city, but also the type of businesses that are likely to grow to have a real economic impact, because it's people who are in the community and give a shit about that, right? Sorry, forgive me. I told you I'm always cursing. And there's starting to be, I would say pre-pandemic, those businesses happened really kind of without city support, without direct economic support. Those tools were all aimed at much larger businesses, much larger developers. And there's starting to be questions about how you can take those tools and deliver them to smaller businesses. And a broader community conversation, a public-private conversation. I think Startup Tucson is a perfect vehicle for the conversation with the city economic incentives office, or with Rio Nuevo, or wherever it is, to talk about bringing those large-scale tools to continue to support the small-scale growth that makes all that economic growth happen.
So absolutely, I'm kind of piggybacking off of what Monique was saying, right? So if we follow the model similar to Rio Nuevo, they're a tax credit fund, I believe. But my vision, especially for like Cochise County, would be for us to enact maybe a 1% 10-year tax, that these funds will specifically go into a pool of resources to literally fund and support small businesses, whether it's technologically, whether it's training, whatever it may be. Imagine how you guys can multiply the effect if just 1%, 1% was going into a fund to continue this, because those funds saved businesses this time around. Now we're past survival mode, right? And we're going to be getting into thrive mode. So if funds were continuing to be available, similar to how nonprofits are able to go out and get grants to continue the work that they're doing, well, it's a lot of risk to take on as a small business to go and get that loan and have to pay that back and have to do those things. But if a fund was created that aligned with the strategic mission, venues, values of where Tucson wants to go, and they can support small businesses, work with clubs at the high school like FBLA, like DECA, and other organizations like Startup Tucson to literally create entrepreneurs, we can become the hub of small businesses in the United States. We can be that launching pad and send people out. I mean, and keep them in naturally, but you know what I mean? So I think that the city has an opportunity to reevaluate how they want to continue to support small businesses and get them past surviving to thriving.
Right, and foster their creation at all, period. One of the things that's always been a real, and I'm just gonna say it, one of the things that's really always sort of infuriated me is you have these incubators, you have these startup support networks, these primarily for tech, and I get why that's focused, but that we have a lack of them for small businesses, period. And Startup Tucson is instrumental in making that happen, but it's always just been infuriating to me, right? Like most small businesses aren't tech startups, but they're the ones that get the grants. They're the ones that get free. And I get it. Well, now I'm going on rant.
Hey, as a tech startup, don't be coming for me. Other people are playing, but with all jokes aside, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. And yes, we provide a unique service that helps people be, I hate to say this, allows them to play in this digital space. However, like Mel and Melissa were saying, People want to see the brick and mortar. I don't care how technologically advanced that we get. They want to go to a store at times, especially galleries and things like that. You can't duplicate or replicate that with any amount of tech. Trust me, we tried. So there's such an opportunity to continue to do those things. And I think Tucson is really on the right track. I want to give a shout out to TYP for leading that initiative to really keep young professionals in Tucson, but also to Startup Tucson with their guide that they created with all of those resources for small businesses to show who's doing what. A lot of time that's the problem. They're not aware of the funds or the resources that are available to them and how they can access and become a part of those things. So the work that Startup Tucson is doing, the collaboration that they're doing with TYP, it all comes together. And I hope, this is going to be a plug, maybe we'll come and do an event at Mel and Melissa's at their gallery and support them. We could do a pop-up shop or something. So
that'd be awesome. You're always welcome. But I just want to say I completely agree with both of you, Dimitri and Monica, that yeah, sometimes we started our business just on a shoestring budget, and with our own experiences from, you know, my past history in real estate and marketing and Mel's business as an artist, and we just kind of figured it out. But it would have been amazing. I mean, it's true. I wish there was more out there for those of us that are kind of stuck in the middle of tech and, you know, everybody else. So
yeah,
a lot of people.
Incubation, I guess, is what I'm saying. But
yeah, we're working really hard to make sure that our small businesses are covered. And that is our mission, is to make sure not only do we help the tech companies, but our small businesses that keep our city alive. So thank you guys so much for joining us today. I am so excited that you guys all came together, and it was such a great conversation. I can't thank you enough. So continue to join us throughout the day of Idea Funding. This afternoon, we have the largest pitch competition through startups. We have battles. There's $65,000 in prizes throughout the day. So continue to join us through Idea Funding. And thank you for joining us for the Main Street panel today.
Hi guys, welcome back to Idea Funding at The Forge. If you don't know me, I am Kenesha Raymond. I'm the program manager here at Startup Tucson. And thank you for watching our last panel. I want to thank Dimitri, Monica, Mel, and Melissa for joining us for the Main Street Business panel. I am here to announce some winners and semifinalists during this hour. So our first semifinalist, we have Boss Women Unite, Floor Polish, This and That Creative, Loft Cinema, and Lynette Lopez from Hotel McCoy. And the winner is, drum roll please, This and That Creative. Congratulations, This and That Creative. We're so excited for you. Now we're going to watch a little sizzle reel to learn more about This and That Creative.
This and That Creative Studio is a do-it-yourself creative studio, providing tools, resources, and classes, workshops to families. We really wanted to connect families through art and creativity, and by providing them the resources and tools to help them bring that out together.
We do the splatter room, but with that we also have like acrylic pours or guided painting, watercolors. We do string art, which is pretty popular. We also just have started doing stenciling, whether it's on like a pillow or an apron, on like a chalkboard surface or a margarita glass, bottle openers.
We do a lot of STEAM related activities with the kiddos. So when we do offer camps or our creative kids club on Wednesdays, we make sure that we incorporate those projects, and STEAM is the science, technology, engineering, art, math. And then of course our sewing is pretty popular. So we do both adults and kids with the sewing, and teach them from having zero experience to more advanced and anywhere in between. Growing up, I didn't always have access or immediate access to the tools that I needed to express my creativity. And growing up, I knew that it was always inside, just waiting to come out. And so as I got older, got my first job, bought myself my own sewing machine and decided to teach myself that. And then just having a family of creative individuals, it was able to enhance those skills with my aunts, and then just slowly growing off that, Crystal and I came together. We're actually cousins. Came together and wanted to be able to offer that to other people in the community.
For me, it was when I had kids and realized kids need an outlet here in Tucson. There's not a whole lot going on. It's getting a lot better, but I felt the need for that. Also, parents as well need to be able to take that break, and I felt like art and creativity is a form of therapy.
And what's I think is awesome about it is that people can come here and dabble and to all kinds of different art and creativity without having to spend a fortune on the tools, because any hobby in the arts and crafts world can be very pricey. So us being able to have those in the studio, let them come and play with them, see if it's something they're going to even enjoy before they actually go out and start acquiring all their own supplies and inventory. When we had to shut down for everything, we had to cancel and offer refunds or store credits we were hoping for. We ended up taking a look around the studio and seeing what resources we had available to us, and decided we had to do something, obviously, to continue bringing in revenue. So we decided to do some to-go art projects, so people could just drive up and we would have their to-go kits. We started with string art. That was pretty easy to get going and make that switcheroo. And then we were able to partner with my other business, Sweet Nola, and get into full mass making production mode. To me, resiliency means creativity, finding a new approach, a new way, not letting anything stop you, and being innovative and bouncing back. So whatever comes at you, you get back on track. And to me, that's what resiliency means. And I think that we're the epitome of that, because we got hit pretty hard in our first year of business, and still pushing forward, and know that we are doing the best we can to be great role models in the community and in our families, and hopefully the generations right behind us.
We are really looking forward to an eventful summer. On this side of the studio, we have STEAM camps planned out, and then on the other side of the studio, sewing camps. So we're looking forward to doing multiple camps and just really connecting with the students. We just wanted to say a big thank you to the community who submitted their votes, to our sponsors, Mr. Car Wash, Hotel McCoy, Tucson Media. We're so grateful.
And to everyone who continued to support us during the transition and the shutdowns, and came and bought the to-go kits or helping us still get back on our feet. We really appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts.
My name is Eric Myshak, and I am the Chief Strategy Officer of Beach Fleischman. And Beach Fleischman is Arizona's largest locally owned public accounting and consulting firm. And we help businesses of all stripes, mainly small to medium-sized businesses, mom and pop type places, small to medium-sized organizations as well. And we help them accomplish all sorts of things, achieving compliance, helping them grow, enhancing their wealth, mitigating risk, all sorts of things. So we're really proud to be part of this event, particularly because of small businesses and how they make up the backbone of our community and our firm. Small businesses give people confidence in our community and in Tucson. And it's so important that during times of crisis that we support small businesses, because, I find that they tend to be purpose-driven, And that's super important during times like this when we need to rally around something. So, and quite honestly, I don't know that small businesses always get the breaks that they need and deserve. So that's why it's super important to support them. And with these awards, the resiliency awards, small businesses are the ones that get hit hardest. And we want to be able to celebrate their stories in the face of these extraordinary challenges. This and That Creative is just a super example of what it means to show grace under fire. And that means, not only being cool-headed under pressure, but actually getting the job done. And they just found a way to be so nimble and adaptive during this crisis. And it was super impressive, the way that they kind of retrofitted what they were doing to a virtual environment. They're a creative studio, so they're a brick and mortar type company where being in person was super important, but they were able to transition what they were doing into the virtual setting. And not only, like, a great example of that was their virtual sewing lessons, something that they were offering classes or workshops in person that they converted to Zoom calls, which was pretty amazing. And then also, normally where they would have groups of kids in their rooms working on projects and crafts, they were able to kind of pivot and create arts and crafts to-go kits for parents. So that was super impressive. And then I think from the community angle, they didn't just focus on themselves, but what they did is they thought about the community first, and they started making masks for frontline workers and also offering help for frontline workers' families to help support their kids during COVID. So keeping their kids busy with projects in these take-home kits was super important and a great way to support our frontline workers. Our purpose is about the power of collaboration and what it can accomplish. And that makes us a really good fit for entrepreneurial companies as they are looking for support and connections in the community to help them, get off the ground and be successful.
And congratulations again to This and That Creative. We're so excited for you, and we want to thank our sponsors, Beach Fleischman. So This and That Creative won $1,500 cash prize, as well as a stay at the Hotel McCoy. So thank you, Hotel McCoy, for sponsoring as well. So our next Main Street Business Resilience Award is coming up, and that goes to Boss Women Unite. Congratulations, Boss Women Unite. We're so happy for you. That's $1,500 in cash and a stay at Hotel McCoy. So let's learn more about Boss Women Unite and what they do in their sizzle reel.
Boss Women Unite is a platform for women business owners, whether they be entrepreneurs, small businesses, or women who have a business idea, who are looking for support and a platform or a space to offer their products to the community, their products or their services. We also offer programming, whether it be paid or free. We host and we provide workshops, trainings that are geared towards growing in your business and growing in your individual personal life. What motivated me to start Boss Women Unite was when I actually was getting started with my first business, Love in a Cup Tea Blends. I had needed support as I went along because it was my first business, and I needed direction. And so in starting, I was able to come across other experienced business women who helped me along the way and also provided me resources. And one of them was the Women's Business Center that I came across and really received tons of assistance and help and resources in starting. And so I thought to myself, how many other women could use resources, assistance, and not just that, a space to be able to offer their products or their services. And so Boss Women Unite was birthed, and I just want to ease the process for other women who are going into business or that are in business. Because we had prior or pre-COVID, we had a lot of in-person trainings, workshops, vendor fairs, and gatherings. When COVID came out, we had to stop those gatherings. And so it posed a challenge in kind of staying open because we do have a brick and mortar. And also the challenge was not being able to connect with each other, the sisterhood of women physically. So that really challenged us, and we really had to find ways to overcome those challenges. And so that's when we went to more online events and gatherings. Behind me here, as you can see, is one of our programs, or one of the platforms that we do offer women. And this is the mall cart that we have set up that women can lease out. What this does is it allows women to come in with their business and to set up, and it exposes them to a different market, in turn, which allows them to expand their business and their brand. So I'm so excited, and I'm so grateful, and I'm so thankful to, number one, be nominated by the community for the Brick and Mortar Resiliency Award through Startup Tucson and all the other wonderful sponsors. It's just, it blows my mind, because a lot of times as a business owner and a community leader, you do question whether you're making an impact and whether you're helping people. And so winning this award just confirms that for me. And it's an amazing feeling. And one of the things that I've definitely learned to value during this time of COVID and in receiving this award is the value of collaboration and community. It's amazing. And I'm so thankful and I'm so grateful for that. And with that, I'm going to take that and reinvest it back into the community of women that I serve, which would be to provide more spaces and more marketing to help and assist women getting their businesses out there and uplifting them. And I'm just so excited. So I really want to say truly from my heart, thank you all so much for this award. It means the world to Blossom Unite, to me. Thank you.
Thank you guys again for joining us this hour. We've had a jam-packed hour. We started with Andy Lambert, and now we are moving on to the Battle of the Bands. So I want you guys to check him out and then stay around, because we're going to roll into the next hour, and I will see you at the top of the hour. And thank you again for joining us, and I'll see you at 11.
Your future, your life, you promised to treat me right. And that's a conversation that haunts me every night. Hey, it could be that we found it. We've danced around it, never committed. I want a chance to show you. I wanna know you've seen what I can do. But you tell me don't wait. Tonight you can't put me first.
me, and of all the people I see, standing across the aisle, staring at me, it's you.
Hey, it could be that we found it. We've danced around it, never committed. Yeah, I want a chance to show you. I wanna know you've seen what I can do. But you tell me don't wait. Tonight you can't put me first. Say you gotta stay late to put out a fire at work. I wanna be one of your work fires. Gotta stay late to put me out. I wanna be one of your work fires, baby. Make you forget about everything else. Hey, you know it when you feel it. I'm not here to steal it. Got to be the right fit. Yeah, but don't you write me up yet. I'm a cost I can offset. Let me prove it. I want you tied loose end to get your mind ready. Want you making excuses why you gotta stay here with me. I wanna be one of your work fires. Gotta stay late to put me out. I wanna be one of your work fires, baby. Make you forget about everything else. I wanna be one of your work fires. I wanna be in your hands. I wanna be your problem. I wanna burn so hot you can't stand it. I made a promise. I'm a force of nature. I'm gonna keep. Let the storm change you. I made a promise. I'm a force of nature. I'm gonna keep. Let the storm change you. I made a promise. I'm a force of nature. I'm gonna keep. Let the storm change you. I made a promise. I'm a force of nature. I'm gonna keep. Let the storm change you. I made a promise. I'm a force of nature. I'm gonna keep. Let the storm change you. I wanna be one of your work fires. Let the storm change you. I wanna be in your hands. Let the storm change you. I wanna be problem. Let the storm change you. I wanna burn so hot you can't stand it.
Welcome back to the 11 o'clock hour. This is all about creatives. So this is our creative and makers panel. I had the esteemed extreme honor of sitting down with Pima Community College, the U of A, as well as Boss Women Unite to really talk about what's going on and what has gone on for the last year during the pandemic. So check out our panel, and then I will see you back as we talk about the semifinalists in this hour.
Welcome everyone to the creative panel here at Idea Funding. I am Kenisha Raymond. I'm the program manager here at Startup Tucson, and this is the second panel of the day, so we're so excited to have you here. I get the extreme honor of being on this panel with some amazing people, so I'm going to go through the panel and have you all introduce yourself. Stephen, do you want to start first?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Stephen Higginbotham. I'm proud to serve as the Dean of Arts at Pima Community College. And the Arts Division includes 4 different departments. We have digital arts, fashion design, visual arts, and performing arts. So what kind of disciplines does that include? Digital arts is gaming and simulation. It is web design and graphic design, film and animation. Fashion design includes classes in fashion merchandising, fashion design, garment construction, and apparel design. We have performing arts, which includes music, theater, and dance. And then our visual arts department includes all of the studio classes you can imagine, painting, drawing, sculpting, ceramics, blacksmithing, and more, as well as art history and art education classes. So we offer all of these different classes in addition to a series of arts events we offer throughout the year at Pima Community College.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for being here today. Tiffany, can you please introduce yourself?
Absolutely. I'm Tiffany Nakatani, and I'm the creator and founder of Love in a Cup tea blends, which I custom and create different blends for whatever you need, whether it be functional challenges, mood challenges, or just for the enjoyment of tea. I offer a variety of tea blends and herbs to bring you love in a cup. And then I'm also from Love in a Cup. Boss Women Unite was birthed out of that, and Boss Women Unite is a platform for women entrepreneurs who are looking to step out into the community and showcase their passions, their offerings, their products, their services with unity and support from other like-minded entrepreneurial women. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And Chad, can you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Thanks for having me. So great to be on this panel with some amazing people. I'm Chad Herzog, Executive Director of Arizona Arts Live. Arizona Arts Live, some of you may know as the UA Presents. There's not a better time to rebrand and reimagine yourself than during a pandemic, and we've taken that on, and where we curate extraordinary live experiences to inspire creativity, enrich the culture of our community, and elevate our place in the world. Arizona Arts Live is proud to be part of Arizona Arts within the University of Arizona, and looking forward to making Southern Arizona our stage.
Well, I'm so excited to have you all here today. So thank you for being here. We're going to jump into a conversation. As we know, during the pandemic and during 2020, creatives, art, small businesses were the hardest hit. And now we're kind of reimagining how we're going to come out of that and what that's going to look like. So why are the arts important for economic resilience? And I'm going to open up the floor.
Well, I think, Kenisha, you said they're the hardest hit. In many ways, they are the hardest hit, but they also are the most resilient. We've seen so much creativity over the course of the year, just to see people migrate to different kinds of platforms in order to share their stories. Virtual art exhibitions, museums open to virtual visitors, performances streamed live from all over the world. We at Pima Community College have had people tune in from all over the world to watch our students perform, which is really exciting. So I think in that way, creative people find really creative ways to keep moving forward, even in the face of adversity. And I think that's important to note. I think that the landscape of the arts looks a little different as we look forward from the past year and what things we might offer as a community in the time ahead. And I'm excited to kind of forge forward with those challenges in mind. I think while it has been a hard time, it also has been a time for opportunity. I mean, Chad's talking about rebranding Arizona Arts right now and kind of looking at Southern Arizona as their stage. And I think that's really exciting.
And Chad?
Yeah, I was waiting for Tiffany. I don't want to step on Tiffany here.
Oh,
but,
no, you're fine.
I mean, what we don't as artists do a good enough job doing is telling our story on why we are so important for the economic impact of our communities. And where it's been a challenge over the last years, we haven't been able to be that economic driver that we typically are, whether it be driving people to our restaurants, our parking garages, our galleries and shops around our venues, or even just getting people outside. So that's been a challenge for us. But as Stevens mentioned, the opportunities that we've been able to find, the lemonade we've been able to make, while it's been extremely difficult, while we know that for over a year now, many of us, whether we have performance venues or galleries or museums, or we're working artists, have yet to see a penny come in or revenue come in from the work we're making. We have found new opportunities, and those opportunities are expanding our audiences, making here in Tucson, going globally, as Stephen mentioned. I mean, something that's crazy that we've done in the performances we've had at home, in your homes, virtually, is 95% of our tickets have been sold to people outside of Pima County. That's crazy, right? And the other crazy part about that is when we start to get recognition through national and international press, or we had a show that happened in December of last year, received NPR coverage on Morning Edition in late October, and we could watch the tickets sell by time zone. So tickets started selling in Eastern time, then we got to Central and Mountain, and by the time we got to Pacific time or Mountain Standard Time, we were sold out. So that's been a huge benefit for us. But then it's how do we drive these audiences forward, and how do we create a place for our own audiences, and how do we value the artists that are here that are normally on tour that aren't able to be out on the road making their nut, and that's been a big challenge for all of us.
Yeah, I'll have to agree with that. Yeah, I know for us and for Boss Women Unite and my other business, Limited Cup, I think one of the biggest lessons that I've learned is adapting and flexibility. Kind of like, Stephen touched on, just being open and willing to adapt and find new ways and platforms to tell your story and to get out there and to, bring the arts or, whatever it is that you're doing to the community. So that's been one of the biggest lessons.
And Tiffany, it sounds like too, like you do a lot of personalized things. I mean, you were talking about a selection of teas for different kinds of experiences and things. So yeah. I'd be interested to know a little bit more too about how that has been during this time. I think right now we find that everybody wants something personal, right? And we want that kind of touch of things. So
yeah, most definitely. So just herbs are just like people, not every herb is the same, just like not every individual is the same. So creating blends in this time has been very essential because business has picked up. And so in the times that we're living in, the concerns that people are having is, how do I keep my immune system up? How do I, safeguard my immunity? And then not just that, but with COVID, hitting us, we've had to stay in, which has definitely, in a sense, isolated us physically and socially from each other. And so people have been experiencing, and including myself, have been experiencing, just anxiety or, depression and things like that. And so I've been able to offer my blends to really help and assist with building the immunity or helping people to adapt with their moons. There's a lot of herbs that are adaptogens that really help boost and uplift, your mood, to really help you just kind of go throughout your day, take the edge off. And so it's really allowed me to connect with people on that level and to personalize and customize tea blends for them to assist in that. So yeah, that's an excellent question. And actually, it's really the momentum of Love in a Cup has picked up because of that.
Yeah.
So
I have the pleasure of working with Tiffany, and she's amazing. And even through Boston, you guys don't know her. She supports women-owned businesses as well as creates a space for them to go and pop up and shop. And through this pandemic, she's created a safe space for them to still kind of make their money and build and grow and scale their businesses throughout this process. And so that brings creativity. Like, she's been very creative in this space. And as Steven said, that as creatives, we're very resilient. And that's been fun to see throughout the pandemic. As hard as we were hit, it's been hard to watch people go down, but also great to see how creatives can be resilient and be creative in their space. So what is like the number one thing you would tell creatives throughout this time, or artists, because I've seen art shows online and music festivals and all the things, to keep that part of their business going, but also how to go into this kind of new normal of what 2021 is?
Well, being nimble is what it's all about, and I think that's, when we talk about entrepreneurism and art making, they go hand in hand, right? What we probably need to work at better as artists and creatives is not how to dream and imagine and how to get stuff done, but really how to make that business part of things start to really work. And so I think that's it. If we look at benefits of the last year, we've all become better business people because we've had to try to figure out how to make this game work. I think the advice I have for art makers now is we've done this for a year. Let's stay the course and let's keep on making. The challenge that we have is so many arts makers, if they don't have a second gig that's happening outside of their art making, they've had to go other places. And my fear is, especially here in Arizona and in Pima County, is it's going to take a long time for us to bring some of the creative sector back into the game that we need them to play. So if we look at technical theater or venue managers or the production people alone, so many of those people around our city have lost their permanent jobs and have had to go find other ways of making their nut. And in doing so, they're building houses and making a lot more money than they would have working in a theater. And how are we going to bring those people back when we can open our venues again? How are we going to create this space that is going to be able to operate the way that we know or knew how to do so a year ago? And so in an area like Tucson, where we are growing as fast as we are, I'm concerned that we're not going to have the talent to be able to support the creative sector when we come out of this.
Yeah,
I think too one of the things that I heard Tiffany say as being important to her in this time is lifting other people up.
Yeah.
Right. So she was talking a little bit, and you were talking, Kenesha, about her ability to kind of curate a safe space for other entrepreneurs and other people in the same business with the same kind of goals in order to be successful. I feel like that's been so at this time and in this year. We've seen a lot of challenges in our country, not just related to the pandemic, related to social justice and issues that continue to challenge our country. So what are the ways that we can reach out and lift people up and kind of be more expansive in our storytelling and the voices that we highlight at this time? It's really important. So I think that is important in moving forward.
I was going to say something along those lines, Stephen. I totally agree. I think that we are stronger and we're better together. And it's amazing. One of the things that it's really just kind of solidified for me going through this time, and what I've seen in other businesses, is that I love collaborations. I love coming together, and I love partnerships. And in this time, it's really been essential for me and the women that have been participating in Boss Women Unite to thrive, because we have women that are in two totally different you know industries, or their services and their products are on opposite sides of the spectrum, and I've seen them come together and share the same platform and really help get each other's messages across to their audiences. And so I think that I love Tucson. I love where I live because of the community love that's here. And I've seen that the community is so resilient. And I think that if we find ways to connect with each other, especially the community, that we can carry each other's messages and each other's stories and each other's art further than ever, because I've had people just kind of reach out in the community and say, hey, how can we help? Whether it be, monetarily or just volunteering and, helping in different areas. That's definitely something that's, kept us alive. And I know that, Boston United is very inclusive. So I have women that come and they're artists, and I have some of their paintings hanging up at the location. And if that's a way that I can help further, their passion and, their talent and their skill in their creativity, hey, I'm willing to do it, because you never know who you're going to come across, or, who's going to be listening or seeing. So I think it's so important that we realize we are stronger together and share and partner in each other's platforms to keep it going.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that kind of synergy that you talk about is really exciting. Chad too was talking about, when we have a show, the people who come to go to a local restaurant first before they come to see our show, or the partnerships that we kind of create internally in that way are so important. I'm really proud at Pima, our spring musical production. We do a musical every year. We're doing it this year in collaboration with Arts Express, a professional theater company in town. And that came about from a conversation about how we could best support each other at this time. There's challenges with funding. Well, could we kind of overcome some of those challenges by working together? I think we can. What about by pulling some of our resources? Okay, what does that look like? And then how do we also kind of capitalize on the things we bring to the table? Well, as Pima Community College, we have some strengths we bring to the table. As Arts Express, they have some strengths that they bring to the table, especially with connecting with local professional artisans and giving us, our students, the opportunity to apprentice them in production. I mean, this becomes a really exciting thing, and we're looking forward to sharing that work a little later this semester. But I think those kinds of, like I said, synergistic connections are really exciting for us, and kind of figuring out how we lift each other up and keep moving forward.
Absolutely.
I think throughout the whole conversation, I've heard a lot about community and collaboration. And from the time the pandemic hit till now, all I've seen is the community come together to keep Tucson alive and support small businesses and art. And that's amazing to see, because you don't see that everywhere. What resources do creatives need to build for entrepreneurial skills?
Tiffany, can I ask you a question that's kind of related to it? So when you're talking about your business in your tea blending and personalizing that experience for people, how have you connected with people over the course of the year? Like, people haven't just walked into a store that you own, a storefront,
right,
and said, hey, I'd like this. Could you kind of make this for me? Like, how have you been able to do that?
Well, I think the biggest thing is staying connected on, like, the social media platforms. And if you have, I think that if you have like an email, if you have emails, that's a way to stay connected to your customers as well. Because what I realized too is that people are watching you through good and through challenging times, and they want to know that they can really trust in what you're doing and in your business. And so just showing up every day, and like I said, through your social media platforms, through, you know, your email campaigns, things like that. That's how I've been able to connect with people and to stay in touch with them. That's really helped a lot. And it's really built new connections, networks, um, you know, partnerships. I've, you know, clientele, customers, you know, by definitely staying in touch, because people don't really, what I've noticed is people don't, first off, I think as entrepreneurs too and creatives, one thing we have to learn to do is we have to really be open and willing to change with the times. Because if we're not open and willing to change with the times, then we're going to stay stuck and we're not going to get past that point. So we really have to remain open. And I think that comes through innovation and improvements. How can we improve, you know, the customer service that we're providing to, you know, people? How can we improve our systems and our policies and things in place? Another thing too, it's kind of shaking me up too, but it was like, girl, you better be prepared, because this isn't the last challenge that we're going to experience as a community, as small businesses. I mean, we've come, you know, we're coming through this one, but we've got to prepare ourselves as much as possible with, you know, the systems that we have in place, with, you know, keeping connected to our customers. I think that it's important to have a connection to people even outside of social media. You have to have a way to be able to contact. And so I do, I think, you know, connecting by exchanging email addresses is important, because a lot of times, and what I found is that not everybody is connected on social media. So, but when I have an email, we're able to communicate that way and stay in touch. And I've actually been able to keep customers that way too. So that's important. People, they love to hear your story, but they kind of don't really care about your story unless they can see their story in yours. So,
but that networking is so important. And I think at a time like we're going through now, but as we prepare for this new life that we'll be leading, hopefully in the next 6 to 12 months, is really how important that network is. So we may not have the social network or social media talent that you have, Tiffany, but you do. And you being able to share what other creatives are doing with your network and allowing us to build upon ours is how, in a way, that we can be moving forward. I think as we live in a city that is rapidly changing, space is an important part. And so we have to be thinking as creatives, where are studios? Where can people be making work affordably and not being priced out of their place? That's something that we have to continue to drive, I think, to our neighbors and everyone else. We have to be talking about valuing each other's work. Unfortunately, in the creative sector, a lot of times the work that we all do is not valued at the same, I'll say the same rate or per hour feeling that other entrepreneurs are able to move through and forward with. And then we have to be better at telling our stories as entrepreneurs instead of just as artists. And we, you know, as I alluded to earlier, the creative sector, we definitely have the same, at least, toolkit that entrepreneurs have. This is how we move forward. We're nimble. We have to be able to change rapidly. But what we're really bad at is telling our story as business people rather than just as artists. Right? Oh, it's that crazy artist out there. So there's a lot that I think our friends who consider themselves business people or entrepreneurs that we can learn from them. But so much of that is just expanding our own networks and being able to talk in the same language together.
I have a question on that note. Why I consider creatives and artists entrepreneurs. I think we're all entrepreneurs. We're all in this space together. We're all doing that. Why is it that such a break? Like, I know a lot of artists will say, no, I'm not an entrepreneur. And I'm like, but you are. So how do we bring that to like one circle?
Yeah, and I think I'm probably the wrong person to ask that question to, because I too consider creatives and artists entrepreneurs, and vice versa. So, but I think part of it is, when we the scale of opportunities, at least when we read, whether it be in our industry publications or just local media, the way that people write about business making and art making are often totally different. And so we need to, and that's why I say we as art makers need to be better at telling that story as entrepreneurs, as people who run businesses, who are a creative force in this creative economy, or an economic force in this creative economy, right? So that's where we need to be better. I don't think that people are afraid to be called entrepreneurs. I think it's more that we just, we need to start stepping up.
I think also, I work at Pima Community College and Chad works with the University of Arizona. I think our educational partners and educational centers can be better at encouraging entrepreneurship and the skills associated with that for our young generation of artists kind of coming through, or artists who want to come back to take more classes to learn more about how to better market their work. Sometimes we spend a lot of time talking about the process of creation, or the process of making art and building your craftsmanship in that process. And we don't necessarily always take enough time to talk about the business side of things and the ability to kind of market and sell your own work, create your own Etsy shop, create a pop-up where you can sell your own artwork or the crafts that you've made. And I think that we can continue to find better ways to do that and to support our community through the offerings and the workshops that we offer.
Perfect. Anyone want to tag in? We're going to wrap up. This has been a great conversation, and I thank you all again for being here today. Any last leaving words?
I think I would just leave people with support your local artists.
Yes.
It's been a very, very hard year for everyone. We know that. But for these art makers, many of them have not seen it. And especially these touring art makers have not seen any kind of revenue coming into their businesses, to themselves for 12 months now. Get out there and support them. And when we do get back to whatever the new normal is, don't be afraid to buy that ticket. Don't be afraid to buy that album, to shop in those galleries. Like, spend your money. These people are business people too. Support them as you would support any of your other businesses out there. And I think it's time that Tucson levels up on some of this too. As a relatively new person to Tucson, I can't believe how valued our creative sector is when it comes to real dollars. And I think a challenge for me is looking at how do we, as people who live and want this community to thrive, start paying for the things that we're most proud of in this community.
Thank you all again for being here today. Make sure you stick around for the rest of the panels to see all the businesses coming through. Vote on your favorites, and we will see you in the next part of Idea Funding.
When it's time to lay down your weary head, you'll find comfort and safety at the fully renovated Hotel McCoy. Don't forget to say hello to our handsome proprietor, Mrs. Nicole Dahl.
Thank you for having us.
Nicole.
Hi guys, welcome back to the Creative and Makers Hour. Right now we're going to talk about the Creative Resilience Awards and the semifinalists for the Creative Resilience Awards. And the semifinalists are Ashley LaRussa, Danny Martin, True Concord, La Luna Coyote, Fabiola, Esteban, and Juan Carlos. And the winner is Ashley LaRussa of Black Friday, Congratulations, Ashley. And we're going to watch her sizzle reel and learn more about Ashley LaRussa.
Rue Events is an event management company focused on diversity and equity and inclusion initiatives. We work with organizations and community leaders having courageous conversations about race, identity, oppression. And with Black's Friday, we have an accessible directory, the largest in the state of Arizona. We have about just under 700 listed, and we're able to showcase a number of Black-owned businesses here in Arizona. The motivation behind Rue Events is representation, being able to see community members gathering together for events and interactions to get to know each other, to have an experience. And the motivation behind Black's Friday is able to locate Black-owned businesses near you. So whether you're in Chandler or Gilbert or Tucson or Phoenix, you're able to help those Black-owned businesses and support them. COVID's impact on the event industry was devastating. Many contracts were canceled. The opportunity to gather at large events was discouraged. I stayed here, home, social distancing, and safely staying at home. So during this time, it was really difficult to see how we could shift as an event management company virtually. So thankfully, a number of partners here locally, I was able to manage their virtual events, as well as doing a number of consultations virtually. And with Black's Friday, it was just perfect because people now had the opportunity to be at home, to be focused in on what they could do locally to impact local business. And they were able to visit blacksfriday.com to do that. What's next? For Rue Events, we're going to continue doing a number of virtual events into the end of 2021, hopefully able to start at the beginning of 2022 out in public events. And what's next for Black's Friday? Becoming the largest accessible website in the state of Arizona. We're hoping to discover between 1,500 to 2,000 Black-owned businesses statewide. I'd love to thank the sponsors, Hotel McCoy and Tucson Media Studio, for this beautiful opportunity in being awarded. Rue Events would love to pass this award on to Black's Friday, where they'll be able to do 3 months of website maintenance and app development. Thank you so much, sponsors.
And congratulations to Ashley LaRussa. This prize was sponsored by Hotel McCoy, and it's $1,500 and a night stay at Hotel McCoy. So now let's talk about our 2 other winners that we are so honored to present today. The first one is La Luna Coyote. Congratulations, La Luna Coyote. And True Concord Orchestra. Congratulations, you have won $1,500 and a night stay at Hotel McCoy. So let's check out their sizzle reels and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
A little bit about my business. I've always been an artist and just made lots of different things. And during COVID, I needed extra things to do. I was home a lot. So I just started creating more and more things and started putting them online, and people really liked them. It really resonated with them. It was like a lot of whimsical stuff that I hadn't kind of done before. And I'm connected through Startup Tucson, so they've connected me with a few people. I've been doing markets, and I landed a wholesale deal, and the rest is kind of history. It's just kind of taken off from there, and that's when I, a couple months into it, decided that I needed more space. So we turned our dining room into a home office and my laundry room into a resin studio where I could create things. And then I started doing jewelry, and I started doing video production because I do these like really big orders where it's just a mess. There's just all these resin molds laid out and all these different materials, and people just love seeing that too and kind of seeing the process. Startup Tucson really kind of like put me in the forefront to meet the right people and like get work. So once I decided that I was committed and I would just let go of like whatever fears I had and jumped in, the rest just kind of fell into place. You know, putting yourself out there, doing the research, figuring out who you need to know, who has the connections, and sort of reinventing yourself as a professional. I have quite a few plans. Some furniture will be coming out, and definitely canvas work, prints. I have some prints coming out, even down to like flower pots. You know, anything that I'm gravitate towards, in my mind, why don't I just make it then? Another part that I'm going to do is start creating my own resin molds and do custom designs, so I can actually sell those to other artists and makers who are looking for some different things out in the market. I think one of my biggest goals, like my big picture goals, is to get to a point where obviously it's great to support myself, but I would love to hire some younger people who maybe are very creative and aren't really sure how to like get into it and where they fit. I would love to hire some kids to kind of help out and, you know, get their input, fresh eyes on stuff, and then also they can learn the back end of stuff and like how to make things for one, but then also all the other work that goes into just like getting your website up, doing the accounting, doing financing, networking, taking business courses. You know, it's a 7-day-a-week production, so I think that's really important. Winning the Resiliency Award means everything to me. For one, it was friends and family who nominated me, which feels really good. I've had some really awesome support in that department. And then also just to feel seen for what I'm doing feels really good too. The money's going straight back into my business so that I can upgrade some of my equipment and software so that I can move forward even better.
We were really lucky to be able to select the Resiliency Award winner this year in the creative category. So we selected Ana and La Luna Coyote because her story really excited me. Here's a person who, as so many have with COVID, lost her job, but what did she do? She started creating in her little house, and I think against a lot of challenges, a lot of restrictions. She started doing what she loved, and it just grew it little by little. She's got an incredible talent, very unique, I think. And so for us to be able to kind of celebrate her and all that she's overcome, and she's built an amazing website, she's expanded her offerings, and she just has so much momentum. We really wanted to get behind that, kind of help tell her story, and it was a real honor to be able to do that.
Well, first of all, we're really excited about this honor and winning this prize. We're thrilled that during this pandemic, we've been recognized for our creativity, but we are especially grateful to Startup Tucson and Nextrio for recognizing us. Most importantly, we're thrilled that we've been able to create and share music at a time when the world and our community needs it most. We are Tucson's only professional chamber choir and orchestra. In fact, we're Tucson's only Grammy-nominated ensemble. When the pandemic hit, everybody was confronted with the question, what do we do now? In all sectors throughout the community and the country and the world. And what our board and our staff and our artists decided is that we needed to actually double down on our mission, which is to create experiences through music that move, enrich, and inspire, knowing that in these dark and challenging times, this is exactly what the world needs. And so we put our heads together and we examined all kinds of possibilities, how we could bring our artists together and audiences together and do it as safe as possible. And actually, we took our cue from the NBA and the WNBA in that we formed a bubble. We took all the necessary steps, guided by a board member who is also a longtime medical doctor here, Dr. Eve Shapiro, who guided every step of the way in terms of how to safely gather the artists, how to gather the audiences so that we can create and share music at a time when people really need it. We know how impactful music is. It's It's really the universal language for all of us, regardless of what our backgrounds are. It is the language and the art that unites all of us. And that power to heal has been most profoundly experienced in this pandemic, both from an artistic perspective and from an audience perspective. We had one artist who had to take just drastic steps in having to sell her own piano even, just to pay the bills. And so she and all of the artists were so grateful that we could provide work. And then from the audience perspective, especially those people who've been cooped up alone, and not having much contact at all with others. The effusive appreciation that they expressed to us was so gratifying and affirming that we knew that we were doing the right thing. We're so grateful to Startup Tucson and Next Trio for this prize and this recognition. It means a lot. It's very affirming to us. And as far as the prize money, much like all of our funding, it's going to go right back to our artists, because this is the lifeblood of who we are and our organization.
Thank you again to Tucson Media Studios and Next Trio for sponsoring the Resiliency Awards for La Luna Coyote and True Concord Orchestra. So we want to give a huge shout out to La Luna Coyote. She made these gorgeous awards for all of our award winners today. You can use these on your wall as your Zoom background, or just hang them on your wall as decoration. So we want to transition into the next part of this hour. We are going to talk about nonprofits and how they make a difference in this community. They were one of the hardest hits here throughout 2020. We are a nonprofit, so we completely understand. And this year, Social Venture Partners had a pitch competition for nonprofits. And we want to highlight the winner of that pitch competition, and that is Second Chance Tucson. So let's watch their video and learn more about them.
I was looking at 68 years in prison.
I was charged with narcotic drugs.
15 years old, I went to prison with a life sentence.
Just because you get a no, that's just one more step before you get your yes.
One mistake shouldn't define who we are and what we've done. We have a lot to offer.
This is now my life after 10 plus years of what I went through.
I just want everybody to realize their full potential. I believe everybody should get a second chance. Age 9, possession of marijuana. Age 15, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Age 17, gun and drug charges. Age 18, drive-by shooting, aggravated assault, and attempted murder. Age 26, more gun and drug charges. Hello, my name's Danny Howe, board member of Second Chance Tucson, and that is my story. Unfortunately, it's similar to many and talked about by few. I was an 18-year-old facing over 70 years in prison. Luckily, I only had to serve a 4-year sentence, which you think would open my eyes. However, I was rearrested within a few years of getting out. According to a recent Bureau of Justice report, 2 out of 3 inmates will be rearrested within 3 years of their release, and I became that statistic. In 2013, I was given my second chance. An employer provided me with an opportunity to tell my story to former inmates. And talking to this demographic, the most common questions needing answers are those like, how do you secure housing? How do you find employment? And how do you get people to listen to you after learning that you have a criminal background? And hearing these questions over and over again were my call to action. And that's what led me to join Second Chance Tucson, where we provide many services in our community. Some of our most engaging events are that we host a yearly job fair. This is where we bring in employers from all sectors and industries. And in our first year, we had about 500 job seekers and roughly 20 employers. In our last job fair, though, we had over 1,500 job seekers and over 50 employers. We also host an annual symposium. This is where we bring in lawmakers, law enforcement agencies, and employers, and we educate them on the benefits of hiring those deserving of a second chance. And due to the pandemic, we've utilized virtual platforms, which has amplified this event across the country. Brandon, a former inmate turned firefighter out of California, spoke at this event, speaking on the benefits of hiring returning citizens in his state. My most favorite event, though, is our Volunteer Day of Service. This is where we get our clients, some who are currently incarcerated, and we give back to the community. Over the last few years, we've partnered with Pima Animal Care Center, where we get dogs out of cages and we get to walk them around the park for a few hours. And we encourage our participants to bring their families and friends to build positive relationships. Second Chance Tucson has recently earned its nonprofit status, and we would love to grow what we do. Everything that you heard me talk about today has been done with 100% volunteers. So hiring a dedicated individual will help us double our impact. And every gift makes a difference. $23 helps someone like Brandon get a haircut for his next job interview. $500 helps us secure our next job fair location. And our goal of $35,000 helps us hire our very first employee. We've learned that if you connect individuals early in their release to the needed resources, it helps them from becoming a statistic like I was. And this not only helps the individual, this helps their families and our whole community. Thank you.
And we're back. Congratulations to Second Chance Tucson. It is raffle time, guys. We are wrapping up this hour. We've had a jam-packed hour with amazing creatives and makers, and they make Tucson go around. So we are gonna do a raffle. This box, or this bucket, is the Grill and Chill, not to be mixed up with Netflix and chill. We want you to get out and have fun. So in this gorgeous bucket, we have the Tucson Roadhouse basket. There is some seasonings and things in there, the Agave pantry, chef salt, and this gorgeous cutting board. There's some In-N-Out gift cards as well as a t-shirt, and then the Roadhouse cinema tickets. So this is after quarantine, hot girl, hot guy summer. So let's see who the winner is. Super excited for you. Let's see. Candace Mason. Candace Mason, you are the winner of this gorgeous hot girl summer basket. We're gonna call it the Grill and Chill for you. And we will be contacting you so you can pick up your basket. Guys, this has been a great hour, and I'm so excited that I got to spend this time with you. I hope you learned about all the creatives that are here in town. There's so many more. Check out Ashley LaRussa, check out La Luna Coyote, and True Concord, and learn more about what they're doing. So drop us some comments on the YouTube, and make sure you stay around, and we will see you at 12 o'clock. Have a great time, guys. Grab lunch, grab a drink, and we'll see you soon. Bye.
All right, hello, welcome back. My name is Dre Thompson. I'm the Executive Vice President of Startup Tucson, and you are here joining us for our lunch hour. We're going to be focused on companies that are growing and launching and thriving in Arizona. So as part of this, we have a founders panel that is going to feature Annette Fishburne from NPower, Rebecca Clyde from Bocce AI, Jamie Baxter from Quick, Yanni Darrows from Atom Inc., and then that's going to be moderated by Andy Lombard, who we saw earlier today. It is a phenomenal panel. All of these entrepreneurs have the potential to be unicorns in Arizona, so we are super excited to hear from them. And so join us for that. We will also be wrapping up the hour with Osborne and Maladin, their 5 tips for prepping your startup for a runaway success. So be sure to tune in for that. A couple other quick little reminders as you are participating in idea funding today. If you want to get the most out of your idea funding experience, be sure that you go and make a card on the Ask line. You can click networking below on the button below and make your little card that clears what ask you want and what give you want. And this is a really good way to connect with other members that are participating in idea funding today, but also folks that are participating throughout the month in Startup Together AZ, so you can connect with folks and entrepreneurs throughout the entire state of Arizona. So this is a great opportunity. It's free, it takes 5 minutes, and it's a really great way. You can like swipe right, swipe left on who you would like to participate. So check out the Ask line. It's in the button below that says network. You can also make sure to vote for your favorite pitch team to win the bonus $1,000 People's Choice Award. We have already over 2,000 people vote, so make sure that you have your voice heard. So go ahead and participate in the voting, the Ask line, and then stay tuned for this whole hour. We're going to focus on how to really grow and thrive with a startup here in Arizona. So with that, check out the Founders Panel.
Technology has always changed the way we live and work. Yet the transformations taking place today are truly unprecedented in their speed, scale, and complexity. While these changes may be unsettling to some, in Arizona, we have a different perspective. Where others see uncertainty, we see opportunities for innovation and exponential growth. Under Governor Ducey's leadership, our state has established a reputation as the best place to test, launch, and scale new ideas and new business models. Our focus in Arizona is on ensuring that government acts as a partner to private industry, not a barrier. Our success in achieving our mission has reflected in the many industry leaders who are doing business in Arizona. We have made it our mission to ensure our state is the best location for high-tech businesses to compete in the global economy.
Welcome everybody to the Idea Funding Founder Roundtable. My name is Andy Lombard, Executive Vice President at the Arizona Commerce Authority. I am super honored to be with 4 of my favorite founders in the state of Arizona. Annette Fishburne, Jamie Baxter, Yanni Darrows, and Rebecca Clyde, each growing some incredibly cool companies in the state. We wanted to do a couple of things today we think that you'll enjoy. Hopefully be quick moving. We're going to first start off around the round table, asking each of our founders to kind of think through what are the 3 top things you could think of that have driven your success in your startup in the state of Arizona. Maybe start with Jamie.
Yeah, thanks Andy for having me on. I think one of the first things that really comes to mind for me is the network that is here, and there's really a true willingness of people willing to help other people. And I moved here from California to start Quick. Wasn't expecting to have that, but I found that you could reach out to anyone and they're truly willing to help you, and not just to get a leg up for themselves, but truly interested in connecting and helping you be successful and the ecosystem be successful. So I think really focus on broadening your network and asking for help. It takes a village to start a company, and I think it helps a lot with employment and finding employees and fundraising and just getting ideas and having others help you in your success. I think not necessarily Arizona specific, but keep it very, very lean early days. I love the book, The Lean Startup, and a big believer in that. Don't waste your capital, your time, or anything else to figure out if someone really wants to buy whatever it is that you're building. Get someone to trade you $1 for what you're doing, and then go and start building what it is that you need to go build. And that will actually allow you to know exactly what you need to build much sooner than trying to anticipate whatever needs might be out there. Then I guess 3, ensure that you're thinking big enough. I think one of the things that it's always good to start small, but think big. And one of the things I'd like to see more Arizona founders doing is thinking that large scale.
I love it, Jamie. That's such a good message. The community message that you provided, that first one, is an overriding theme that I have heard time in, time out for Arizona. And I'm so proud of that. With everyone being able to give their time and resources in the state, I think it's been helping everybody. Annette, how about yours?
Yeah, for me, gosh, it's kind of the 3 T's. The first one is team. It's sort of like if you're talking about real estate, it's location, location, location. In a startup, it's team, 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 team. It's just all about the team. And to Jamie's point, having that network here can really help you find world-class players. And I think that's really key and critical. The second one is timing. There's a lot of great stuff that's been invented before its time, and then 20 years later, we see it hit the market. So you have to be realistic. And when you go out to figure out whether your product market fit is there, you have to really look at the timing. And right now, it's really interesting timing. MySpace has not had any investment for 15 years. And then suddenly there was over $150 billion spent in the last 2.
Just quickly just share with what that space is for everybody.
Oh, sorry, batteries, lithium-ion batteries. And then the third one is triage. So team, timing, and triage. And triage is basically no matter how well you plan, no matter how great your idea is, how fabulous your team is, stuff is going to go wrong, modified. And so you need to be able to triage really quickly. You need to be able to make those decisions, and you need to be able to bring a team together to figure out what the next plan is. And, I've really benefited from a couple of really great mentors here in Arizona, and they can help, right? Sometimes it's helpful to have triage coming a little bit from the outside because you're in the forest looking at the trees. So team, timing, and triage.
That's awesome. Yanni, timing comes to mind with what you pulled off during COVID. I'll just share it really quick because I want to hear your 3 items, but Circ Plus Clean shifted from a hotel on-site device to actually a cleaning device that would robotically go and clean rooms, hotels, schools, businesses, and so forth, and disinfect those. You can see it in his background. What blew me away with what Yanni and his team did, they basically created this in a matter of months, right from start to finish, to productization, to output, to revenue. So unbelievable timing on that. So I stole Annette's for yours, so you can't use that, Yanni, but what are your 3?
Well, I think, thank you for that intro, Andy. For us, it's clear. We've been in this business a long time that has allowed us to do what we do. But the first thing for us is market validation. You need to do your research to make sure that you're building a solution that people will buy, that will want. I don't care if it's a SaaS service, it's hardware, or a service at some level. You need to go and do your homework on that. We've been involved with a lot of people that have great ideas and they fall in love with their ideas, and you need to hear the good and the bad. So that's, I think, step number 1. Step number 2 is networking, like Jamie said. I mean, that's really key. We couldn't get to where we've gotten with the CBOT if we didn't network with companies like Intel and all these other groups that said, hey, try this combination, work on this. And you have to inspire and empower them to really help you along the way. And, all the comments that Jamie said are so true. And the last thing is partnerships from our side. When you're a startup and you're really scraping the bottom of the barrel and trying to get by, other people are out there that are willing to step up and help. And you have to be bold in this day and age. There's nothing harmful about asking, and people can just say no, but if you don't ask, you'll never receive. So I think those are the three things: market validation, networking, and partnerships.
When I talk about growing and thriving during the pandemic, I think of Rebecca a lot. And she did just such wonderful things with Botco. Rebecca, what are your three items that we want to focus on?
Yeah, there's this myth that there's not any capital in Arizona, and actually, I want to dispel that myth. I think I tapped into, dozens of angels here and was able to raise over $1 million just from local capital. So I would say that was one of the things is I tapped into my network, right? The people I knew here, all the angel groups, and I didn't leave any rocks unturned. So I'm happy to report there is money in Arizona. It can be found. And then the other thing I would say is, so finding local investors, people who knew me, who could believe in the idea, who understood my track record. The other thing is just good old scrappiness and hustle that comes with being a startup founder. It's being able to do a lot with little, being able to get a lot of people to work for me that weren't actually on my payroll, that were able to contribute significantly to our success. I think for a lot of early stage startups, that can be hugely beneficial. Taking advantage of all the programs like Venture Ready and identifying people here in the local community who could be very helpful to the business. And I can't thank, the local founder community and the ecosystem enough, because I did get a lot of support from them. And then finally, I would say it was flexibility, like being able to quickly pivot when the market dynamic changed back in March last year, being able to look at my product and say, okay, my pipeline went to zero. What can I do differently now going forward? Because obviously I can't just do what I was planning to do anymore. So having that ability to switch gears really quickly and to find those new opportunities with the product we already had was the only reason we made it through successfully and didn't have to shut down.
Okay, since I have 5 startups under my belt, I'm going to give 3 really quick ones to add to this a little bit, because each one of those are phenomenal. And they're different today for me than what I would have said 6 years ago or even a year ago. And the first one that comes to mind is wellness. It's health. It's, frame of mind and perspective for the founder that can do the second thing, which I think is most important, is passion. Because we're revealing the passion of what we believe to be the startup and how we motivate that team with that passion. There ain't no way we can do it without being healthy. And I'm talking about both health, mental, physical, because if you can't run a mile, you're probably gonna have trouble running this marathon for a startup. And then last one is perseverance. It's like, how do you take all the hits? And what is your frame of mind and your perception? And does that passion power everything so that your perseverance is straight up? Because we all know fundraising is about, most of the time, presenting your story, presenting the incredible team, the product, making sure that you're accurate with all of that and providing that passion, and also being confident and saying, we're going to continue to reduce the risk and increase the opportunity as we move along. And I think that, to do that, I think we just got to continue that process. So anyway, great stuff on that. Let's shift gears. I was telling a short story to this founder team on how the Arizona Innovation Challenge got created 10 years ago. It was really a grant program that came out from the federal government as a response to the Obama stimulus funds after the recession. And we ended up creating that into a decade-long business plan competition that then we created Venture Ready, the accelerator that went along with that, and had great success over the last 10 years with it. We have another horizon, another 5 years that I like to look at it. I'm trying to double time, so I don't want to do this for another 10 years. I want to grow this in 5 years, right? So my question for the the unbelievable founders we have on this panel is, in the next 5 years, what are some of the must-dos for the Arizona ecosystem? And that could be leveraging great stuff that we've already done. It could be new things that we want to accomplish. It could be gaping holes that we feel need to be filled. I'd like to get a thought process and maybe a conversation around that. And I'm going to leave it to anyone who wants to start first.
Well, I have a big opinion on this one. I think we need more unicorns. We need, companies here in Arizona that are breaking that $1 billion valuation mark. I think until we start to create those here, we're just not going to get the attention. I would say that's first and foremost. So whatever the ecosystem can do to come around the companies that are taking off and create that momentum for them and help them build on it, I think would be essential.
I think from a talent perspective, there's some great people here in Arizona, but I think we need to do a better job of exposing the talent that is here to more of the startups and the opportunities that exist there. We've got a number of increasing large employers here that I know I've got some great talent in those companies, and we need to do a better job of extracting that talent and bringing them more into the startups and helping to grow those startups. And I think within the ecosystem that we do have, I think we're bumping into each other sometimes in attracting talent from one company to another, and we can't just move people around enough times to actually make these companies into unicorns. We're going to have to bring other people into the ecosystem as well. And I think a lot of those people are doing the types of work that we need done, but they're just doing them in more of the corporate setting. And we need to look and find ways of bringing them into the startups.
That's my number one, Jamie. So I'm going to just +1 that, and you got mine, which was the next 10 years, 5 years is going to be all about talent, certainly in Arizona, but also throughout the United States. We all know, we've read the news, we're incredibly active in it. Taiwan Semiconductor, that's going to be an incredible injection of need of talent. Add that to 2 new, very, very significant fabs from Intel, which really kind of is in the $30 billion total investment range if you kind of start to think about all of that, with the talent that's needed with that. So with our talent needs too, I think that for me, workforce, whatever we call it, whatever name we want to give it, that is absolutely the most important.
Yeah, I want to plus that one too. I mean, I came to Arizona because of Intel. They recruited me out of college, placed me here, and that's why I am here where I am today. And what I would love is to extract more of my old colleagues that are kind of like stuck inside there and pull them out, pull their talent out of there and bring them out into the startup world. So I couldn't agree with you more, Andy.
I love the talent idea.
So I have a couple of ideas. Right now, I guess I wonder, what are we, right? If we talk about San Diego, right, that's an ecosystem of pharma and biotech. If we talk about the South Bay, that's a semiconductor, compound semiconductor, right? What are we in Arizona? What do we want to focus on? And I think, that will bring venture money here, right? The venture money who wants to focus there. And to that end, I do think there needs to be a way to create some funds here that are based here, that are not just investing in Arizona. I mean, obviously that, you want them to invest more broadly, but, really bringing in venture funds, venture money that is not traveling in, but that is here. And then the third one is CTO groups. We all know each other and we all end up networking in various places and we have that ability. But sort of this next level, the CTOs, these are remarkably creative, innovative, collaborative people who need to have networks to get together and have this banter, right? Not just specific events or trainings, but really just these networking groups and this opportunity for them to connect. And then finally, this growth mindset, which is, I think, what we were all sort of saying about, making it a really big vision and then going after to execute.
Shoot for the stars. Yeah. I love the venture side. I think it is absolutely critical in what you're saying. We have to bring venture here. Last year, we introduced 357 new venture firms to the state by interfacing them with wonderful companies that we could show off, like you guys, and continuing that process. But you're absolutely right. That did not turn in Dallas, Texas, or in the state of Texas until 7 or 8 Silicon Valley VCs, including Seven Rosen Funds, Oak Ventures, Crescendo Ventures, joined Austin Ventures on the 16th floor in Dallas and said, we're here, we're officing, and we're going to start that process. We have 3 new VCs that have come and moved here in the last 4 months, I know of another 3 that are going to move here. So we have general partners here, not analysts, GPs, so investors, but we're still a long way from that, and we have to create that that incredible synergy that you're talking about. It's super important. The other one, before we get to Yanni, I want to give you right now what I think is super important, right? That's shifting. Our messaging is we're starting to hear our own voice a little bit in Arizona. First time I could say that, in my opinion, for a long, long time, when I talk about the tech ecosystem. I came out of Motorola, similar to Rebecca, a large company. We had incredible resources here. We had 19,000 employees, the largest employer in the state. And as we were growing that, we kind of like, basically Intel came in and we were known as a Silicon Hub. Okay, that's where the terminology Silicon Desert came out of, was because we had fabs and all of that going on. So whether we kind of grasp it or not, there's a huge ecosystem, not just landing here, but incredibly expanding here, which is the chips, the siliconization of Arizona. With that comes the entire supply chain, the entire grouping of all of that. We are really becoming known again for that, but in a much, much larger scale. And you know this, Annette. I mean, we were talking about a $1 billion fab, 10, 20 years ago. Now it's $10 billion fabs. They're incredibly enormous investments. So reaching out in that way, the other thing I think is resonating, and why we're seeing such a huge influx of companies and manufacturing messages coming through. We are being known as a wonderful place to come do business and manufacture. We're giving support for that. We're building new infrastructure for that. We're focusing on that. That is messaging top down, sideways, everywhere. So the manufacturing aspect is really starting to hone in, and that's why we're getting a lot of influx of great new companies coming here. Lastly, the segments that we used to be known in this ecosystem, this startup ecosystem, pretty much as just B2B software, because our successes were B2B software. We've got some great examples of that on the call today. But our health tech, our health ecosystem, and our life science ecosystem is really kicking some butt. And if you look at it, it makes sense. You've got the large players with Mayo, Dignity, ASU. We have 2 medical state of Arizona, so I think that's an enormous lift for it. Yanni?
Well, I've had some time to think about this. I think a couple of things that I would like to see is, one, Arizona has never had a better climate to draw companies in, and you're doing a fantastic job bringing companies from all over the country to relocate here. I would love to see, some incentives to say, if you come here, give back to the community, the startup community, carve out some people time, some dollars that can go back into the community and help prop up some of these incredible startups that are struggling to find some of that capital. Those people are coming here with teams and resources that everybody could benefit in some level, one way or the other. So I'd love to see a little bit of that, of a program to be generated, and that could draw in, a lot more startups, and if they see those programs starting to take off. The other thing is, I think there's an incredible opportunity for Arizona to create a due diligence package for startups, where you give them an opportunity to go through and fill out their forms and do everything, so that it is done when a investor comes in and starts to look at something. You have a template for these startups to review, and there's a lot of the homework is done. And we're going through this with a group right now, and it's a lot of work. but there are literally hundreds, if not thousands of investors in this group that once they see the due diligence, they just sign up because they know it's done. And I think that can help fast track a lot of the investment.
Yeah, so plus 1, 2, and 3 on more capital for those programs and really helping not just attract companies, but expand companies and the creation companies, make those startup companies become expansion companies. So I hope the next 5 years we'll have that opportunity. And it's, the unfortunate, but, the residue, but hopefully positive residue of a pandemic and shutting down a whole nation and the economic needs and the recovery that comes out with that. Generally speaking, those periods of time are opportunities like I've never seen before. And I've lived through one, which was 10 years ago, being on the outside, but advisory and helping to run those programs and helping to found the Arizona Innovation Challenge and founding Venture Ready and kind of moving those through 10 years ago. Now I want to look at that and how do we do that on steroids and not just do it like this, or this? How do we blanket it? And then I think to Annette's point, the messaging and the communications and how we present that and how we speak about that and how we provide that passion to you and everyone else that can also speak and be the ambassadors of that, I think brings in more capital, more talent, more companies, and more opportunities for us to grow as well. The concept you just said on due diligence is it's a pet peeve of mine that we haven't, Mark Mormons is doing such an incredible job of stewarding Venture Ready and leading it into the next, evolution of what we do from an accelerator perspective. And some of the stuff we're doing is seeking to, put the technical side of this together with due diligence packages and, our data vaults and so forth, but we haven't really trained on that. We haven't really gone into depth on that. Jamie, seriously, Annette, Rebecca could give classes on it. 100%, here's the tools I use, here's what it is, here's why it needs to be upkept, here's the communications on it, here's the repository, here's everything about it. So having, we are involved in each one of those companies pretty intimately, but we didn't necessarily train all that. That became like part of the market, ethos that people got the absorption either through other founders, friends, and other things. We, talk about it a little bit, but you're absolutely correct. The prep work and the lessons learned on not having a good due diligence package is only learned once if you're smart, because then you lose that deal or that's screwed up and you're like, okay, I need to get my act together on that one. Yeah. The other side of it, I think Rebecca mentioned, I believe, or actually you, Yanni, it's like the homework required for founders to do the right thing when they're preparing their round of financing needs to be upfront. It needs to be so tightly organized. And maybe Jamie, you've been your speciality of presentation now for 2 years in a row has been how I've raised was first 6 million and then 14 million in 3 days or whatever it was. It's just the most beautiful title I've ever heard to the concept of do your homework first. But go ahead and just outline that for this team listening.
Yeah, I think it really is. I'm actually doing the same talk this year at Phoenix Startup Week. So it's really about building a process, building a pipeline of investors, and thinking about fundraising process the same way that you think about selling your product. It's all about sales and marketing, and you've got a pipeline and tracking who's at what stage of the pipeline, and getting them through to completion. And just like you wouldn't want to wait to go sell a product and then figure out how to deliver it. You want to have all that kind of figured out up front. So when someone is ready to give you the money, you can actually collect the money and get the deal done versus kind of going back to the drawing board and figuring out, all right, now how are we going to do due diligence? Or if it's your first round, I would highly advise doing more of a note round versus that price round. But if you're doing a note round, like have the order agreement ready to go. You should have all your convertible note docs ready for someone to sign, because if you're getting angel investors, it's going to be probably quite a few different people on the cap table in that round. And what you don't want to do is wait for everyone to line up at the end and then get legal docs in order. Have legal docs ready. So as soon as Rebecca says that she's in for 100K, like send her the docs and have her wire the 100K. Don't wait, right? Like you want to wait for someone to buy your product and say, all right, I'll get back to you in a couple of months when I got a few other customers that are ready to buy at the same time. And then we can kind of figure out pricing, and then we'll figure out this. Have it ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about what you just said, it's so logical, but
that's where I specialize, Andy. I don't do anything revolutionary.
Right. The opposite is like you don't have it ready and you're thinking to yourself, well, am I now giving the impression to the investor I was just talking to, whether subliminally or not, that I'm surprised as hell that they really wanted to invest in my deal?
Yeah.
I mean, not having the paperwork right there is like, it's almost like flagging that, I know you're going to invest after you hear this, So I think that's super important. Jamie, just give your just 2 seconds. And I know Annette wants to weigh in on this too, because she's had great experience on both sides of this. Just speak to your role in that process, both the pre, during, post.
Well, I think as founder and CEO, you have to own the process. I've seen some people that, put this off to someone else in the company that may be better at sales or maybe better at financials. At the end of the day, investors want to talk to the founder and CEO. I've also seen people outsource this to investment banks at this stage. And I think you lose that connection to the people that are actually going to be buying from you. It's kind of outsourcing your sales department and having someone else, sell. But in this case, early stage, especially, they're investing in the team. And if you're not actually putting the team in front of the investor, they're not going to get to know you. And, there could be any one little reason that they may have a question on. And if that's not answered correctly the way you would, then it's not going to go through. So I think you have to own it as founder and CEO. My CFO is a big part of my raise, especially, the later raises, and is a big part of it and helps me ensure that we actually are following up with all of the things. And I couldn't do it without him. We're in the middle of a round right now, and he is just a critical part of that process. But I think get all of your information together, get your data room together, and don't just think about the data room that's used during, leading up to a term sheet, but also think about the data room that's going to exist post term sheet when you're actually in due diligence. So you got the signed term sheet, make sure that you've got all your legal docs, your cap tables in order, all your state registrations. If you're operating in multiple states, all that stuff has to be in order. We even as a startup, we've gone back and had a third-party audit of all of our financials for every past year. So when we slide our financials across the table, they're already audited by a third party, and it just adds so much credibility to what you're doing. But have your board minutes in order, have everything, I strongly emphasize using Carta, and keep your corporate library in there and your cap tables there. And you can just kind of slide that across the table, theoretically, or give them access as a company viewer to that due diligence. And all of a sudden, there's a whole lot less things they find because they know that you have your stuff together.
Well said. That's awesome, Jamie. Thank you. Yeah. One of the biggest mistakes I've seen is the CEO not taking ownership of that process. You'll be at the lunch and it'll be the CEO, the investment banker / advisor / person I just thought could absolutely raise it, sitting there, my CFO, and then the investor, right? And then it's like the investor's looking like, who's running this? Like whose deal is this? Like, what's your role? And you never want that. You want to make sure that they know who they're investing in. They always want to know the founder and the CEO, co-founders, the key men and women that are running the company.
Andy, I just follow up on that.
I wanted to give it to you. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say one other thing. As we've heard a couple of the theme multiple times, is you have to do your due diligence on investors as well. And I think, as CEO of a company, you have to look out and ensure that you're building the right team. As Annette said, it's all about the team. I always like to say the team is only everything, right? But you play an active role in ensuring you're building the right team, but you also have to play an active role in ensuring that you're building the right investors. And those investors are most likely going to be longer relationships that you're going to hold than many employees that will be with your company. So if you're not involved, you're not going to be able to figure out, is, Annette the investor that I want on my cap table, that I want to work the next, 7 to 10 years with at the board level. And, if Annette's great, she can, be an amazing person to help me work with. But if Annette's not, man, it's going to be a painful relationship. So
Tough Monday mornings, man.
I know Annette would be amazing. So I would actually 100% accept investment from Annette.
We used to call it, and we still do, the Cleveland Airport test. If you cannot spend a day of delayed flights in the Cleveland Airport with one of your investors, you ought to think through it a little bit, because it is a relationship. You're going to have to call them with good, great, terrible, problems that you haven't figured out yet, all this different things that you're going to have to deal with. That's awesome.
Yeah, I would kind of, to build on what Jamie was just talking about, one thing I found is a lot of people will approach founders saying, hey, hire me, I raised money, or I could be a great advisor. And, there's no need to do that, to hire anybody, because first of all, like you said, Andy, they only want to hear from you, really, the CEO. And number two, it's so much better if, as early as possible as a CEO, you learn how to do these things, because you're going to have to be raising constantly. So if you outsource that first time, you're going to miss out on the most important learning in the whole life of your company. So
yeah,
absolutely do not pay somebody to do this for you.
Yeah,
ever.
I totally agree with that, by the way. There should be no payments towards that. I think you're also, though, on the board of saying, get as many good people who have done it around you that share those stories with you, because that playbook is an awesome playbook to have. And, have those coffees, have those lunches, have people rooting for you as well, but not to the point where you're, number one, delegating it, number two, paying to delegate it, which blows my mind.
I think there's, I'm always amazed by the folks who will hire a banker, unless you're doing a private placement of $50 million or more, it doesn't really make any sense. And I tell you, as a former investor, those were the business plans I didn't call, because ultimately what they're really looking for, if you hire a banker, you're going out to fundraise, you're looking for an acquisition, right? And so, if I were really interested to acquire you, I would have done that without you having to call me. Yeah. I also think that the best time that you do need those people that you hire is when you really want somebody to listen to your story and crisp it, right? Because in the end of the day, we get a little bit in an echo chamber. And I know over many years, my story has evolved, and I can hear it, right? I can hear sorry, my dog must be dinner time. The story gets a little bit muddied, right? Because we have all these benefits and all these features, and there's such a great opportunity. And it sometimes does help to have somebody on the outside that hasn't heard it, that's not, tight with you, that's not close with you, and just let them throw the arrows at you. It's not a personal thing, but try to get as much feedback. And feedback is best if it's, as Rebecca said, growth feedback. It's painful. And you go, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. And sometimes it feels harmful, but it's always beneficial. And I always, with my CFO, we really clarify with each other, what should the cap table look like after this fundraise? What is our minimum parameters, right? Because right now, especially, I heard convertible note. We used to do convertible notes 10, 15, 20 years ago that were extremely painful for companies, extremely painful. That's where the SAFE came from, because really, if you did a convertible note, those people weren't going to get any value when the note converted. It was going to get, whereas they had a 20% discount, they were going to be discounted 80%. In a down market, that's what happens. So I really go out and say, what are the minimum parameters for this? Because there are many other ways to fund my company, right? Might be SPACable, it might be private placement, it might be government funded loans. There are all kinds of other ways, even venture debt in some situations, depending upon how much your revenue is. So I really think about, the story between the pig and the chicken. Both give you breakfast. One of them can also give you dinner afterwards. So you got to think about what you're willing to give up and how much it's worth to you.
Well, that's awesome and well said. So we are closing. There's about 3 minutes left, I think, or no, maybe about 5 minutes. So we could each kind of have a closing, and you could take any one of the three topics, whether it's continuing, what do we need to focus on for Arizona's ecosystem growth in the next 5 years? Add on to your must-haves, to that. If you want to share another do-over, go for it. But we'll give you guys about 1 minute each. And Jamie, or I'm sorry, Yanni, why don't you kick us off?
Well, I think from my standpoint, we're just excited to be in the community, and over the last 20 years that we've been here, seen it evolve and grow, and I just see nothing but positives happening. And I think with the chemistry of the companies will attract the investors. We're seeing this, all the great work Andy and the ACA is doing. So I think it's going to fuel itself as we go forward. So we're grateful to be here and all the support that we're getting from the community and from the ACA.
Thank you, Yanni. Thank you for being here too. Rebecca?
I mean, we need to get the Arizona Angel Investor Tax Credit funded again for the next forever. I think for a company like mine that was able to take advantage of that opportunity, it was pivotal. And, I'm a female founder, woman of color, all of the reasons why it should be funded. And I would like to see more Hispanic and Latinx founders in Arizona, which, we make up half the state. So let's use those funds for that purpose.
Awesome, Rebecca. Thank you so much for joining us. Annette?
Well, I actually have one I'd like to add on to my wish list for Arizona. And that is, $2 trillion in infrastructure has just been announced by Biden, along with other categories, which are major funding. And, I have 20 people in my company, right? So I don't have the bandwidth to get as smart as I should on that and how to access it and how to tap it and how to best to benefit from it. So I think it would be extremely helpful if you can sort of help shepherd and make sure that we understand and can participate in it, because for major manufacturing, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that need to be raised, and it's part of that package.
Yeah, it's such an important comment. I want to make sure we address a little bit of it and then have future conversations. It's a huge focus. It needs to be. We, over a period of time, waned from the grant process, other than really supporting kind of annual grants and other things, supporting our universities. That is such a huge, huge initiative right now. So there's multiple initiatives going on, but catalyzing that and making sure that the resources are there. Just give you an example, just START. We've just funded every one of the rural communities, not everyone, I think it's like 7 mayors in the rural communities to do exactly that, to support smaller businesses. Because think about smaller companies that are like, grant what? How do we even go through that process sometimes? It's so hard, let alone the bandwidth side for companies that are building, new infrastructure or manufacturing or running their business, for goodness sakes. And then just being on the lookout. One thing I would encourage, this is not a plug, we're very proud of it, but the Innovation Friday letter from Sandra to the entire community, go to the bottom of that, man. People read the message, which is phenomenal, and then we have a couple of highlighters, and then below it are just running grants that is curated beyond belief. And we're trying to continue to do that. But then how do you act on those is where you're going. And I think putting resource and dollars across that to help support those activities would be key. And we'll be doing that.
I would say even on this, this $2 trillion hasn't actually been devolved into grants, right? So stepping Arizona right now into the spotlight to grab the brass ring.
In fact, a lot of it has. A lot of it has. There's a lot of monies that are already in that process. And that grant process takes a while, though. But yeah. Jamie, please close us. Love to hear from you, and thank you again for joining. Annette, you've been just a valuable resource, and I always love that you're on both sides of, experience on the venture capital side and now the founder. It's a great Shakespearean story. Jamie.
Yeah. So I think, in the spirit of COVID-19 and the past year, my message is going to be, don't give up. Our company, basically hit rock bottom when COVID-19 shut all of our business partners down. Our revenue dropped 80% overnight. We made the brilliant decision in the fall of 2019 to push our fundraise into the spring of 2020, not knowing that there was going to be a black swan event. And we said, let's push it out. We'll make more progress and be able to raise the most money at the best valuation. And at investment committee in San Francisco with 4 different VCs, and everything dried up, and no one wanted to invest into a company that was in the hospitality space. And weeks later, everything kind of came true that they predicted, and our revenue plummeted. And, I think surviving through that and not giving up has turned out to be remarkably well for us. And while I thought that, COVID was the worst thing that happened to us at the time, it's now turned out to be the absolute best thing that's happened to us as a company. It wiped out a bunch of competition. We've improved the company 2 to 3x. The talent density is all-time high. And now the tailwinds of COVID are actually blowing in our favor, and we're doing so much more revenue than we ever did pre-COVID, just a year later. So don't give up. And even in the face of something that can look like it's something completely awful, look for what may be actually the positives coming out of that. And I love the quote from Elon. Sometimes being an entrepreneur is like staring into the abyss and chewing glass, and sometimes it is. It's going to be really hard, but the number one reason that you're going to fail is if you give up. And whether that's driving your product, going out and selling, fundraising, just don't give up. You're going to hear a lot of no's. You're going to face a lot of challenges. They call it the entrepreneur roller coaster for a reason. But go through those dips, and you'll get back onto the highs as well.
Just love that message, Jamie. Thank you so much. It's just such an important message. Yanni, Rebecca, Annette, thank you very much. Mark Mormons in the background there jumping off of Zion. Thank you so much for setting all this up as well. Could not be thankful enough for you guys. Thanks for being leaders in our community, great founders. Thanks for a great chat. We'll do this again. And great kickoff for idea funding too. And Tucson's going and blowing, and we can't wait to see great companies coming out of the idea funding efforts.
Reskilling for the future. Reclaiming dignified work. Revitalizing the economy. Pima Community College is powering the recovery. Keep striving, Tucson.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Idea Funding. We are almost halfway through with our day. We've had a full-packed day full of celebrating innovation in its many forms. We're excited to talk today with Jonathan Ariano from Osborne Mallet & Law, and he's going to talk about the top 5 legal reasons for preparing your startup for runaway success. We're going to start with tip number 5. Tip number 5, never promise equity without a written agreement. Talk to me about that.
Absolutely. So, so many times when people are come up with a new idea or a new venture, they might, partner with a couple of other people, whether it's a classmate or a cohort they've been working with, they'll sit down and start putting something together. And, more times than not, we'll just split the equity, or we'll own things 50-50 or a third, and they'll just assume that's good going forward. Obviously, as long as things are going well, it's never a problem, but rarely do things always go well. So making sure you've got the ownership of the company documented clearly from day one will avoid a ton of disputes down the road.
All right. Tip number 4, document IP ownership from day one. Talk to us
Absolutely.
about that one.
Absolutely. So one of the things that always comes up, so when we represent clients, obviously we help them all the way from the beginning when it's formation, all the way through day-to-day contracting, commercial sales, financings, all the way to the eventual exit, right? Some M&A transaction at the end. And IP ownership at that end is what is critical, right? Making sure that you can show to the buyer that you own the intellectual property upon which your venture is run. So, and one of the things that actually people don't appreciate, so I think it's absolutely critical people hear this, when an employee, a W-2 employee, creates intellectual property for their employer, the default case, generally speaking, and there's always exceptions, but generally speaking, it's owned by the company. However, if you have an independent contractor, a 1099 contractor, whether that's a developer, a freelancer, anything like that, the default case is the contractor owns the intellectual property, unless you have a written agreement that says otherwise. So making sure you've got that agreement in writing at the time they create the intellectual property is absolutely critical.
Yeah, that's a really great point about the status of the employee. That happens a lot. And also, can you talk a little bit about the equipment too? That's something that will come up in those cases when you have an employee who is innovating.
Absolutely. So what's important is in that written agreement identifying that anything that they create, both that's obviously in the company's space, as well as using the company's resources, whether that's computers, back-end services, whatever the case might be, making it clear that anytime that is touched, it's owned by the company, so that you've got that ironclad document that you can show a buyer someday to prove that you own what you say you own.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. That comes up a lot. All right. Make sure you have, this is tip number 3 for those of you counting. Make sure you are appropriately handling sales tax from the first sale. Yeah. Talk about that one there. Absolutely.
This in the M&A world, there are always a kind of the new buzzword or new deal term that comes up. Every 3 or 4 years, it kind of switches. Again, in the tech space, 5-6 years ago, open source was a critical issue, right? Making sure you've got, to the extent you're using open source and documenting things properly. People have started to figure that out, right? Open source is so prolific now. Everyone's starting to finally do things properly and have everything documented. Sales tax is the new hot button right now. Every M&A transaction we do, there's always some sales tax issue. And primarily because the law has just been in flux over the last few years. There was a Supreme Court decision in Wayfair that kind of opened up the states to allow them to start taxing, from a sales perspective, SaaS product offerings. And how, whether or not you've got particular nexus in a state or not, is literally, it's a 50-state analysis. It's very complicated. Again, what usually ends up happening is startups are doing everything on a shoestring. They're saying, listen, I'm only operating in Arizona. I'm running out of Arizona. I'll charge Arizona sales tax, but for out of state, I'm not going to do that because I'm not operating in those states. Well, that's not necessarily the law anymore. And what happens is when a buyer goes to go through an M&A transaction, they're going to look back and say, oh, you haven't collected sales tax in all these states. That's an issue. We're now going to have to do our own analysis, and then you're going to have to cover any liability for those sales tax that hasn't been collected. And by then, you can't collect it from your customer. It's probably too late. So making sure that you've got sales tax handled, both collection and payment to the states from day one, will just absolutely eliminate that issue going forward.
Super helpful. Yeah, really, really helpful to have experts that are really aware of all of the new cases and sort of the cutting edge of where the industry are. Super important. Okay, tip number 2. There is no such thing as friends and family exemption in securities law. What is
Absolutely.
that about?
So for people for startups that are out there looking to raise money someday, and most do. I mean, there are some that can bootstrap all the way through, and if so, God bless them. That's a great thing. But a lot of times you need outside money to help. And a lot of times that first outside money are friends and family. right? Because you may not yet have a venture that is investable from a third party. So what do? You go to people that are investing in you, right? They believe in you, they trust you, and that's typically where the first money might come from. The problem is that that's still raising money, and in order to comply with securities laws, you have to find exemptions from being a public reporting company, and so in the typical exemptions that you fall under are, it's under Reg D, Rule 506B, where you're selling only to accredited investors. A lot of times you don't think about, well, do I need to worry if my friends and family are accredited investors? And while there are a bunch of other exemptions, this is a broad generality, so you have to be careful. But it's important to know that how you might raise money from friends and family could limit how you raise money in the future, in terms of how long you have to wait so that the two offerings don't get integrated. And so at the end of the day, if you are going to raise money, whether it's from friends and family, outside investors, or professional investors, it is absolutely critical that you speak to a securities lawyer. That is, without a doubt, if there's one thing you can't skimp on, it's that piece right there.
Great way to simplify this. If this happens, this is what you need to do. Perfect. All right, and here it is. Tip number 1. You heard it here, folks. It costs 3 times as much to fix a mistake than to do it right the first time. Tell us more about that.
Well, so I mean, literally all of the last 4 points that we talked about kind of are summed up, I think, in this one. One thing I've learned, other than maybe violating securities laws and going to jail, which doesn't happen often, but you can, the most everything is fixable, right? I mean, even if you do something wrong, it can generally be fixed. The problem is how much time, effort, and expense is it going to take? And honestly, in my experience, and I've never actually run the numbers, but I'll bet you if this is not too far off, it probably takes 3 times as much, if not more, to fix a problem.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, for taking this time and walking us through the top 5. I'm going to just do it real quick here. So 5, never promise equity without a written agreement. 4, document IP ownership from day 1. 3, make sure you are appropriately handling sales tax from the first sale. 2, there's no such things as a family and friends exception to securities law. And number 1, absolutely, it costs 3 times as much to fix a mistake than do it right the first time. All right, thanks for joining us, and come back next hour with idea funding. So, welcome back, everybody. We just had an amazing founders panel talking to so many founders, and they're kind of the stories of how they're growing and what they see as sort of the horizon for Arizona and building and growing a company. So we are excited
to move into our afternoon, and this afternoon is more of our traditional idea funding format. So idea funding has been around for over 20 years in Southern Arizona, founded by a group of like-minded volunteers that are really trying to support entrepreneurs in the early stage of their development. So our pitch competition has been around for years. This year it looked a little different. Dre is going to tell us a little bit about how she planned it this year in COVID and what we can expect to see this afternoon. So Dre, what changes did we see with idea funding and the application process because of COVID?
So a lot of the things were pretty similar. We had an application process that we opened in January. We partnered once again with UACI. Big shout out to their team. They made it really seamless, even though we had to move everything in digitally. We had to coordinate all sorts of different types of Zoom rooms with over 80 companies getting trained, doing their pitch multiple down rounds, super complex. I think in all we had maybe 35 mentors and judges that volunteered their time to support these companies. So we narrowed it down to the best of the best, which you're going to be seeing today. If you scroll down below this feed, you're going to be able to see all the different semi-finalists, and there is still time to vote for the People's Choice. That's a big part of this year, something we're doing a little differently this year. In years past, you could only vote for the main stage folks, but now we're opening up
all the companies.
Because of, again, this digital format, we were able to snag everybody's pitches. So check those out. There's a lot of really exciting companies that are coming out of Southern Arizona right now, and so we're excited to highlight them, and that's really what this part of idea funding is about.
So Dre, tell everybody how many. So we had 80 companies apply. Of those, how many received training?
We had about 75 that moved forward. We had 2 down rounds that participated, and now I think we're at about 23 of the semifinalists.
Yeah, and then those 23 companies kind of dictate. We let the categories for this afternoon and in years past change every year based on what we see emerge as themes from the companies that apply. So this year, our categories are consumer products, science and technology, bioscience and life sciences, and software as a service. So we're really excited to present companies in these different categories, and you'll see at each hour you'll be introduced to all of the semifinalists, and then we will announce the winner per hour, and those 4 companies will go on to pitch on the main stage that starts at 5 for a chance to win $10,000. So Dre, tell us a little bit about the prizes that each of the winners per hour will receive.
Right, so overall today we are giving away over $65,000 to early stage companies. This pitch competition money is really important because a lot of these companies are not quite ready to start raising funds, but they need a little bit of that seed funding to start really getting their first prototypes, getting some of their early initial equipment that they need, start getting customers. So this prize money, each of the winners of each of those categories that Liz just mentioned will win $5,000. What? So amazing. By our different partners that have partnered with us per each hour. Additionally, we have a lot of other really cool prizes. Once again, we're going to bring back for the second year the Adelante Arizona Prize. And this is for diverse founders to really shine a light on the importance of increasing the diversity and participation of diverse founders in entrepreneurship. So we're gonna actually announce the winners this very hour. Very exciting. We also have a new award, which we've never done before. The McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship sponsored a prize for young entrepreneurs who are under the age of 25. These were all really inspiring because there's a lot of creativity coming out of young people today. And then we also have our Social Impact Prize, and this is by United Way. They've been a partner with us for a number of years. So we got the pitch prizes in all these different categories. Then we have a bunch of bonus prizes, and then we have the People's Choice. And then the main stage,
which is 10 grand plus a year of incubation at UACI. Thanks again, UACI team and Eric and Carol and Tech Parks. So we are gonna move into it.
Right? Let's start.
A big thanks again to all of our partners that were able to make Idea Funding happen in this unique format this year. Without our sponsors and supporters, we really would not be able to give away this much money, which we love to do. So thank you all for supporting our efforts and founders in our community. And with that, we'll turn it over to Dre. You want to introduce?
Yes. Okay, this next conversation is just one of my favorites, so definitely stay tuned to it. So we're focusing this hour on consumer products. And one of people don't know this, but actually Leora Dudar, the founder of Overtone, which is a consumer product that does just amazing hair care products. They are like a darling of Instagram. She's actually lived in Tucson and started the company in Tucson. And so join me for this conversation that I have with Leora Dudar, who's the co-founder. She's an incredibly thoughtful entrepreneur and founder, super supportive. I think she's listening now from Denver.
Woo, woo.
So hello, Leora. We're really excited to join us. So this is a fantastic conversation. And actually we had to cut it down because we talked for about an hour and a half. So next week we're going to release some more of the insights that we got into. So we're going to talk to Leora, and then we're going to come back here and announce the pitch competition winner for the consumer products. We're on pins and needles over here. So, all right, hit it, Leora. Welcome back to Idea Funding, guys. I am really excited here to be presenting Leora Dudar from Overtone, a really amazing company that we're going to talk a little bit more about. We're going to talk about her journey as an entrepreneur and really positioned with the consumer products. And this is her space, and she and her co-founder have built a wonderful company. And I think some of the magic of it is the way that they connect so well with their customers. So we're going to dive into that a little bit later. And also, little known fact, Leora has spent some time in Tucson, has a connection to Tucson, and so can really have some insights about, as we develop our early stage ecosystem here, what are things that we could do to continue to support entrepreneurs like her to grow and stay in Tucson. So all these exciting topics and more. All right, so tell us a little bit about your company and yourself.
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Leora Dudar. I lived in Tucson for about 4 years. I lived there while we were starting up Overtone. And I've been traveling to Tucson for about 15 years from various parts of the country. It's a great spot, really. I miss it. I miss all the food, you guys. But so yeah, I met my co-founder Megan through a mutual friend of our partners, and you know, they were playing vintage video games one night, and she and I just were we just got down to like brass tacks talking about business and really found this cool alignment with each other. And over about 9 months, we were sort of helping each other back and forth on various projects that we were working on. We were sort of figuring out that we had a good balance for a solid partnership. And after about 9 months of really getting acquainted with each other, she was just like, you know what, I'm sick and tired of my hair fading all the time, and I really bet we could do something about it. Are you in? And I'm like, yeah, I'm at a friend's wedding right now. Give me like 12 hours and then I'm all yours. And I had like 80 text messages at the end of those 12 hours. And I was just like, all right, she is as wild as me. We are just going to run hard at this thing and really kick it up. And over the next 2 months, we developed our product. We worked pretty hard at it. I brought some like art skills to the table. She brought some really great Google ability and business model know-how, and read a lot of books, put things together, and launched it while the product was still deeply embarrassing to us. And then it was, you know, we did like, oh yeah. So, you know, like launch when things are still embarrassing to you. Like, you know, I was just telling the story the other day, like the first packages we sent out were to influencers. This was 2014, so the company's almost 7 years old now. And it was sort of like right at the rise of influencerdom. And we really leveraged that throughout the course of the company and sort of creating a community that way through engaging with our users and engaging with folks who are excited by our product. But yeah, we hand filled these bottles. Our labels didn't come out right, so we drove down to San Diego where there was a printer who would do a hack job for us, and we like slapped them on as best we could and shipped them out in these mailers. And you know, folks were genuinely excited about the products. It solved a real need that they have. And the need was, you know, we really just made a product for ourselves, which is, you know, colorful hair fades. You have to sort of live your life around your hair. and we're not that kind of people. We're like low maintenance people, high maintenance aesthetic types. So we're like, how do we Goldilocks this situation? And what we created initially was a maintenance system. It was, a daily conditioner to keep your hair color bright, and a weekly deep conditioner that had even more pigment power to it that would sort of act as like a once over refresher. I probably should have started with what Overtone does. That's what Overtone does. We make color and
You
conditioner.
started with the problem, which is a great place to start. I am tired of my hair fading. What can we do? That is
what can we do about it? Yeah. So like, what can we do about it? And it was really just a product that we made for ourselves. Like, how do we make something to help make our lives easier? And then how do we make it as inclusive as possible? Before Overtone, I was a full-time freelance photographer, and I was especially working in the activist space. Definitely in the body autonomy space and pro-choice activism, and also in body positivity. And when we joined forces, when Megan and I joined forces, I said, okay, well, we've got to make this radically inclusive. I'm never photoshopping a body. And this is like, we're going to be as authentic and as real as we can with everybody, because I don't want to sell a lie. And she's like, yeah, great. Me either. Let's do it. It's like, okay, cool. And people really resonated with that message. And we opened it for pre-sales in the first month. And we said, okay, if we get 5 pre-sales in the first month, we've got proof of, we've got a viable product here. And we made 11. And we were like, okay, well, let's just hit the ground running. And from there, it's just always been a game of catch up and do better. And sometimes it was like, how are we going to make a sale today? And what are we going to do? Where haven't we looked? And what low-hanging fruit have we ignored? And other days it was like, we're doing all of the fulfillment out of Megan's kitchen and all of the manufacturing, and we need to figure out how to get our first commercial space, and what does that even look like? And figuring out those pieces of scale. So yeah, Overtone is a company founded by 2 very stubborn women in their kitchens in order to solve a problem that they were having. And then the community took it and ran with it and made it something that, we didn't even have a vision for. People use Overtone to color their hair now. And that was never really part of our original plan. But we so embrace the creativity that everybody else brings to it. And that's been a really fun part of the journey.
Yeah, that's amazing. So as you kind of think about that journey from the kitchen to the manufacturing and the growth that you've had, what would you say is kind of your number one accomplishment that you feel really proud of as a founder? Like, that was the bar for you, where you're like, okay, we're making it.
Oh my God. Yeah. There were like, honestly, like a couple different moments like that. And to be fair, like I still get them. I'm just like, oh God, like every time we sort of get to a new level of scale, I'm like, is this the big time? And it's like, I don't know. I think the first time we hit that was we were about to send off our 2 first ever pallets or like large freight pieces to our first ever 3PL, third party logistics fulfillment center, basically the folks who pick, pack, and ship. So we had been doing 100% of the manufacturing and 100% of the fulfillment ourselves. And this was our first step into like scaling. And we were preparing, a sampling essentially of every single color we had, and we fit it on 2 pallets. We send out significantly more than that, almost daily at this point to fulfillment centers. But, we send out like 10 pastel red sample sizes. I just remember that so distinctly, because even then it felt ridiculous. I'm like, we're only sending 10, but like, okay. And this was supposed to last us for maybe 2 months. And I remember we were really exhausted. We had been manufacturing for a week trying to prep these pallets. And all of a sudden, like we went out to dinner, we came back, we were eating licorice. And all of a sudden I looked online and I was like, oh my God, we have our first hater, like our very first hater. And it was shocking. And it was also really exciting. And this must have been January of 2015. And it sort of like motivated us to get up and wrap the pallets and prep it for freight pickup. And we were just like, this is it. This is like, we've made it now. Somebody hates us online.
First troll. That is
the first troll. It's like, we got there. It's like the other time I think was, we used to like stalk everybody who made a purchase from us. Like we used to like see if we knew them or if we had people in common or like how they found out about us. Cause we were trying to figure out, are we still friends and family? Are we like, where are we on this growth curve? And I remember the first time Megan and I realized that neither of us knew somebody who bought from us. We were just like, do you know this person? Do you know somebody who knows somebody who knows this person? Do you know this person? And neither of us knew them. And it was a really, really exciting moment.
Like a real customer out in the wild.
Yes, out in the wild, exactly. And I think that, so many times it's just like little things like that, just like these little moments where you're like, oh, and then also those moments where like you hit a roadblock where somebody else would have turned back. Making red, as it turns out, is a real challenge. Making like a true red is a real challenge. And it seems obvious because it's a primary color. And it's like, well, how would you ever create a combination that would be a primary color? But making red was a real challenge. And there were so many moments along the way. There still are, I think, even to this day, where you look at it and you're like, okay, that's a moment where somebody else quit. And that's a moment where somebody else quit. And here's why we're going to sort of keep pushing forward. How are we going to solve this problem right now, even in the short term? And that definitely those moments are sort of like, we've made it, but it's like, we solved this problem. Okay, what's the next 10? You just sort of like keep tackling the list. Yeah.
Right. You're like getting to the top of the hill and then seeing more hills to climb after that.
Yeah, but even now, when people even know what overtone is, to me, it's still like bananas. Because like I'm used to being like, oh hey, and people are like, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I co-founded this small company. It's called Overtone. We make coloring, and it's just sort of like I'm so used to explaining what it is, and very very recently, people have started knowing what it is before I tell them, and that is a whole new world for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to go in a different direction, but I am curious about this relationship with your co-founder, because I think that's a problem that many folks have is, okay, how do I find the right co-founder? How do I make it work with the right co-founder? Can you talk a little bit about like that relationship that you have that's been making it successful?
Absolutely. Megan and I have a really unique relationship. We were not friends before we started the business. We sort of knew each other, like I said, met through a mutual acquaintance of our husband, mutual friend of our husband's, and sort of started a business relationship almost immediately. Like she was working on something on the side. I was starting to really get into trying to market my business for the first time. And when we talked to each other, it would very much be about business. How do I for my questions, it would be like, how do I have a backbone about this? And for her, she would be like, how do I sound like I have any level of empathy about this? And we would sort of, get together on these fronts. And we found that we had this particular call and response, but we weren't friends. So when we started the business together, it was a little bit of a risk because there was lots that we didn't know about each other. But there was also less risk because we didn't have like this foundational emotional relationship that we needed to protect above the business. Megan and my relationship has always been about the partnership and about overtone, and about being excellent partners to each other. And we really prioritized that ahead of the business. We had seen a lot of other foundational partnerships like fall apart. There's always like the stories around like, oh, like I'm divorcing my business partner, and they're tragic. It's like, it's a real divorce. It's a real heartbreak. Like I have more paperwork with Megan than I do with my husband, guaranteed. And like, putting that relationship first was really about also going within and understanding myself and Megan understanding herself and sort of how we could help each other grow. And that was really the only way I think that we knew how to develop the business. It was really about our personal development as well. Like, how do we grow? What do we do next? What do we need to learn? What do we need to gain? And throughout it all, I like to say that Megan gave me a backbone and I gave her a soul. And, it's so funny to see the people that we are now. When I look at some of those really early images, like I hardly recognize who we are. And I know how far along that journey we have to go. And it's not that Megan and I never fight, right? Like any partnership, we fight, but like our fights have gotten really good and really quick. And like we sort of, there's more of a connected understanding between the two of us. And I would say, and have said to many folks who work with partners who are seeking partners or who want partners, that the thing about, in my experience, right, it's different across cultures and across different people and their experiences. But in my experience, having a partnership is about personal growth. And if you're not committed to learning about yourself and like committing to that growth, it's going to be a struggle no matter what, because you're going to spend your life holding them accountable and they're going to spend their life holding you accountable. And having that trust and that balance has proved really critical for me and Megan.
Yeah. And it sounds like, just from your earlier comment, you came to the right out the gate with, these are my values and here's the type of company. And it seems like you were really clear with what you were really seeking
Mhm.
That has to be part of the kind of success of it, to be able to communicate.
Yeah, exactly. And even like how to communicate. I know that there are some things that like I say that I consider solid communication that would have Megan like shut down in a second. And I've had to learn like, okay, if when I need to like really get serious with Megan, what's the way that I need to present this? And she does the same thing with me. But we've always sort of had these like, we've shared responsibilities pretty much the entire course of Overtone. We've never had, I think right now is really when we're trying to very clearly define our roles. But we've never had clearly defined roles. We've tried to do it multiple times. It always end up falling apart. But at the end of the day, we have our sort of corners, our respective corners, and those are where the boundaries lie. So like, it's sort of hard to describe. It's developed naturally over time. But as far as things like business culture and our activism and sort of the roots of those values and how they're expressed through our company very, very much fall to me. And sort of the business model and the scale and the growth typically fall on Megan's side. And while we sort of have implicit approval together, there are things that we know that we really carry as our strengths, and that's part of the partnership as well.
And neither of you, well, I should say, did either of you have a background in a manufactured good before? And like, when you're thinking about hair color, you're talking serious chemicals, you're talking.
Well, that's the nice thing about Overtone is that it is so hair healthy that we were never dealing with anything that was like super, super dangerous. Pigments have long been referred to now in our company as dangerous sand. So like, sure, there's like a certain amount of like respirator use that we carry. Megan and I definitely have like colorful insides, I think, at this point, because it was like we weren't using respirators at, minute one. But I think, if I think about like the lessons of entrepreneurship overall, it's always really just about like figuring it out. And sort of like, I know this is like a very millennial thing of me to say, sorry, Gen Z, but like adulting, right? It's just about like, nobody knows how to be an adult. Nobody knows how to be responsible. Nobody knows like how to make the right decisions for yourself at any time. And I think the key of being an entrepreneur, especially at that early stage, is just committing to figuring it out. And like, like all you have to do is take the next step. And one of the things that Megan really taught me was how to be fearless in creating something, how to not let sort of like these invisible barriers stop me from doing something. She was like, all right, well, we need to call this company. And I'm like, we can't call that company. Who are we? Like, what? We can't call them. And she's like, are you starting a business or not? Just get on the phone and call them. And I'm like, okay. So learning how to recognize when you're setting up an invisible boundary for yourself and just being like, am I or am I not? And just taking one foot in front of the other. As my CFO likes to say now, like, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And that's sort of the approach. So like our product, I don't think is maybe, I don't know how complicated it is compared to other things. But with anything, it's just a matter of figuring out what's the least I need to do in order to see whether or not this is viable, and who will even sell to me. So many of our early vendors were just like run of the mill, like, will you send me a gallon of this? Like, or do I need to order 3 pallets because I can't do anything with that? And then how we scaled up from there. So we were a little bit limited by literally what was available to us at the market, but just Googling and careful reading and critical analysis and putting it together. But I've been long obsessed with beauty products, just from like they're pretty and I want to touch them, and it's a very tactile thing. And Megan had investigated business models that supported a sort of CPG direct to consumer experience. And I was an online shopper and she was an online shopper. So we sort of had this like background audience knowledge as far as like what we felt it should look like, should feel like, what it needed to do, and went off of that in order to say like, what should this do? And then started looking more broadly once we got our initial vision sort of just barely functional up and running.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kenesha Raymond, the program manager at Startup Tucson. At Startup Tucson, we have a plethora of ways for you to start out in your business. So we start out with Startup 101, which is labs, and you go through that so we can fill out a lean canvas. We want to give you the basic foundation of building a business. If you don't have a great foundation to start out, then you're never able to kind of pivot and see where you're missing things. So in 101, we're going to start out with the basic foundation of that, and we're going to do the lean canvas. We're going to teach you how to do it the lean way. We're going to teach you how to save money and work smarter instead of harder to build your business. Startup Fundamentals is the add-on that's going to take you into the full launch of your product or take you into the Momentum Mentor Sprint. So through Fundamentals, after we cover the basics, which we talk about the problem and the solution in 101, we go into more of your solution and identifying your customers. It's very important for you to know more about your customers, because if you don't know, you're kind of throwing money at a wall, building something that you don't know if they're even interested in. So we really dig into who your customer is, how they're going to actually purchase your product, and get into the MVP of your business, as well as figuring out the financials and the legal part of your business. These are all the things you need to get to the even beginning start of actually starting your business. Once you finish the fundamentals, we can put you in the Momentum Mentor Sprint, where you work with 2 mentors for 8 weeks to really dig out a goal that you want to accomplish. And our goal is always to get you to the launch point or into our feeder programs like the Forge or UACI. Right now, especially in 2020, we've seen a lot of products going e-commerce. You don't have that foot traffic as much as you did before, so you want to take that physical product and have different ways to sell it, whether it's at a pop-up market, or if it's online through e-commerce, or you're selling in a physical store. You want to make sure that you have both a website and things working on the back end, because that's going to make it easy for your customers. I think right now more than ever, we have to focus on what the customer wants and what's going to make their lives easier. So as you're building this product, make sure you're checking in with people who can tell you if this product is something they're interested in. So a lot of customer interviewing, as well as don't sell to your family, sell to people outside of your family. So talk to the people at the grocery store, the people on the streets, to really see if that's what they want. So you're thinking about it, asking the questions, you're testing that product before you're putting a ton of money behind it.
All right, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. We are about to announce our first pitch winner of the Consumer Products Pitch Competition section. This is brought to you by Bayer and also Startup Tucson. I want to talk a little bit about the semifinalists. All right, so these are amazing companies. AZ Baking Company, Micro Safari, Mora Kitchens, Diabetes Now, and Coop Panda Beauty LLC.
We encourage you to check out all of their videos and learn more about their companies from their pitches on our page.
A number of these companies have actually come through Startup Tucson, have gone through our full fundamentals that you just heard about, so really exciting for us. So whoever is in this envelope will be pitching tonight on the main stage, and is going to get this $5,000. Should I just do it now? I think you should. I should just do it. Okay. All right. And so the winner is Micro Safari! Congratulations! We are super excited for Sarush and Micro Safari, and so you are going to be able to see them tonight on the main stage. So why don't we learn a little bit about the company, find out a little bit more about Micro Safari, who has won $5,000 and is eligible to pitch tonight.
Curiosity has driven some of the most important technological advancements in human history. But for those that are infected by it, curiosity can become an insatiable itch. But as long as you have the tools to access and understand the world, curiosity can become a truly beautiful thing. One day, I was bored at home. I had heard about worm composting, but I didn't really know what that meant. What was it, just a bunch of worms in a box? So, of course, I went on Amazon and I purchased a worm composting kit to try it out. One day, I was holding some of the compost in my hand, and I noticed this sort of shimmering glimmer effect in it. I was really curious as to what this was, and so I purchased a microscope and learned how to perform microscopy so that I could figure it out. And what I saw completely blew my mind and changed the way that I understood the nature of life on this planet. It filled me with a sense of wonder and awe upon seeing the reality that was radically different from my current understanding. And it was this very feeling of discovery I knew that I needed to share with the world, and thus Microsafari was born. You can think of Microsafari kind of like an ant farm, but instead of ants, there's an entire universe of microorganism species to explore. Microsafari is sea monkeys, but built for the 2020s. We learned some very important lessons early on, one of those being that our customer demographics really, really love the product. And so our biggest challenge right now is identifying the marketing strategies that are going to isolate this population in a cost-effective manner. We've had some really great traction early on with this product, and it's time for us to scale. And in order to do that, we need both the support of the community and we need the capital to be able to do that. The startup community in Tucson, with its scrappy entrepreneurs, its innovators, and its idealists, has really given me an incubation space to really grow myself and my business. And Startup Tucson is really the focal point for this ecosystem in Southern Arizona. If you're excited about this project and you think that you could add value to it, whether as a team member, as an advisor, or otherwise, I would love to hear from you. Thank you all for tuning in, and I am so excited to be sharing my presentation with you.
So huge congratulations to Sharush and Microsafari for being our winner of the Consumer Products Room and moving forward. It's been really amazing to watch Sharush build this business here in Tucson. He's been working on it for a while, but he's really brought it to life and has packs out in the world, sold on Amazon over Christmas. You can see those critters just rolling around in there. We got to see him in the office, and it is really, really cool what he's doing to bring science into your living room with a simple smartphone. So we are so excited that he is our winner and moving forward to the main stage.
Something I like about his story is it's a super amazing COVID pivot. So Sarush used to sell to, big children's museums. That was what his product was line. Yep. But when COVID hit, he had to quickly pivot and create this product to sell to the individual, started selling online. Just a really great example of what so many entrepreneurs have had to do, which is think of a new model and really build it to scale. So
yeah, and learn how to sell to consumers, which is one thing that we are very excited to bring forward. Our new Design and Maker Lab under our grant is meant to help people just like Shrews bring their products forward and learn how to do those e-commerce things.
All right, so the next category of prizes we're going to be giving away right now is something that is really near and dear to our heart. Last year, 2019 was the first year that we had launched this new program. It's the Adelante Arizona Prize. Just like we had talked at the beginning, it is very important, and we just want to shine a spotlight on the fastest growing segments of entrepreneurs in our country today, job creators, our diverse founders, and so we really want to celebrate the incredible innovation that's happening in that sector.
Yeah.
Exciting news that happened this year. So we were going to just give away our one prize. The judges were adamant that there were two companies that absolutely deserved this prize. So we have a very exciting day of actually announcing
double
winners for the Adelante Arizona Prize. I completely agree with the judges. Both of these companies and both of these founders are remarkable examples of building a customer base and building smart, thinking big and building smart. So. All right, so we're gonna announce the winners and then we're gonna show little videos of them so you can learn more about them.
And then we'll hear from the sponsor of this award, the Community Investment Corporation.
Great, all right, do the honors, Liz, do it. Who do we got?
First one.
Closer?
Oh gosh. Yeah, congratulations. And our second prize? Oh no!
Panda!
Congratulations, ladies.
Obange is a luxury sustainable company where members are able to borrow designer jewelry like Dior, YSL, Bottega Veneta, Alexander McQueen for as low as $29 a month. I initially came up with this business idea through my background. Regardless of where I worked or who I worked for, what I sort of always noticed is that women are expected to look a particular way, but our pay didn't match the aesthetic we were supposed to be. So we're supposed to look like this, but we get paid like this. And so that I always had contention with that. I was always really frustrated with that. Couple that with the fact that fashion accounts for about 10% of our global carbon emissions. I always felt like even though I was upwardly mobile and I was making it in the world, did it have to be that as I wanted to get those beautiful, luxurious things, it had to be to the detriment of the planet? So those two things together coupled really inspired me to found Aubange. And I'm really excited that I have, because both members and myself are excited about, the product and the fact that luxury is able to be accessible. The goal was always to launch it March of 2020. And as we all know, something just happened to happen that impacted all of us on a global level in 2020. Some companies that I sort of saw myself modeling Aubange after flopped and folded. And so it was incredibly, humbling to see the sort of, pillars around sort of crumble and fall, and to really have to lean into one's grit, tenacity, and graft. I will say that the founder's journey it comes with all sorts of unpredictable things thrown at you, but you get back up and you fight hard. I am so thrilled to be the recipient of the $5,000 Adelante Prize. It's incredibly encouraging to know that community members and everyone is really thinking about how to sort of bring more diverse founders into the fold. I will be using the Adelante Prize to continue to do a number of testing that we're doing to reach different markets. I will use it towards being able to sort of play with our messaging. As you know, bootstrapping a business means that every dollar is accounted for. And so the ability to have that extra, amount that allows us to wiggle and play and sort of do tests that we've been wanting to do, but maybe had planned to do in the future is really, really exciting, because the quicker we get in front of our, all the people we want to, the better. So much, much appreciated. Thank you.
So Melissa, who is the founder of Aubange, she is somebody that if you were to look up hustle and grit in the dictionary, her face would be there. She came in, she has this business that, in some ways could be seen as a simple business. It's luxury jewelry. But every moment that she showed up, every mentor that we gave to her, she showed up, she met with everybody, she took action, she didn't stay questioning herself, and she just moved forward. She excelled so far. She was the peer-selected founder that moved on to the University of Arizona Center of Innovation in our pilot program, and could not be a more deserving person of this award, as well as and anything that's going to be coming her way.
So Kupanda is Swahili for two plants, and it's an herbal tea infused skincare company made right here in Tucson. I can remember me being 5 years old and insisting on rubbing everyone's feet, being so passionate about a new lotion I had found. So I feel like it's always kind of just lingered over me, just this need to want to pamper people, make them feel beautiful. But I think what's really hard is figuring out the numbers and the business behind it. So I think what's pushed me more than anything is proving to myself that I can turn a really passionate thing into a profitable but still community serving entity. I started researching business resources that are local to the city of Tucson, and of course you can't talk startups without Startup Tucson. And so I saw that there was this fundamentals course, and I saw a scholarship, and I was like, oh, that's my scholarship. That's what they have. So I did the fundamentals, and I met the great Kenesha, and her energy and everything was just you all are unstoppable. Did you know that? And I was like, yeah, I knew that. How'd she know that? So then by the end of fundamentals, as you know, that they have you do the pitch and everything, and you master it. And then Kenesha was like, yeah, so now you guys are ready for bigger and better things, i.e. idea funding. And knowing that Black women are the fastest growing number of entrepreneurs, but we're also some of the brokest entrepreneurs. We don't make the money. And then when we go and pitch, we go home to our mothers crying about rejection. So I felt like
whether or not I'm going to apply and I'm going to do it, because I just know that many women don't feel that confidence, and to me it should just be a no-brainer. You know, when we talk about getting press, getting customers, getting investors, you know, I find that it just feels a lot better when you get approached because of the work you're putting out and because of how hard you're pushing it. That gives something for people to respect. But I feel like at the end of it, I think the work and doing the core work, the grunt work that no one else wants to do, I feel like that just doesn't get enough attention. And if you build something that's newsworthy, they will come. The investors, the customers, they will come. But you need to do the work. Okay, so if you want to make a little black girl's dream come true, April 23rd, you head on Instagram at Kupanda Skin, Kupanda Skin. April 23rd, you click that link in that bio and you buy a sample. I'm not even asking for a full price. I'm not. Full-size product. I just really just want the support. April 23rd, if you can't buy, just share it out. Costs you nothing and could mean everything to me. That is my ask.
Community Investment Corporation is a 501c3 nonprofit located here in Tucson. We've been around since 1996, and what we work on is access to the economy for people who have been left out. So the economy works really well for a lot of people, but a whole number of people have been historically and traditionally left out, and we work to get them into the economy. We love the work that Startup Tucson does. Startup Tucson is an amazing organization that helps people basically fulfill their dreams of entrepreneurship, those who want to own, run their own business, have a creative idea. So that's the number one reason we think Startup Tucson is important in Tucson, and they're a wonderful partner to Community Investment Corporation. Secondly, it falls really in line with our work, especially the Adelante Prize that we are supporting, which is around social entrepreneurship. And that's something that we think is really important. As a nonprofit ourselves, who we have some lines of business, we believe in business where you can do good on the financial side as also well as do good in the world. We're very excited to be sponsoring the Adelante Prize. The idea of diversity in entrepreneurship, it's a place where capital access has been very difficult historically for entrepreneurs of color, and so to be able to be a part of this falls very much in line with what we're doing at CIC, and we are super excited this year. There's so many qualified applicants and businesses pitching, and so excited to be able to help two businesses actually win a prize from their pitch. At CIC, we support crowdfunding as one way to support diverse founders. Crowdfunding has turned out to be the demographics of those who receive crowdfunding are more reflective of our actual population than traditional sources. So that's one way we do it. And the other way that we're very excited about is we're starting a BIPOC community managed loan fund. And so that's a 0% loan fund for BIPOC entrepreneurs. And we at CIC are not making the decisions of who's eligible or who qualifies. That's being done by community members, BIPOC community members. So they get the chance to decide who it is that's deserving of those loan funds. I think Tucson is so interconnected and people really care about Tucson. Locals here support one another. It's been amazing through the pandemic, even with all the struggles, how often you see businesses helping businesses. People just really want to see Tucson thrive, and I think there are a lot of opportunities going forward on the other side of the pandemic. There'll be a lot of business opportunities, but we are a resilient place because we care about one another. Congratulations, Obanj and Kupanda, for winning the Adelante Prize of Startup Tucson's Idea Funding. Woohoo!
Hello, welcome back. Congratulations to Obanj and Kupanda. We are so excited to have you as part of our ecosystem. And thank you so much to our wonderful partner, Danny Nee, and the whole Community Investment Corporation. So to wrap us up on this hour, I did want to introduce you to a very special person that's been behind the scenes. This is Wendy. She's in the CALS department at the University of Arizona. She's been our intern for this semester. And she did an amazing job with these baskets. She just got in there. We're working with local partners to build these. So really excited to share her amazing talent with y'all. So Wendy, do you want to do the honors?
Yes, thank you. So our next basket is the Great Outdoors basket. In it we have our Why I Love Where I Live reusable water bottle. We have a hammock for when you go camping or hiking to relax. We have a gift card to the Arizona State Parks and also some free wildlife museum passes. So the winner, drum roll, is Miriam Cruz.
Yay!
Congrats, Miriam.
Congrats, Miriam. So we'll be following up with that. And then what else you got here?
Yes, and we have some more raffle prizes. So there's this little bag from Downtown Tucson Partnership. It has a water bottle, it has a mug, all kinds of goodies, and this nice reusable tote bag. And there should be like a pen and some chapstick in there, so lots of cool goodies.
I think you're bearing the lead. I think there's some cash to restaurants as well.
Yes. And the grand finale, $25 gift card. So we have two of these to raffle off. The first winner is Dawn Armstrong. So congratulations.
Yay!
You'll be getting one of these baskets. And our next winner, suspenseful, is Serena Aravalo. So congratulations, you guys. You got some awesome baskets, and thank you for your support.
Thanks, Wendy. All right, so just another quick reminder, make sure to vote for your favorite company for the People's Choice Award. Those are rolling in. Like, share, hashtag idea fundings, and make sure to tag us at Startup Tucson. And we are going to be back here at the top of the next hour to talk science and tech. We have an amazing panel, and we will be announcing the winner for that. So join us back here. Thank you so much, Wendy, and we'll see you in a few. Hello again. Back from break, and this hour we're going to be focused on technology. One quick correction. Unfortunately, a little typo, and one of the companies that was a semifinalist was left off, and I didn't want to leave you without hearing about Dojo. They're an incredible company that makes gluten-free products and bread that is actually really tasty. So just wanted to say congratulations to Dojo. They were also a semifinalist for the consumer products. So head over there, check it out, and when you have a chance to taste their tasty bread, definitely do. So yummy. All right, so this hour, we're going to be focusing on science and technology, and this is such a critical industry within Southern Arizona. It's one that has been growing tremendously, much talked about. Our tech sector has grown by 90% in the last couple of years. So we're going to talk to, in this next panel, kind of three very interesting companies. One company started as a startup here in town, Leonardo, 20 years ago. And so we're going to get the perspective of a startup that has now grown into a full company and is really a major titan of industry in our area. We're also going to talk to a startup founder whose company has just come out of the U of A. They've started gaining traction. They've raised a few rounds, so we're going to talk to them as well. And then we're also going to hear from Pima Community College, who's going to talk about how workforce development is really a backbone. And so I thought this was a really interesting panel talking about the different elements and different perspectives about our science and tech sector. And then we're going to go in and we're going to announce the semifinalist for the science and technology, so definitely come back for that. And we're also going to be this hour announcing the Young Entrepreneurship Prize. So lots to do this hour. We also have a comedy battle, so lots of fun things. So let's dive into that tech panel, and then I'll see you back here in a few minutes to announce the winners for the science and tech industry vertical. So let's watch it. Welcome back to Idea Funding. We are here talking about science and technology in the Southern Arizona region. Really excited for our panelists here today. I'm going to have them each introduce themselves, the organization that they represent, and then we're going to get into a conversation about the future of Southern Arizona in the science and tech industry. So starting with you, Robert Walker, can you talk a little bit about your position in the company that you represent?
Yes, absolutely. So hello, everyone. My name is Robert Walker, and I'm the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Leonardo Electronics US.
LoneWave is a machine sensing company. We're developing state-of-the-art and very unique radar sensors for a number of industries. The most immediate application is autonomous driving, but also we have lots of applications in security, in UAVs, drones, as well as robotics.
Okay, thank you so much. And you guys have had just a really exciting rise. We've all been cheering you on. You are at the University of Arizona currently.
That's right. Yeah, I have been a professor at the U of A since 2005. So it's my 16th year now.
Yeah, very exciting to watch you guys grow and really understanding that tech came straight out of the University of Arizona. And Greg Wilson, can you introduce yourself a little bit and your role that you are at Pima Community College?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Greg Wilson, I'm the Dean of Applied Technology at Pima Community College. And there are quite a few deans at the college, but Applied Technology specifically, the programs include automation and robotics, aviation. We also have welding, advanced manufacturing, so CNC, design, building and construction, automotive. Obviously there are other technical programs across the district, including business and IT, sciences, our health-related programs as well. So I'm one of quite a few deans.
Well, we all appreciate the work that you do, and I'm so excited to have you as part of this conversation, just because workforce development is so essential to our future as a region in this space. So I'm going to ask the first question to Robert and Hal. So can you talk to me a little bit about why Tucson made sense as a location for your company? And I'll start with Robert.
Sure, no problem. So this was some time ago. Again, we started in 2000, but it made sense for our company, and it still makes sense today, in large part because of the optical talent, the engineering talent in the region. So we have quite a few optical engineers from U of A, We have, many of our engineers are from either U of A or University of, Arizona State. So there's a great supply of talent. There are other laser companies in the area, and so it was a really good place for us, mainly for that reason.
And how about you?
Yeah, so Lone Wave has its root in U of A, in University of Arizona, which are a spin-off from the university. So being close to the talent of the U of A and the really positive environment for entrepreneurship and the talents pool at U of A. So for example, we have more than 30%, actually close to 40% of our employees were from U of A, including two co-founders, myself and one of my former students. So this is really great environment. Another thing is Arizona is one of the center hubs for autonomous vehicles. Phoenix being a very central place, but also for Tucson.
Greg, can you talk a little bit about, you had a very interesting partnership with TuSimple, and can you talk a little bit about how that came together and what the impact of that has been?
For sure. We pride ourselves on our industry partnerships because industry really guides what we do when it comes to technical programs. And I mentioned I'm one of several deans. PIMA is a very strong matrix organization. So while I might be sitting here as the PIMA representative, there are a lot of team members participated and built the relationship with TuSimple. Primarily Missy with our truck driver program and the workforce team. We created the first autonomous vehicle operator certificate in the country at Pima Community College. And so when you look at the offerings or the components, obviously we work with TuSimple to understand what it is, what type of student coming out meets their technician needs in order to operate high-tech equipment like one of their vehicles. But you're looking at three different divisions at the college that came together to make that happen. The workforce division, the business and IT division, and then the applied technology division. So we have a lot of crossover. And when you think about Pima, you just probably think the college, but we have a lot of different strengths that come together to make offerings like that possible. And it's just really great to see. And that's just one starting point, right? I mean, when you think about that type of vehicle or coming up with a certificate, it's going to cross into our new automotive facility that we're almost finished with. I typically have a background behind me, and it's our 3-story advanced manufacturing building that we've just started building. It'll be done next year. But Pima is, our whole purpose is to serve the community. And we want to be a community hub where groups like TuSimple, Robert mentioned optics. Pima, we worked with one of our Fulbright scholars who was visiting to deliver optics training to Leonardo employees last year. So we try to be open-minded, flexible, innovative, so we can meet the community's needs.
Yeah, I think that type of forward thinking is really what we're going to need as we continue to try to grow our national reputation and our assets and resources. So how this is actually for you, as you're in that space of growing a company right now, what are some things that the region could do to better support, a tech startup like you that is potentially considering staying and growing in this area?
Yeah, obviously, having a cluster of companies and also people networking in the similar areas is a great plus. And as I mentioned, Arizona and also Tucson already have some of the autonomous driving related industry and players. Of course, more synergy would be appreciated. I would think something like coming up with some kind of a shared infrastructure facility. For example, one thing we've been doing is we do lots of testing. If anyone in the autonomous driving business would know, you need millions or even billions of miles to train your sensors, to train your software. We've been sometimes we struggle to find the right place, the right area if there are enough interest in the region, maybe having some kind of a commonly shared infrastructure facility for testing, that would be fantastic, and that will actually attract more more companies to come in.
Yeah, I could absolutely see how kind of investing in some strategic initiatives that would be, attractive to companies that we are trying to bring. And what about you, Robert? Are you, as you're, obviously you've been here for 20 years building your company here. Are there things that you're thinking about the future of your tech industry that we could do better as a region, or that we could invest in as a region to better support your needs as you grow?
I think there are a couple of areas. I think the continuous supply of talent and technical talent, educated STEM type talent is really important. It's really important to have that sort of continuous flow of new talented individuals into the company, and that's something we've had a little bit of a difficult time with. So that's an area that we as a company have worked hard to try and support, and we'll continue to try and support that through various outreach activities.
Greg, how would you answer that? How would you say, what can we do as a community to continue to invest in attracting folks and young people into the STEM fields so that we have this continuous pipeline of talent that is so needed?
Well, some of the things that we're doing at the college are, we try to innovate and do things differently. So that might look like not offering a 16-week regular fall spring semester type of program. If Leonardo is in need of technicians who are skilled, we look at work-based learning opportunities. How can we work with Optics Valley to offer internships or on-site apprenticeships for students? So what you're getting there is students really get into the techniques and the practices of local companies. Leonardo or How can look at our students and see, okay, and then they can get back to us to say, here's what they've got, here's what you're missing. Let's adapt the program a little bit and improve it as we continue to go. As the word gets out that our students are successful, hopefully that draws more business to the area, where we just strengthen the community overall. Economic development, continues the way it should. But the big role for us as the college, Hal was just mentioning, having that infrastructure. Again, I don't have the picture of the advanced manufacturing building, but even when it comes to autonomous vehicles, right, we have a dyno in our automotive program, and we're going to be partnering with the university on, some testing that they need. So I think part of it is being open and flexible. Another big part of it is communicating and just letting folks know what the options are and what resources we have. And then, of course, the listening aspect. If Leonardo is telling us this is what we need, then we need to react and offer things that help meet that need quickly.
I love that. And I think that you've kind of hit on what is sort of my next part of this, is where our opportunities as a region. And I see that ability to collaborate in real time is one of the strongest things that we have here, because there's so few barriers to entry. Like, you could just talk to each other. There isn't you can express your needs. And if you're out there saying, this is what I need, and I feel like as a community, we are able to enter into pretty lean, quick partnerships and collaborations that I see as one of our strengths. But I'm curious about your answer. So I'll have you each answer that question to wrap us up here. What do you see as our strongest opportunity as a region, our strongest strength that we need to lean into to be more resilient in economic downturn, so sort of economic resiliency, but then also supportive to our tech industry specifically, kind of narrowing in that a little bit. So, so Hal, I'll start with you. Where do you see as kind of our strongest opportunity as a region?
Yeah, so I think we have quite a few strong areas in, for example, the Optics Valley, and with the university, with the industry, and also some of the new areas for autonomous transportation. So I think those are all some of the growth areas. Other things, including IoT, and also our proximity to Phoenix. Phoenix is a huge hub for very strong semiconductor industry, and it touches almost every other industry, the traditional and the upcoming. So, being able to leverage all the resources here, I think Southern Arizona has great opportunity to take advantage of this and become stronger.
Mm-hmm. And I'll take the same question to you, Greg.
I think, from the college perspective, I think you have a resource where we're open and flexible. The college is working on micro pathways. We certainly are very strong when it comes to our partnerships, whether it's coming from the high school JTED pipeline, working with incumbent employees to upgrade and reskill so they're prepared for autonomous vehicles or whatever the new area is. Hal mentioned IoT. We have a fantastic AIT program where we get into sensors and data acquisition and analyzing and robotics. So we stay flexible, and it's not just the topics and the equipment that we use, but it's how we deliver. So if we can have a micro pathway where someone can go through in a matter of weeks, get an industry credential, and prove to a Hal or a Robert, hey, I've got the skills, put me to work. That's our role, and we're going to keep doing that.
All right, and Robert, how about you?
I think we need more Gregs and more House, and we need more startups. We need to keep growing this critical mass and keep our talent in Southern Arizona. I think there's the education system is doing a fantastic job of generating talent, and oftentimes, not oftentimes, sometimes they this talent goes to other areas. I think as the community grows and as we network as companies, I think it helps to keep talent in this area. Just knowledge of the startups and new business opportunities that are here that allow new young talented people to move and to see other opportunities. I think that's really important.
Yeah, they often say density is destiny, and I think that's nowhere more clear than in kind of the science and tech spaces where it is really the creative minds that create the innovation, and you need them together. They need to be, in conversation, inspired by each other's work. And so just like you're saying, and all three of you have a really important part and represent a really important part of growing our sector and keeping our talent here and excited to work here and being successful here. So thank you guys so much for participating on this. And I hope everybody else stays tuned to find out who is the winner of the Science and Tech Prize sponsored by Optic Valley coming up soon. All right, we are back, and we are about to unveil the winners of the Science and Tech Industry vertical. Okay, so in this vertical, this is brought to you by Optics Valley and TEP. And so if we can just look at all of the semifinalists: Sybilsoft, USAT, Revolut Robotics, Paramian Technologies, Desert Stabler, all of these very exciting tech companies coming up right here. And we actually, again, have an exciting announcement. We have a winner that will be going on to the main stage, and then we also have a bonus prize because the judges were, again, very excited about two of these companies. So we're going to share those with you now. So the first company that will be going on to the main stage that you will be seeing tonight is Paramian Technologies.
Congratulations.
Ta-da! Thank you. Oh, wait, hold it. Can you see it?
There, we got it.
All right, fantastic. We are excited to see them. Now, I want to tell you a little about this bonus prize, which is the Optics Valley bonus prize for Exceptional Optics Company, USAT. So USAT will also be winning $5,000. Congratulations. The judges said that both of these companies could really have a remarkable impact on the entire industry, and both deserve to be recognized. So very excited that both Optics Valley and TEP were able to create those prizes. So congratulations to both of those companies. And I wanted to share with you a little bit, and you can learn more about those companies. So we're going to hear from Paramium right now.
Premium Technologies, we're a sheet metal manufacturing company. What we do is manufacture free-form metal panels for radio telescope arrays. So right now, antenna designers, they don't have a good way to prototype and optimize their designs. And with our electromagnetic technology, we can manufacture like small batches so that they now have access to optimize their designs. Me and the team go way back. They've been developing this technology for years. And now finally that we've won a National Science Foundation grant, and we can start building our company around this technology. With the National Science Foundation funding, it comes in phases, and we're currently in phase 1. And there's like a delay between phase 1 and phase 2. We need to fundraise and show that we're a viable company financially for them. So in that gap period between phases, we would like to continue our research and continue developing our minimum viable product. And this funding would help in that period. This is a portion and prototype of our flexible mount. Basically, this would deform into any shape the customer would like. And it would go into either an oven, or we would use our induction method to slump either glass or metal over this flexible mold. We started in the University of Arizona Center for Innovation incubator program, which has been super helpful. And our team at Premium is very thankful, especially during COVID, to have such a strong community, even virtually, between UACI, Startup Tucson, and the Arizona Tech Council. We heard about IDEA funding through the University of Arizona Center for Innovation, and we thought it would be a really valuable tool to develop our pitch, presentation, and delivery. Reach out to our company at info@premium.com. Big thank you to Tucson Electric Power for sponsoring this award.
I am John Dennis. I'm the chair of Optics Valley. Optics Valley is a committee of the Arizona Technology Council and is the industry cluster that supports optics, photonics, and astronomy throughout the state of Arizona. Optics is a very important technology in many, many aspects of our daily lives. These days, going everywhere from self-driving automobiles to your cell phone. The University of Arizona is a world-renowned, world-class center for optics and photonics and for astronomy. And so the technology that is coming out of the university really is an important and a key element to the entrepreneurial technology here in southern Arizona. Clusters are very important because they provide a critical mass of related companies around a similar technology. So in our case, we have optics, photonics, and astronomy that all relate to each other because of the use of the optics technology. As I mentioned, we have a lot of optics technology that comes out of the University of Arizona, and the challenge that we have is how to commercialize that with a major financial impact. We have lots of technologists. We do not have nearly as many business people to actually run and build those companies. And another challenge that we have is in the area of technicians. While we have PhDs and engineers that come out of the university, we need those technicians to build the stuff that they design. Even though within the optics world, Tucson is a well-known destination and center, we we have a big challenge locally to increase the community awareness and knowledge around optics. And in fact, our next event is on the 16th of May, which will be a celebration of the International Day of Light, and that will be a very much a community-focused event, not an industry event.
USAT, US Tech, is a research and development company working on technologies, SATCOM technologies, photonics, and avionics.
We recently won the NSF grant, and we're very excited about launching the product and bringing it to the public. So in the meantime, with this grant, we are able to identify customers, describe and define their behaviors and their purchase aptitude, if you will, and all things that is related to the research and development stages. So we're very excited to bring this in and just get started.
I look the field of technology, and not that much minorities are really doing well. And as I finished my doctoral, I thought that I should really work hard to bring up something that will not just, serve me just a purpose of just making money, but something that will really help communities. My message basically is to all those people with an aspiration of coming up with a technology, and it will be more particularly to minorities who are disadvantaged in terms of having the support necessary to get their foot into that type of technology. My message to them is to not get discouraged. So this is a mock product of the antenna that I'm developing. Of course, this product will come with all the electronics that goes with it. But the special feature in this type of product is this lens measure only 7 centimeter diameter. That is 70 millimeter. The technical characteristic of this antenna overperform those existing technologies. And if we augment this size to just like a basketball size, the performance will be totally unmatched. So that is one of the features of this. We like to thank Optic Valley for their support. Actually, my receiver, the receiver product line, have a huge component of optical because we will be working in near infrared laser. So I look forward to hand-in-hand work with Optic Valley.
Welcome back to the Science and Technology Hour. We are so excited to talk about the Young Entrepreneur Prize, but I want to talk about how this day has been going. How do you think the day has been going, Dre?
Good. I've been so excited. Our participation has been amazing. I've been really blown away by the voting that's been happening for the People's Choice.
Yeah, and if you haven't voted for the People's Choice, make sure you jump on and do that now. I want to say from us switching from in-person to online, it's been pretty smooth and very exciting for our companies. So let's jump into the Young Entrepreneur Prize. Who is the winner of the Young Entrepreneur Prize, Dre?
All right, very excited. And this is, again, just to add, this is the first year that we've actually done this, and we are super excited that the McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship at the University of Arizona has sponsored this prize, and they came in as a co-presenting sponsor, a huge partner this year. So we're gonna hear a little bit from the winner and also from Alyssa Bilfeld. But with no further ado, the winner of the Young Entrepreneurship Prize is...
Revolut Robotics. Congratulations, Revolut Robotics. Now let's hear more about them in their sizzle reel.
My name is Dr. Alyssa Bilfield, and I'm a faculty member at the McGuire Center, and I'm also serving as the interim director. The McGuire Center is actually one of the oldest entrepreneurship centers in the United States, and it's been really a cornerstone of the entrepreneurship community here in Tucson for a few decades. We collaborate with a number of different community partners, but we also focus on really building the entrepreneurship community within the University of Arizona community. So idea funding has played a really important role in McGuire's past. And so this year, no different. We wanted to be a big supporter of idea funding. And so that's why we decided to step in as a co-sponsor. The McGuire Center decided to create the first ever Young Entrepreneurs Award as part of this year's idea funding, because young entrepreneurs are a huge part of what we do, and we want to help stimulate creativity amongst young people in Tucson. So it was really hard to decide who to select for the McGuire Center's first Young Entrepreneur Award. The center went through this process collectively, and we all decided that Revolut Robotics was our number one choice. There were a number of reasons. One of the reasons is because this particular team really embodies the entrepreneurial mindset. They're very creative and innovative. And then the work that they're doing is really at the cutting edge of the fourth industrial revolution. So they're really blending robotics with big data and addressing important sustainability issues that apply to agriculture, but also have wider applications as well. The McGuire Center is really excited for Revolut Robotics, and we've been impressed with this team so far, and we want to wish you the best, and we're looking forward to seeing what you're doing out in the world.
I've been working for 4 years on robotics, and there are some problems with robots. They cannot operate for a long time. They cannot operate in every domain. They're either on the ground or flying, and that causes some problems. And I think the future is going to be robots, so that's why we started this. We wanted to make something that solves all those problems. So what we came up with is a robot that can roll on the ground and can also fly. What we achieve with rolling is that when you roll, you save up to 10 times more energy because you don't have to defy gravity. And when you reach an obstacle or somewhere you cannot go, you just start flying. And with those two combined, you can operate on every domain you want. And that's what we're proposing.
The nice thing about McGuire is you get an opportunity to really go all in, and you have all these mentors who are so selfless. They go out of their way to give back all their time and experience and, really almost hold our hand through the process and, give us all these tools to build a strong foundation for our business. And so they've been a huge part of our success and something we're very, very grateful for. Right now, we've spent the last 8 months sort of getting through our first major phase of our development, and that's getting a prototype ready so we can start field testing, getting feedback, iterating the design. So this money is actually going to help us complete that phase in the next 2 to 3 months, we expect, and start on our next major phase of 3, which is getting the MVP out and starting to test it.
I always had ideas of building things. I have a list full of ideas, and I think one thing that is important for everyone who wants to start something is don't be afraid. There's a lot of things you have to do. There's a lot of things that's going to be coming down the road. But I feel like if you just start it and when you're in it, you figure out things out, that would be the fantastic way to go forward. And that's my suggestion.
Our first major sort of validation that we were on the right track was being picked up by NSF I-Corps as well as Tech Launch Arizona. And shortly after that, we were fortunate enough to win the iExpo Social Impact Award and Greatest of All Time Award. And then, of course, the Idea Funding Young Entrepreneurs Prize, which is very, very awesome and great validation that we're doing the right thing, we're on the right track. We've talked to several companies in Germany, as well as one of the leading autonomy experts in robotics, and they're very interested in what we're doing. They think we're making great progress, and it's just great motivation to keep going and stay on the path that we're on. So if you're interested in learning more about our company, check us out at revolutrobotics.com. Our next steps for the project involve finding some new autonomy engineers, as well as getting this MVP designed and start working on that. So right now we're looking for support from the community in finding advisors, mentors, hard tech, and agriculture, as well as any connections to some great engineers or anyone else that's willing to share some guidance about how to take this to the next level.
All right, congratulations Revolut Robotics to be our first ever Young Entrepreneur winners. We are super honored and proud to have this prize with the McGuire Center. Now I do want to bring on a friend of mine, Delise, right here. If you have been enjoying our social media, it has been this amazing person here. She has just started her own marketing firm, Apostrophe Marketing. So if you want amazing social, here's the lady. And I'm going to have her introduce our next segment to kind of wrap up this hour and have a little fun. So Delise, what's
Thanks,
happening
Dre.
next?
Well, we've had a lot of fun watching all of the awards, and there's been some really great winners, so congratulations to everybody, but I don't know, I haven't laughed enough today, right?
I could do more.
Let's get into some comedy. Let's see what's going on. Let's see how funny you guys are here in Tucson, and check out some sketches.
And he goes, my dog is trained to detect all drugs. Meth, heroin, marijuana. He's even trained to detect people. I said, oh, there are definitely people in this car. How do you think we're talking right now? You needed a dog to tell you that? You're bad at your job.
My first bully was a bus bully. I was in second grade at the time, pudgy, could barely speak English, and in the 90s, that's just begging to be bullied. And my bully knew that. They were on me like a fat kid on cake, or me on Cheetos Puffs.
Dogs. What dogs are thinking right now? John.
Gee, I'd like to interrupt a Zoom show.
Bro.
Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me?
I think they're thinking that always. Mike.
Hey, where you going? Hey, where you going? Hey, where you going? What are you doing? I love you.
Daryl.
She's doing yoga. Time to hump her leg.
Dogs. What dogs are thinking right now? John.
Gee, I'd like to interrupt a Zoom show.
Bro.
Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me? Is that a treat for me?
I think they're thinking that always. Mike.
Hey, where you going? Hey, where you going? Hey, where you going? What are you doing? I love you.
Daryl.
She's doing yoga. Time to hump her leg.
Rob, I saw your hand.
I like squirrel.
David.
Why won't they leave the house anymore? Someone needs to chew the drapes while they're gone.
John.
Gotta pee.
Excellent. All right. How about, I've got a two-parter, so I need two different things. If blank had starred in blank.
Oh, nice.
If blank had starred in blank. You can give me either blank or both. I like the first two I saw. If Snoopy had starred in Cats. Daryl.
I typed in my manuscript, what if the memories were in the daylight?
Mike.
Hey, where y'all going? Where y'all going? Where you going? I love you.
Rob.
Suit make me look fat.
Rob.
Charlie Brown, he brings out my food and puts it down.
David.
To quote my owner, good grief.
Nice. John.
Red Baron, I'm after you.
I love it. Okay, I saw another one in the chat that I really like for this same prompt, so I'm going to do it. If the Muppets had starred in The Godfather. David.
You bring this here to me? This on the day of my daughter's birthday and wedding, whatever.
Take the gun. Leave the cookie.
John!
Oh no! That would have killed Grover! Oh no!
Sesame Row!
He made me an offer I couldn't refuse.
David!
He's dead! Waka waka!
Oh, that's
Oh, we're
perfect.
killing ourselves tonight.
Daryl!
Imagine Gonzo's head in the bed.
And it's scene! We're not going to get any better than that.
All right, congratulations, Unscrewed Theater, and thank you so much for sponsoring that prize, Tucson Comedy Alliance. So, as we just kind of finish up the Science and Tech Hour, I did want to call your attention to an amazing event that we are partnered with that will be happening tomorrow. If you love today, you're really going to want to see the Innovative Cities Day. This is run by the Rothschild Fund for Civic Innovation. It is an amazing conference that brings in national speakers to really talk about what is the future of our city. And just like we heard about earlier in the panel today, where what is it that we need to do to set up our community for success? We have some amazing speakers. So definitely head over there. We'll drop a link so you can sign up and register for that. This has been this will be absolutely great conversation. Some of these folks have come before last year to 10 West Impact Festival in 2019, and it was really some of the most interesting content that we had. So big shout out to them. Go over and register. It's free and phenomenal content. Okay, so I think we've announced some winners today. If you're keeping track, the main stage will be Micro Safari and Paramium. Coming up next, we're going to find out who's going to be the Bio and Life Sciences. But before we do that, I wanted to do a little bit of a raffle. So Wendy, calling over Wendy here, is going to announce our next winners for the raffle. All right, who we got? We have...
Right. Our next raffle prize is this But First brunch package.
She named all of these. They're all really cute.
And so in here we have some coffee from Yellow Brick Road, a variety pack. We have some really cute mugs and candles from Spring and Vine in there.
Amazing.
And
can I put that? No, you
here's
can't
some
see
of
it.
They're just blobs, but and then some gift cards as well to a place for brunch. And the winner, drum roll, is Mikhail Olson.
Yay!
So congratulations.
Congratulations.
And then we have 2 more winners for our Downtown Tucson partnership bags again. So the first winner is Penny Simpson.
Yay!
Woo!
Congratulations, Penny.
Awesome. And then our second winner of one of these Downtown Tucson bags is Brad Potter. So congratulations and thank you guys for all of your support.
All right, wonderful. So again, reminder, we're going to take a quick break right now, and then we will see you back at the top of the hour for the Bio and Life Sciences track. We have, we're going to check in with Ben Rehnquist, who is actually the winner from last year's main stage pitch competition and has just had a successful exit. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to learn more about the Flint Foundation, and then we are going to announce the winners from that. So join us back at the top of the next hour. Our voting has kind of gone crazy for the People's Choice. We've had over 1,500 unique voters, so keep doing it. That's phenomenal. Help these companies win a $1,000 People's Choice Award. And we will see you soon. All right. Thanks, guys.
Welcome to Arizona's Optics Valley. Optics and photonics are the science, engineering, and application of light used everywhere, every day. Arizona is home to world-class institutions and companies in optics, photonics, and astronomy. The industry has a $4 billion economic impact in Arizona. Optics Valley is the industry association that helps companies thrive through business acceleration, workforce development, and startup support, and connects Arizona companies to local and worldwide opportunities. The Optics Valley ecosystem supports strategic initiatives for innovation, growth, workforce development, and networking. Learn more about Optics Valley, where optics, photonics, and astronomy connect and grow.
Hi, my name is Camila Martins-Beckott, and I work for Tucson Electric Power, and I'm a senior market development representative. So kind of what that means is I work on economic development projects as well as some strategic engagement around transportation electrification and the technologies associated with that. We're an electricity company, right? We deliver electrons to your home, but really, I think in the background, we're a little bit of a technology company because it is such a complex process, and we are required to have different types of technologies in order to deliver the type of quality and reliability that our customers are looking for. And so we are always looking for cutting edge technologies that help improve our safety, reliability, and also the customer experience. We fully believe in improving the quality of life of the community that we serve, right? And so in order to do that, we need to support different aspects of the community, and the entrepreneurial ecosystem in our community is just one of those components that we really believe in that really help to further the opportunities for the community that we serve. And that's why we chose to support it in a big way. We really appreciate the work that you guys put into it. And I love the excitement and the innovation that happens in and around these
fun. This has been such an amazing day, and I have to tell you, so many of you have been reaching out to us with little notes and really appreciating the content, and I am so, so grateful for that. So keep sharing, keep putting it out there. We are building up to our grand finale of the main stage, so excited about that. This hour, we're actually going to talk and focus on biosciences and life sciences as well. This is a huge industry in Southern Arizona. We have a lot of startups that are coming out of the University of Arizona. This is really an important industry. So we want to focus on that. We also are going to talk a little bit to Ben Rehnquist and Bruce Burgess. Ben Rehnquist was actually one of the co-winners of the main stage from 10 West in 2019, and his company has grown phenomenally. He was able to make a successful exit, so we're going to chat with him, and then he identified Bruce Burgess as one of the mentors that really was supportive, so we're going to chat with them in a bit. Before we get into all that great content and announcing the semifinalists that I know you guys are all really wanting to know about, I wanted to share with you a little bit about Idea Funding is actually part of a larger event that's happening all month long, and this is Startup Together AZ. And there is a ton of different events that are happening all over the state. We're in partnership with a number of different organizations, Arizona Commerce Authority, Phoenix Startup Week, Moonshot, Local First Arizona. The whole schedule's up there, and we're just focusing on entrepreneurship, small businesses all month long. There's a ton of digital conferences. I wanted to point out, especially for this audience, that there is a Business of Bio boot camp that Moonshot is actually doing later this month. So if you are interested in how to ramp up a biosciences company, please check that out. A really, really fantastic event with some of our favorite friends up in Northern Arizona. So head over there, check out all the great events. You can pop into those. What's really been interesting, if you've been hanging out with us all day, you know that we've continued to talk about the importance of collaboration in Arizona, and that's kind of that's in the DNA of being a startup in Arizona, is the way that we collaborate cross cities, cross sectors, and kind of all of the ecosystem is at your back and supporting you. So that kind of leads into what we're going to be talking about with Ben coming up. He was really an example of numerous organizations supporting and hopping in. It was so exciting last year when he participated in Idea Funding, and he was able to win that prize, and his company has just grown. So we're going to hear a little bit from our main stage winner from 10 West 2019, and then we will be back to announce the semifinalists. So with no further ado, Ben Rehnquist and Bruce Burgess. Welcome back to Idea Funding, and we are all this hour going to be focusing on biosciences. This is a really important industry in Arizona, and we are really excited to have a couple of guests here. So we have Bruce Burgess from the Tech Launch Arizona, and then we also have Ben Rehnquist, who is the 2019 co-winner of the Main Stage Idea Funding Prize, and he's had a really exciting year. So I wanted to have a chance to connect with Ben about new developments in his company, and then also he identified Bruce as one of the key mentors that helped him build this. So we're going to talk a little bit about his growth path and the resources that are in our region. Ben was also a Flynn Scholar, so we'll be able to talk about all the different organizations that were instrumental in helping him to develop his exciting technology. So thank you guys both for being here. So a little bit of background on our guest this hour. So we have Bruce Burgess. He's a director of venture development at Tech Launch Arizona. He has over 30 years of business development in his role, and he's developed numerous medical devices, diagnostic and drug products to bring to markets worldwide. Prior to taking his role as in TLA, Bruce was a mentor in residence, and he was really helpful in Ben's experience as he built his startup. Ben, tell us a little bit about your company. Take us back to 2019, where you were at when you first started getting involved with Idea Funding and pitched on the main stage.
Okay. I'm going to take you back a little further than that. I'm going to take you all the way back to 2012 when I first started working with this technology. And that's the thing about bioscience technology it usually has a really long runway. It's going to take a lot of time to get from your idea all the way to a company that's sellable. By the time I was pitching at idea funding and working with Startup Tucson, we already had some sales. We already had some traction in the industry. We were focused, Generate, the company I'm talking about, was focused on developing a better way to genetically select fish for growth. Improvements in growth have occurred dramatically in the chicken industry or the dairy industry, but the aquaculture industry, because it lacked some tools to identify the best individuals, was having trouble making huge improvements in genetic selection, despite the fact that they had severe advantages over other species. For example, one fish can produce hundreds of thousands of eggs. So you should be able to have a fairly high selection pressure and really improve things. So when I came to idea funding, I was excited primarily actually about learning more about the startup community in Tucson and interacting with my fellow entrepreneurs. One thing I lack as a scientist is some of that business experience. And so learning from other entrepreneurs who had more business experience, but also who were going through some of the same trials and tribulations as I was something I was excited about.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, so that's a little bit of background on what the company does, how you ended up getting involved in idea funding. Can you catch up our audiences on what you've been up to now? What has this year brought for Generate?
Yeah, so at Idea Funding 2019, I was introduced to the Flynn Foundation Bioscience Entrepreneurship Program. And so I applied to that. We became members of that, and I'm still actively involved in Flynn Foundation. I really appreciate all that they did for us, as well as, obviously what Startup Tucson did for us. Since then, we've been acquired by a multinational company, IMV Technologies, yes, who's going to take our technology and apply it in sorting technology that they already had. So we had developed a way to automate our selection process so that we could test up to 1 million salmonid eggs a day. So that's salmon and trout. And they already had sorting technology and thought that this was an ideal fit. And so we're working with them to get our technology actually to a manufacturing point and a sales point that we can hit the industry at full force within the next year or so.
That is so exciting. We are all rooting for you, really excited. This is such a success story for you and for the Flynn Foundation, TLA, and Tucson more generally. So we're really proud of the accomplishments you've done. So Bruce, I wanted to bring you into this. When did you start working with Generate? Were there some early signs that you felt that that this company was going to be successful and this technology was really exciting to you?
I can't remember the exact year. Maybe Ben can remember. It's been a few. But as you know, Tech Launch Arizona is responsible arm of the University of Arizona for protecting university innovation and ultimately finding commercial value in it through licensing to either companies that currently exist, and it would be in addition to their portfolio, or in some instances, we help form a startup company around the technology because we feel that that's the better commercial pathway. And I spoke with Ben very early on. He brought me over to his lab and we looked at his research, and both he and I intuitively felt like this had tremendous value to the aquaculture industry, but we didn't have a good way to quantify it. So what we did is we enlisted the assistance of 2 student interns within the Tech Launch office, and they helped us really understand the industry from their point of view. And from that, we were able to put together financial models with a number of variables that we could then take Ben's research, apply those variables, and really understand what the financial impacts were going to be to the marketplace. And with that information, we sat down together and kind of laid out what we thought would make a good roadmap to take this technology to market through a startup. And it allowed us also to understand a little bit better on how best to position this within the marketplace. Was it a service? Was it a test kit that was sold to the producers themselves? All the different options that are available in the early stage thinking. and really refine those through interviews and through work and some pilot programs to eventually evolve into what Generate has become. So it was a very fascinating journey. As Ben said, it does take a little bit of time, but the investment was worth it because it did prove out to be a significant impact in the industry. And we're looking forward to seeing the growth of the company going forward.
Yeah, and if I can interject something, Bruce mentioned that model. That's still a model that I use when I'm talking to customers, so I show them the value. But also, he mentioned something else, which is the NSF. He mentioned off to the side the NSFI core program that we participated in, where we did survey our customers and we learned more about our customers, and that was an extremely valuable process as well. And that's actually, I believe, something that's open to the entire Tucson community. Is that correct, Bruce?
Well, with the connection to the university, we have to limit it in certain respects, but it is a fantastic program. We've had now 20 cohorts of attendees over the past 4 years. So it's really been a successful program for us.
Yeah, that's such an important part of our ecosystem because there's so many people that are you like Ben who have done tons of research, who have a lot of skills in the science spaces, but aren't really sure how do they convert an idea into a business. So, I mean, this kind of open to either of you. So some folks that are watching right now are maybe one of those people that have a really great scientific innovation. How can they start to assess for themselves, okay, this is something real that I've got to think of and that I could actually commercialize? And then what steps would you recommend that they take to start to tease that apart even further?
That's for you, Bruce.
So could we run that again? Sorry about that.
No. So my question is, you know, there's a lot of people that are out there that do have an innovative scientific breakthrough, but aren't really sure how to make it into a business. So what are the things that you use to evaluate the market potential of a scientific idea?
Well, within the university, we focus on innovations that come through the research of our faculty and also from our staff and graduate students. One of the first things we do is when an invention disclosure comes into our office is we have a team of student interns who assist us in really understanding the full commercial landscape around that invention. Who else is working in this area? What new advances are being made in that particular area that the invention includes. We take a look at other patents that are out there to understand if anybody else is doing something very close or almost identical to it. And then we put together what we feel is a roadmap on how we think it could best be commercialized to have impact. And that can either be through licensing to an existing company who might value this as part of their product portfolio or services, or we can also look at it as a potential startup company in order to bring that forward in the early stages. Because sometimes the technology is so early that larger corporations want to see a little bit more proof of the concept, more proof of customer acceptance before they start to get excited about it. And the best way to do that is through a startup company.
Yeah.
And to follow up on what Bruce said, that's actually why Generate was started. We tried to find people and companies that were excited about licensing this technology, and they just weren't out there because they couldn't see the value in it yet. We had to get it to a point to where it was valuable. And I think that's one of the key things. Like, as a scientist, one of my primary goals is to do science that's actually going to change the world. It's not, my goal is not to start companies and to go through it that way, but to actually get the stuff that I'm doing in my research lab out there to the world to where it can make a difference. And so sometimes we have to do a little bit of the legwork, get that company started, get it out there far enough that other companies actually see the value in the technology. Because going from a scientific idea in a publication to something that's sellable, a sellable product to a customer, isn't always obvious to those that are outside the research field.
Right. It sounds like you have to do a lot of legwork to make an argument. It's about positioning it, and it's about laying it out a way that other people can see it that don't know, oh, this number is really exciting, so they want to hear the whole story about how this business or how this technology could really impact them. That's really cool. So you talked, Ben, about a number of different organizations that you got involved with as you were kind of building this narrative to be able to really put in that legwork to make it something that customers would be able to immediately get the value of. Are you thinking back, are there any things that you wish you would have known or services or supports that would have been additionally helpful to you as you built this?
I think I have a unique advantage being at the University of Arizona because we do have such a good support staff, support system with Tech Launch. But Startup Tucson, I started attending some of your coffee hours, and those are great. Desert Angels has recently been putting on a lot of Zoom meetings where you can go in and listen to people talk about what investors looking for, how to put together an investor pitch. I think a lot of those resources are actually becoming more and more available with the current pandemic because everybody's going to Zoom, and so anybody can attend at any time, which is an advantage to take, something we can take advantage of. I didn't know about Flynn Foundation. I also know that within Phoenix, there's another innovation type program, and I would have to look that up. Sorry.
There's the Arizona Innovation Challenge.
Yeah, the Arizona Innovation Challenge.
And Venture Madness.
Yeah, so there are some amazing opportunities. The Arizona Bioscience Roadmap Committee is working around the clock to try and encourage bioscience industry. If your innovation requires some sort of manufacturing, I've been lucky enough to find out about some of these small manufacturers in Phoenix. PADT is one of them that will actually work with an inventor to make their invention actually come to life. So I think the best thing you can do is network, meet more people, get out there, start talking to people, because you may think your problem is unique to you, but there's virtually no chance that that's true. Everybody's running into very similar problems.
Yeah, it does. Again, it does require a little bit of legwork to get out there and to access the information. And I think you're right. I think maybe even a few years back, there weren't as many resources, as many events. And I think that there's continuing to grow the number and quality of the supports that are available to startups as they're really looking to solve some of these challenges for their companies. So what would you say, Bruce, you've been in this space for a while. What are some of the things that are exciting opportunities for our region as we think about becoming really well known in this space for biosciences?
Well, the biggest thing is just the overall network and ecosystem coming together. Desert Angels has been a part of our ecosystem for a number of years. The University of Arizona Center for Innovation, but now we have Arizona Forge. The Arizona Commerce Authority has put together a lot of new programs to help support early stage companies. The Flynn Foundation has always been very supportive of all the work that we're doing. And what I'm really excited to see is that we're starting more and more to work together and network together so that we're combining to create an ecosystem that's really supportive of all different types of startups, not just university startups, but startups that can come from anywhere within the community. And we're also finding a lot of people that are interested in relocating now to Tucson because they see the favorable environment that we offer compared to other places that are becoming prohibitively expensive, like in the Bay Area, on the coast. And as we develop these resources, we're going to see this ecosystem continue to thrive and build upon each other. And with that comes the additional networking that is available, the resources and expertise and knowledge of people local to the area that can be a mentor to startups, that can be advisors, can be potential board members, potential investors, as we have a lot of retirees that come here who were formerly very high executives within various industries. So all those components start to meld together into a vibrant ecosystem that can really support growth going forward.
And on the other side of that, and what we should be excited about, or I am excited about as a professor, is that it creates opportunities for our students as well. And so they've got opportunities. Our bioscience students have jobs within the region that they can then apply to, and we can keep them around.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's a critical mass that's forming, and that then becomes self-sustaining because, as you're saying, there's new talent coming in with the students, and they're being able to stay, grow, thrive, and build new companies here too. So that is really exciting and such an opportunity. All right, so just to wrap this up, Ben, what is on the horizon for you? What's on the horizon for any new technologies that you're thinking about?
Yeah, we've got 2 new startups that I'm working with that I've founded. One is focused on, again, genetic selection in animals. Instead of focusing on aquaculture, we're going back to my true love, which is cattle, pigs and chickens. I grew up on a feedlot, so that's kind of where I'm coming from. And then my wife and I she's also a scientist at the University of Arizona, have co-founded a company focused on drug development for diabetes. And so we're excited to bring that forward as well. I think that that's a company that we want to grow here in Arizona and focus on for the next 15, 20 years. So we're excited.
Oh, that is exciting. Is it, does it have a name yet that we should all be looking out for?
It does have a name. It's levendocrine. So we're focused on how the liver creates hormonal signals, and endocrine is hormone signaling, and liver is at the front. So it's livendocrine.
Levendocrine. All right, you guys, you heard it here. Got to look out for this up and coming company. We're really excited to continue to follow your growth, Ben.
My name is Matt Lingard. I'm the lead of Baer's greenhouse facility in Marana, Arizona. We just opened our doors about a year ago. We selected Tucson in large part because of the vibrant startup community and the vibrant science community inside of Tucson, science and technology. University of Arizona is, of course, a huge driver of that in the region. And then groups like Startup Tucson are, of course, incredibly impactful to the region. And that's exactly why we wanted to be here and take part of that, innovation economy. So, I think a lot of people hear agriculture and they have this idea of something that was going on 100, 150 years ago. And the reality of modern agriculture is it is a steam field. It requires all of that. It's super high tech, whether you're out in a field or whether you're inside of a greenhouse, the level of technology is incredibly advanced. So we use robots, we use sophisticated data systems, sophisticated imaging systems, and we hire people from a huge variety of backgrounds. Biology, of course, is huge to what we do, both from the how do you manage a plant to the how do you understand the genetics of the plants that we have inside of our greenhouse. We are so invested in our community because of the strong desire we have to hire great talent. We also live in our communities. So I live in Oro Valley, and I want to make sure that our communities are friendly to the types of businesses and the types of educational opportunities that create opportunities for people. Since we came to town, since we broke ground 3.5 years ago, we've been investing as much as we possibly could in groups around Tucson. And so things like the United Way, the food bank, different educational groups that we've worked with in the public school, as well as in some private initiatives, are all places that we've not only spent time volunteering, but we've also been able to donate financially at times to different initiatives. And it's something we're really proud of. And it's a big part of what brings us to work every day beyond just growing these really amazing plants that we're growing in our greenhouse here.
All right, the moment we have all been waiting for. We are going to unveil the winner of the Bio and Life Sciences pitch competition for this vertical, brought to you by the Flynn Foundation, Gore, and Moonshot. So the semifinalists for this were Theracia Pharmacy,
Medfora, LabPair, AZ Technica, Homer Farms, and Scintillation Nanotechnologies. And the winner is Dre.
Da, da, da. Metfora!
We're getting better with the focus in the chat. Congratulations, Metfora.
They will be going on to the main stage tonight, and then we are going to hear a little bit more about them, and then we have some more bonus prizes. So you're going to want to check those out, but first let's hear from our winning company, Metfora.
Metfora is developing an innovative new technology for detecting and diagnosing, and it's based on the use of metabolites and analyzing metabolites in the patient blood to look for a pattern that is indicative of specific diseases. This is really new and very exciting.
Currently, our population is suffering a lot from chronic diseases. The statistics say that 6 out of 10 people have one or several chronic diseases, and this situation is going to be worse because the population is aging, and because with the COVID situation, we expect to have people suffering more from chronic diseases. We really try to help these patients by developing the way of diagnosing the disease much earlier.
Initially, when we started the customer discovery interviews, it was a great learning experience. We spoke to different customer segments, we spoke to doctors, we spoke to patients.
I think ecosystem in Tucson is so great compared to other places I have been. So we started, our idea first in Tech Lunch, Arizona. So as a faculty, you can come to Tech Lunch and explain your invention, and they take it very seriously, and they provide you with all the opportunities to patent, to test your hypothesis even more. So we get the asset development grant from TLA to explore more what we can do with our technology. And also it's interesting when you participate in one thing, like TLA sent us for local run by University of Arizona customer discovery. Then you discover next thing. It's beautiful how it's organized here. So you can be so involved in your startup first steps. You get so much help, and you obtain the different angles of view, and that's all nourish actually the first startups, and it's very important for setting the next step in that direction.
So we have a number of initiatives at the company and very little money to do it. We're in the middle of doing a regulatory review to really understand our regulatory strategy, and that's moving along very nicely. We also want to do a detailed intellectual property assessment with an outside patent counsel to really understand the patent landscape. And I think this is where the funding, if we were to win, the funding would go. Beyond that, we of course need to set up our own laboratory for the company. These here are academic labs, and for us, an important next step is for the company to have its own ability to do these experiments.
When I first met Metfora, I actually was randomly assigned to the room, and I immediately could tell that there was a passion in their founding team. They were all about the promise of what their technology and idea could bring. And I immediately latched on to that excitement. I loved working with them, and I'm so happy to see that they've been given this award.
So I'm Brad Halverson. I'm Executive Vice President with the Flynn Foundation. We're a private nonprofit grant maker based in Phoenix. We exist to improve the quality of life in Arizona. For the last 20 years, we've been working to strengthen and advance Arizona's bioscience sector. Southern Arizona has always been a critical region in our state. It's always been a hotbed of entrepreneurial activity in the biosciences. Southern Arizona has distinctive assets in the biosciences and optics, diagnostics, research, and testing. We've been working very closely with Southern Arizona Leadership Council over the last 15 years. About 15 years ago, we worked with them to launch the Southern Arizona Bioscience Roadmap to really develop a hub of the biosciences in Southern Arizona, and to work on Southern Arizona's distinctive assets. And so that's helped we hope to lay the groundwork for the many successes that we're all seeing today in Southern Arizona.
Hi, I'm Juliette Gomez, Bioscience Program Manager at the Flynn Foundation. The Flynn Foundation is proud to support IDEA funding for 2021 because it's a valuable opportunity for our entrepreneurs to network, learn from each other, and get valuable exposure as well as valuable feedback on their pitches. We are especially thrilled that IDEA funding has a biotech track for Arizona's biopreneurs, whose mission is to create value from life science innovations. There are many incredible biopreneurs in Southern Arizona making a difference in healthcare outcomes and agricultural biotechnology now and for the future.
All right, congratulations, Metfora, and thank you so much to the Flynn Foundation for their support. All right, we have some bonus prizes for this. So in a special partnership with Gore and also with Moonshot Moonshot at Nason up in Flagstaff, there are 3 companies were selected from the biosciences to receive a full year of free incubation, digital incubation from Moonshot and Gore. So these 3 companies the judges selected for their outstanding performance during the pitch competition. So I'm going to announce those now. And thank you so much to Gore and for Moonshot to sort of setting this up and creating this opportunity for these 3 different companies. And the 3 companies that will be receiving a year of free incubation, digital incubation, is AZ Technica, Homer Farms, and Lab Pair. So congratulations to all of the winners throughout this hour. A little bit about what we'll be doing. We're going to do another little raffle here, and then we're going to take a break, and then we are going to be back for our final hour of the industry pitch verticals, where we're going to find out who won the SAS. We have just about one more hour, an hour and a half more to vote for your favorite companies to win $1,000 with the People's Choice. So be sure to do that. You can vote below in the link below. And again, if you are interested in the business of bio, go to startuptogetheraz.com and check out from Moonshot their Business of Bio workshop that will be happening. They're doing a boot camp there. So again, you'll be seeing Metfora tonight on the main stage, and then AZ Technica, Homer Farms, and Lab Pair, you will be receiving a year of free incubation. So congratulations to all those winners. And Wendy, come on up to wrap us out of this hour with some more raffles. Come stand over here. All right, awesome.
All right. So
what do we got?
Next prize will be actually have 3 more winners of the Downtown Tucson Partnership Bags. So coming up first, we have Prajit Matharu, so congratulations. All right, our next winner is Barbara Coffee. So
Barbara Coffee! Yay!
You are getting a Downtown Tucson Partnership goodie bag. And then lastly, we have Liz Hernandez. So congratulations.
That's very exciting. Congratulations to all the winners.
Awesome. And then our big prize, we have the Lake Day basket. So this is going to be an In-N-Out goodie bag with a bottle opener and a t-shirt. We also have an avocado pool floaty, some passes to go kayaking in Parker Canyon Lake. So this prize is going to James Barrigi. So congratulations and thank you.
All right, great job, Wendy. All right, so that's going to wrap us up for the Bio and Life Sciences hour. Take a quick break, grab a snack. We're going to be back with the, actually some fun things happening next hour. We're going to do the Software as a SaaS industry vertical, but we're also having our mixology battles. So great time. So make sure to catch us back next hour for that, and we'll see you then. All right. Okay, and we're back. This is the final hour before the main stage pitch competition. We're on pins and needles over here, super excited to find out who is this final main stage pitch winner that we're gonna see here. Just a little bit, throughout this day, it has been so amazing to see all of you logging in and across the United States. So hello out there in Chicago and LA. We have some folks down in Sonora. ¿Qué tal? It's so wonderful that all of you have been joining in to follow us along throughout idea funding throughout the day. So we are going to, this hour, be focusing on software as a service. So our next panel is going to be a number of, actually we're going to talk to Herman and Charlie, who are two local founders who have a business in the software space. And this is a really great conversation. I really enjoyed it. They had amazing insights about what it's really taken to build a company and take it to the level that they have. So with that, I'm going to introduce the next panel, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to find out who won the SaaS industry vertical. All right, so see you soon. Welcome to this hour of idea funding. We're going to be focusing on SaaS, so software as a service, and all sorts of software and technology topics. So I'm excited today to speak to two Tucson-based entrepreneurs who are doing really incredible things in the SaaS space. So I'm going to have you both kind of introduce yourself. So Charlie, can you give me a little bit of background on yourself and your company?
Sure. So name's Charlie Maxwell. I run a company called Hivemetric here out of Tucson. Company's been operating since late 2016. I personally have a background obviously in software. I'm an engineer myself. I've been working in software for about 9 years now. Before that, I actually studied mathematics and physics. Didn't really see myself in academia, so I actually left the program and started pursuing basically software. Spent a couple times working for companies here and there, and then I guess kind of fell backwards into the entrepreneurial space, mostly out of just kind of a desire for a higher degree of creativity and I guess abstract problem solving. And that seemed to be a place, I guess, where you got to address unique problems with unique solutions. So again, the company Hivemetric, late 2016, we set out primarily to, tackle the problem of financial forecasting for small businesses and early stage companies. So that's what we do primarily. Since then, we've gotten involved in a handful of other stuff. So now we've done everything from, consumer application contracting. We spend a lot of time contracting for state and federal government. So we're kind of across the board now. But
all right, we're going to get into that in a second. So Herman, would you tell me a little bit about your background and how you started your company?
I'm going to keep it simple. And so my background is actually being undocumented here in the United States. I was denied healthcare services, and that's the reason that I created UniviDoc, which is my company. And with UniviDoc, we actually simply connect Hispanics here in the US that speak Spanish with doctors all over the world, meeting linguistic and cultural needs. And so far, that's what we have been doing throughout the pandemic. And we already connected a lot of Hispanics here in the US or around the world, from Japan, New Zealand, US, Latin American countries, with doctors all over the world. So that's primarily what we do. Thank you.
And Herman, so this is at you. Did you always plan on being an entrepreneur?
No, not at all. I think I was actually the system, the broken healthcare system that we have here in the US actually forced me to actually create the solution or become an entrepreneur to be able to solve the problems that I encountered in the past. And thus, me being unbanked, so we created a digital payment system for Unividoc, and also being the United Healthcare Services forced me to create Unividoc and connect Hispanics with doctors all over the world. And the same experience forced me to work and create a universal healthcare record that so Hispanics in the US can actually share with doctors all over the world. So the short answer is no. I was actually forced to become an entrepreneur.
I think that's interesting. I mean, something that we're always telling companies that come through Startup Tucson is really be focused on your problem. And in kind of different ways, both of you were driven to entrepreneurship by either a really compelling problem that you had faced, Herman, or in Charlie's example, you know, that longing to tackle big challenges and solve creative problems in a different way. So that's, you know, something that we're always talking to entrepreneurs about, and really both of you had that experience. So as you were kind of thinking about these problems that you wanted to challenge, Charlie, you talk a little bit about your background in software. Herman, can you talk a little bit about why technology is such a critical part of solving this problem? There's a lot of ways to talk about healthcare, but you took the route of a software platform and using technology to solve that.
So yeah, I mean, the simple answer for that when it comes to Hispanics is that actually technology, what is enabling is actually creating or enabling more access to the things that, for example, people like me, the people that experience the problem that I experience, they will obviously have better access to doctors, to doctors either in their home country or here. But if we're not talking about that healthcare specifically, we can actually talk about something else that technology will actually enable or empower Hispanics to experience other things in a better way, in easier. So technology is key. So I will say yes, technology is something that sometimes, even as 2021, we take for granted, but it is actually enabling a lot of people around the world, like I said, have better access to care, have something cheap to their house, and because they cannot go out. So yeah, it helps. Like it's a 360-degree help, and it's solving a lot of problems.
Right, and the unique problem that you're at, you needed a cross-border solution, and technology is really the best way to do that. So Charlie, you had mentioned earlier, you sought out to solve this problem of financial services for early stage companies. That's something that a lot of early stage companies have. They need to demonstrate their financial projections in order to build credibility for their company, but that's something that can be kind of challenging if you don't, like you say, have a full-time professional CTO on staff. But then you said, you know, you've sort of pivoted to start solving these other problems. So how is it that you, someone who's in kind of this financial space, ended up working for government contracts in healthcare and other ways? How did that kind of come about?
So it kind of came about by happenstance. You know, we set out with a relatively clear vision of, I guess, the target that we were trying to tackle. And along, I guess, in that process, right, you're effectively building upon like a technology base, right? And in doing that, you know, the vast majority of our team, because we were early stage, right, was all engineers. So you put a bunch of engineers in a room together, and you know, I guess common chatter just becomes talk about technology. The core is the vehicle of technology, right? It takes you places that you didn't intend to end up, just because it is a ubiquitous vehicle, I suppose. You know, if you become an expert in technology, you become an expert in solving problems, right? And the type of problem is relatively non-essential to the implementation of the technology. So we just ended up, I suppose, following the technology to bigger and bigger and bigger problems. And then, you know, fortunately, we ended up, I guess, where we are.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And Herman, you've similarly had to do that. You've sort of found that as you're trying to solve this one problem, you know, you start, like you were just saying, you had to actually add a banking system to it. So you had to kind of add tools to tackle this particular problem. So curious about this. So a number of the companies that have just participated in the pitch competition, they're building their software companies. I would love to hear from both of you as we wrap this up. What is kind of one piece of advice that you wish someone would have told you when you were in the very early stages of building your company? Charlie, I'm going to hit that to you.
All right, perfect. So I think one of the biggest things is there's a lot, everything in life, right, is premeditated to a certain degree, right? When you start down a path, you know, your brain just starts running and you develop this picture of what you imagine the path before you looking like. And it's kind of ironic, right? Because the product that we, you know, first set out to provide, right, is exactly that. You're trying to forecast, you know, 3-5 years into the future. And the irony is, my biggest piece of advice is at least from how you approach the development of your product and what it looks like, try not to do that, right? Try not to set, I guess, an expectation of what the end result looks like, right? Don't set expectations about, you know, synthetic deadlines of, you know, we have to have V1 out by X, Y, and Z date. You know, there's certain circumstances where a deadline makes sense, but at the same time, largely what you should be focused on is small piecewise progression and basically following the path as it lays itself out before you, right? It's really easy to get, you know, in over your head and immediately have, you know, this really robust expectation and this robust roadmap that you become, I suppose, committed to sticking to, right? That's not how a good product is developed, right? A good product is developed by following step to step, you know, the direction that is effectively as it lays out, and it grows in front of you. You know, sure, get your product as soon as you can into the hands of your users, get that feedback, because that will paint where your next step needs to be, right? But sometimes when you, you know, when you design your product in your head on day one, and you know it's going to take you 2 years to get there, by the time you're 3 months in, things have already changed. And if you are unwilling to adapt with how things have changed, you're not going to end up with a product that is organically designed and fits the solution that is actually needed by the people that you're designing it for. So I guess that would be my big piece of advice, is try not as much as hard as it is, right? Try not to premeditate the path before you. Take it as it comes, you know, and be flexible, because it's not going to end up the way that you imagined it would when you started.
Herman, I saw you kind of nodding along and kind of smiling as he was saying that. Is that similar to your experience?
Yes, I mean, Charlie is like right on the money. And to follow that path that he just mentioned, I will say for people that are just starting, they have to know their target market better than anybody else and focus on delighting them. Because if your customers, if you find a way and you somehow put something small that your customers love about your company, the odds of success are drastically going to be higher than any other company out there in the market. And the other, I'll say another quick tip will be to not to get caught up with the noise from people around you that haven't done anything but like to give advice. So and I'm guilty of that. I 100%. Like, I doubt myself many times, because a lot of people that haven't done anything say, you know what, I don't think that's how it works. But then, you know, I doubt myself. But at the end of the day, I went and tried, and it turned out to be like the way that I was planning or thinking about. So I mean, listen to people, get feedback and advice, get critical advice. And I like to call it find people that will kill your idea, but just learn from that and keep moving forward.
Those are really amazing pieces of advice. I know I said I was going to leave it there, but I just do have one last question. If I can ask both of you, what is kind of your proudest moment as an entrepreneur so far in this part of your journey? It could have been a product, it could have been a moment, it could have been a solution you found. So Charlie, proudest moment so far in your entrepreneurial journey?
It was probably quite recently. So as I kind of said, you know, in the way that we've pivoted, it's been a product of, I suppose, developing a niche expertise in a technology stack, I suppose, and following that technology stack to bigger and bigger solutions. and bigger problems. We've recently had the opportunity, I suppose, to, I guess for the first time in our career, most of the problems we address are synthetic, right? It's a need that exists, and your product can make it a little bit easier so people will pay you for it, right? But then there's real problems that are things that, you know, like what Herman is doing is a good example of a real problem. Like that is something that has material effects on people's lives. You know, as I said, as we moved into the government contracting space, we've had some amazing opportunities, I suppose, to address certain very real world problems, you know, that we, I guess, were able to see the immediate, I guess, the immediate payback, you know, and the ways that the technology, that this massive problem that sat in front of us, you know, and we threw our hat into the ring saying, hey, I think we can help you guys with this. And we were able to do so, you know. Certain big, massive issue that's plagued us for the last couple years, you know.
Sounds like somebody's in an NDA.
Yeah.
A certain big problem, yes.
Yeah. It's been really great to be able to see, I guess, the fruit of our labor in at a scale that I've never had the opportunity to deliver solutions for before, I suppose.
That is really exciting. That is really exciting. Herman, how about you? When is kind of like one moment that you really take away as kind of a really proud moment in your entrepreneurial journey?
Yeah, it also has to. I think I will say it happened like just recently, just like Charlie mentioned, and for me, she's connecting people every day. Every day, I receive a minimum of 10 calls, like with people once again from Japan, New Zealand, El Salvador, Colombia, Mexico. And here in the US, people crying and saying like, "Oh my God, thank you. The last time I saw a doctor was like 10 years ago, and I just saw a doctor through Nividoc." And you know that actually, like, you know, I get tears when I get these calls because I know what it's like. So the first time that I got the first call, I said, oh my God, I'm done. Like I'm successful. You know, I connected an individual somewhere out there that needed to talk to a doctor and never had the opportunity to do so, and they did it through Nividoc. So for me, that's success. For me, it made me happy. So that's one thing
That's amazing.
For me, yeah.
Well, the Tucson community is so lucky to have both of you. Both of your companies are such a shining example of knowing your customer, being really strong in your space and following the problems where they go. All right. Hello. Okay, so couple big announcements to make on the rest of this hour. We have the winner of the SaaS industry vertical. Then we're also going to announce the Social Impact Award. We have the Mixology Creative Battles. So lots of more fun content this hour, and then we'll be moving into our main stage pitch. But for right now, I wanted to share with you the Software as a Service pitch competition sponsored by the University of Arizona Center for Innovation. And the semifinalists are Patter, Elephant U, Obanj, Base, Fairfinch, and Fairfinch Marketplace. Congratulations to all of the semifinalists who worked so hard to get to this place. And the winner is Patter. Congratulations, Patter. You have won $5,000, and you will be moving on to the main stage happening at 5 o'clock tonight. So congratulations, and we would love to introduce you to this wonderful company. So enjoy the sizzle reel and watch more and learn more about Patter.
Patter is a software application that helps teams spend less time in meetings by giving the meeting organizers the tools to create, conduct, and close their meetings quickly and effectively. It's been especially important to me because I've been remote for a really long time. So I've had to fight through a lot of these issues of being on a distributed team. But as the pandemic hit and teams were forced into this world, meetings became a really big problem. And luckily, it's something that I've spent quite a bit of time solving. So I was able to help out and really streamline some of the issues that have come up in recent months. A lot of it has come from learnings of previous efforts that we've done. But one of the big things that we've learned is teams really have like software overload right now. Tons and tons of SaaS tools to help them move forward. And our goal is to actually help them be successful without having to reintroduce an entire tool set to their team. So one of the ways that we're doing this is by integrating with existing tool sets like Google Calendar or Zoom or Slack. So we streamline the process by laying it on top of the tools that they already use. So again, this just really supercharges the meeting organizers tool set. We are very early stage, and I am a solo founder. And as a lot of people know, building momentum with a startup is one of the hardest things to do, to go from 0 to 1. So doing it bootstrapped and doing it by myself has been quite a bit of a hurdle. So with the idea funding winnings, we can do things like actually bring on experts to lever some of the keys that we need in distribution and marketing. We can speed up the product development process and get a better product into users' hands. We can actually pull the trigger on some administrative stuff that just really cleans up the product and delivers a better experience to our users. This has been a few years' journey, and I still feel like I'm learning every day. You know, what's really been great about building in Southern Arizona is that there is this wonderful combination of an incredibly helpful community combined with the ability to actually kind of launch at a low cost. So, you know, putting things together that don't break the bank, that a bootstrap founder could actually do, has helped me stay in the game for the 4 or 5 years that I've been working on this, iterating through products, trying to find a value delivery, but all the while doing so with a community that remains consistently helpful. This is not a community that really pushes away failure. This is not a community that turns their nose at somebody that continues to try and try and try. So as somebody that, again, still feels like they're very early in the game, but is consistently pushed for year over year, a lot of it has to do with the community's support and knowing that there's a foundation of great entrepreneurs that are always here if I ever need them. The community at large, Southern Arizona's has been hit by the pandemic just like anybody else. So if you or someone you know is inundated with back-to-back meetings and this is a frustrating part of your life, get a hold of me, let me get you on the beta, and let's see if we can make your day a little bit easier.
Congratulations, Patter, for winning this award. The next word we're going to announce in this hour is the United Way Social Impact Award. This is a wonderful award that United Way has partnered with Startup Tucson and Idea Funding for a number of years to bring this award to the conference. And this year, no difference. They selected the winner and someone who really aligns with what they're trying to accomplish as an organization. So it is with great pleasure that I am able to announce the winner of the United Way Social Impact Award of 2021 is Diabetes Now. Congratulations. We are so excited for you and for your win this year. So we would love to share with you a little bit about United Way and also Diabetes Now.
I'm Melissa Dioria, the Senior Director of Marketing and Communications at United Way of Tucson in Southern Arizona. Our mission is to build a thriving community by uniting people, ideas, and resources. What a better way to build a thriving community than to engage with our entrepreneurs and those that are really coming up with innovative solutions to improve our community. United Way and Idea Funding, we've worked together for about 5 years now. We were the founders of the Social Impact Prize, and it really just spoke so much to how we believe that we have to work together as a community. We unite with the government agencies, corporate entities, the nonprofit community, and it made sense for us to be involved in the startup community as well. Entrepreneurs are key and pivotal to the success and the future success of our community. So it's been a great partnership, and we're really proud to be a part of it and plan on continuing to be a part of it. We focused on 3 main areas that we know improve the lives of everyone here in Tucson and Southern Arizona. That's education, financial wellness, and healthy communities. A thread through all of that is equitable access to all of that. And when we were looking at all the wonderful entrepreneurs that were submitted for the Social Impact Prize, one that really stood out was Diabetes Now. It's a company that provides discounted insulin, life-saving diabetes medication to individuals in our community. What a better way to show that we believe in equitable access than by supporting a wonderful company like this.
Diabetes Now is a patient-driven diabetes care company. We specialize in low-cost healthcare and pharmaceuticals. I had a very good friend that was struggling with affording her son's insulin. It was more than her mortgage. And so I started with working on the cost of insulin. And from there, I realized how many people needed healthcare as well. We have a lot of things coming together in the next couple of months. So the community that we're launching for people with diabetes, our RN healthcare, and then our pharmacy in June. And so all of this is coming together at this time, and to have this prize money just really means the world to us. So really helping with branding and marketing and getting the word out so that we can help more people. I had someone that was trying to sell me marketing, and the woman that was on the phone with me, when I told her exactly what I was doing, she started crying and said that her husband had been diagnosed with diabetes the week before, and they really had no idea where to go. And she said, "You are going to save a lot of lives." The reason that I started doing this is obviously because of my friend, but the more that I got into it, there were so many people that didn't qualify for Medicaid, for access or Medicaid, and that just couldn't afford health insurance. A lot of self-employed people just can't afford health insurance, or they have something that is a really high deductible. And frequently with diabetes patients, they'll have a $10,000 deductible. So that's a huge strain on a family, and they were having to make choices that really nobody should have to make between insulin and food or housing or anything like that. So we really wanted to provide a low-cost option so that you can take very good care of yourself and your condition and still be able to eat. I think that entrepreneurs do a better job of solving social impact challenges just because they have the creativity, they have the desire to solve it, and it's not based around a bottom line like it would be for the large corporations. So they're much more emotionally motivated. Someone is thinking about becoming an entrepreneur and starting that journey, I say just do it. If you have no idea where to get started, Startup Tucson is the place. They have all of the resources that you need. They will point you in the right direction and get you on the right track. So just do it, and everything else will fall into place. We are currently looking for an endocrinologist and a pediatric endocrinologist, somebody that's very well versed in their field and is interested in expanding their practice through telehealth. And also just looking to get the word out to people that might need our services. We've already made some great strategic partnerships in helping the community, and we look forward to starting with this specialty and then moving on. We've already been asked to start a community for cancer patients. So that's what's on the horizon for us, and I see us continuing with that in the future. Thank you so much, United Way, for choosing my company, and this just really means the world. I can't tell you how much this means to us and to our patients. Thank you.
Big challenges call for big solutions.
In the face of these challenges,
we at United Way
are stepping up to help unite for a better tomorrow.
Last year, United Way of Tucson served more than 155,000 people.
Thanks to the generous support of our community partners
and donors like you. With your help, we will continue to improve the lives of children, families, and seniors in Southern Arizona.
Coming to you from the historic Urban Grove, and we're here today to make hibiscus date syrup. First, we need our ingredients. We're going to start with a cup of dried hibiscus flowers, about 3 cups of dates. Today we're using Grove-grown Bari dates.
Rachel here with Cocktail Lab Arizona, coming to you from the historic Urban Grove, and we're here today to make hibiscus date syrup. First, we need our ingredients. We're gonna start with a cup of dried hibiscus flowers, about 3 cups of dates. Today we're using Grove-grown Bari dates, and plenty of water. Now to make our date syrup, we're using dates because they're lower on the glycemic index, but also we wanna use what's nearby. This grove was part of the original Reed family citrus grove, started over 100 years ago. We're gonna take our 3 cups of dates, pour it into our pot with 3 quarts of water, boil for about 15-20 minutes, and then we're gonna strain off the pulp, and the remaining liquid should be simmered for several hours. And what's left is your date syrup. The longer you simmer it, the thicker and sweeter your syrup will be. Now we're gonna make hibiscus tea, known in the Southwest as Jamaica. We're gonna use 1 cup dried flowers to 4 cups water, boil about 20 minutes, strain it, and now we have our hibiscus tea. Now to make our hibiscus date syrup, we simply combine 2 parts of our hibiscus to 1 part of our date syrup, and now we have 2 syrups. These will last several weeks in the refrigerator. Your date syrup you can use just as you would honey or agave, and our hibiscus syrup we're gonna make a drink with. Now for the fun part, let's make a drink. Most of us don't have bar tools at home, so we're just gonna use a jar with a lid as our shaker and a measuring cup. To make our drink, we're gonna use our hibiscus date syrup. Citrus, you can use any citrus you like. Today we're using Grove-grown grapefruits. And then you can top it with water or soda and ice. That's all we need. So we're gonna pour about 2 ounces of our syrup into our jar. And for the citrus, I like the grapefruit oil and the pulp. If you don't, just squeeze and discard. I'm gonna put about half a grapefruit. And now I'm gonna add my ice. And if you are using soda, now's the time to shake. We'll just add our water. And we have to give it a good shake so that we can integrate the ingredients and aerate them. And now we're ready to drink. The flavor of the Jamaica mixed with the acidity and the sweetness is the perfect backdrop for adding any spirit of your choice, whether it's tequila or gin, it will go great. Thank you for experimenting with us today, and we'll see you soon. Thank you to our hosts here at Urban Grove, and to learn more information, follow us on Instagram at Cocktail Lab AZ.
Okay, congratulations, Cocktail Lab AZ. We are really excited to now be able to speak to Eric Smith from UACI. He is the sponsor of this hour, and as we've mentioned earlier, one of our just key partners for bringing the pitch competition together. Thank you so much, Eric, for joining me today.
Of course, thanks for having me, Dre.
Now, I'm sure that most people know what UACI is, but there are a lot of folks that are joining us from all over the country today, which is so exciting. Will you share a little bit about what UACI is and kind of the role that you play in the Tucson ecosystem?
Sure. So the University of Arizona Center for Innovation is the University of Arizona's startup incubator network. We serve scalable science and technology ventures that either come from the university through the minds of alumni or technology transfer. But we also serve scalable science and tech companies that come from our community, that come from outside of the state. We have a few virtual startups, and in some cases from outside of the country through our soft landing program for international companies. As of today, actually, I just got word, we currently have 50 startups in our program.
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting. I love throughout this year, there's kind of been these milestones. It was like, oh, we're up to here, now we're up to here, now up to 43. And so 50, wonderful. That feels like an even, just an absolutely a wonderful accomplishment. Can you share a little bit about what are the types of things that a company would expect to get when they are incubated through UACI? I know there's some companies that are definitely listening to this because they will be pitching on the main stage soon. And so they'll want to know what comes with a year of incubation at UHCI. What does that look like for a company?
What's it all about? Yes. So we like to say that we serve through people, programming, and places. So kind of the cornerstone of what startups get when they come to UACI is our program. We take startups through a continuum of education activities, much like a roadmap. We're working with our startups on everything from their problem identification through pitching to investment and everything in between. So we really work hard to track their exposure to a given topic, but we're more than just education. We work with a lot of companies that have been through Startup Tucson programming or programming at Forge or others. And so we become an accountability partner, and we're really about implementation. So we track that as well. The staff that does this, we have an incredible staff. We have mentors and residents. We have 4 subject matter experts in key functional areas and a programmatic staff. And the startups meet with them on a regular cadence with all of these experts and mentors to really help them get through that roadmap and find product market fit, or fail fast and fail forward, which is okay. And it happens with startups. So the programming is one piece of it. We also hire interns from the university, and they work with our startups. Our startups also get connected deeper into our network of domain experts, business leaders, service providers, potential strategic partners, customers, investors. And then we're reactive. So when we get a phone call in the middle of the night saying, oh my gosh, this just happened, can you help me? We're there for our startups as well. So we have that. And then we have our places. We have 18,000 square feet. We're a part of Tech Parks, Arizona. So 18,000 square feet at the Tech Park. We have wet labs, dry labs, a prototyping lab, conference rooms, office spaces, you name it. We have a biotech incubator up in Oro Valley, where we'll have 4 in-resident startups up there. And we're currently building our 3rd location in our 2nd tech park, the Tech Park at the Bridges. The first building is called the Refinery, and is off of 36th and Keno, just south of campus.
I'm excited about that because then we're going to be neighbors. We're at the Forge, you're at the Refinery. Very exciting. You mentioned the Oro Valley. Can you talk a little bit about what are the types of industries that, UACI specializes in that folks should be aware of? If I'm this type of company, that's something that's a really good fit with UACI.
Yeah, so specifically up in Oro Valley, that is a 4,000 square foot biotech incubator. Most of it is a state-of-the-art lab space. And the reason that we're up there was really driven by need. You have wonderful companies at the time, such as Icogen, Roche, Bayer, we heard from Matt earlier today, and the general municipality in the area who had this need for technology incubation to help support that industry up there. And so we came in to help them serve that need. So companies that are there, for example, we have 2 there right now. We have Theracia, which is working on a technology to improve PET scanning for cancer applications. And we have Suvi Biodelivery, which is a drug delivery startup company. So it's startups that need that lab space, that need that state-of-the-art equipment, that are working in the biotech space and could gain access or use access to all those biotech companies. And an announcement from that one, actually coming up here on May 6th, I believe it is, at the Oro Valley Bioscience Spotlight virtual event put on by the Oro Valley Chamber. We will be announcing the 3rd of 4 startups that will be in that incubator. And they will actually be sponsored for a year in that incubator by the Oro Valley Chamber.
Oh, that is wonderful news. Congratulations. All right, so I've been talking to all sorts of folks throughout today of idea funding, and I've kind of asked them a couple of questions. I've asked them, what do you see as the primary strength that we can leverage as a region for our startup community? And then I've also asked them, what's the kind of the challenge that or the gap where we want to focus our attentions to really accelerate and grow in this time? So I'm going to ask you those same questions, totally putting you on the spot. Didn't prepare you for this at all. I was like, just get on here and talk about UICI. Now I'm going to throw a couple little hardballs at you. So can you talk about what would you say is sort of the key strengths of our region that makes you hopeful that we're going to actually come out of this whole pandemic and the economic fluctuations that we've been seeing? What would you say is our primary strengths that we should lean into?
Sure. So, first of all, I've got to say it's our entrepreneurs. I mean, you would have thought that when the pandemic hit that we would be struggling to find startups to work with, but we've actually doubled in the amount of companies that we've worked with since mid 2020. It's a true testament to the resilience of the entrepreneurs in our ecosystem, and got to be one of our biggest strengths. The second one is our ability to, as organizations that serve startups, to collaborate, to come together, and to really make it happen. We were so proud to help you and Startup Tucson with the down selecting and pitch training for all the wonderful teams that we've seen today. We have startups that are in our incubator, through the Forge program, for example, who are also now in there at no cost because of their relationship to Forge. And there are countless other co-working spaces and programs out there that we all work together, and we come together like this big giant umbrella for our startups. And I think that is a true strength of the region. The third one that I'll say is it's the people in our community. We have the most incredible people that are here for all kinds of reasons. They have all great experiences. I mean, we get hit up every single day from just absolutely wonderful, experienced individuals that want to mentor startups, that want to advise for them, that want to take on leadership roles with them. And you can't deny that. We have it here in Tucson. We have that kind of experience and talent. And a gap, I would say that for any region, there's always ways to improve. In some respects, as a region, we get in our own way by maybe trying to model our startup ecosystem after others. And I would suggest that we model it after ourselves. We are our own unique startup ecosystem. We have a lot to offer. And so I think sometimes we all need to be reminded that we're getting there, and we're getting there in the way that Tucson does it best.
I love that. Kind of to your first point, when I speak to other ecosystem leaders from other cities and they find out that the Tucson Innovation Partnership exists and that we get together every month and talk about, okay, what are you working on? What are you working on? How can we collaborate? How can we support each other? Any exciting companies coming through? Who should we know? People are kind of blown away by that. And also, that's my favorite meeting of the month. I love that.
Mine too.
Like, I love connecting with everyone. And so that's, I completely agree that that's been something that has, and I think that it just doesn't happen. It's been an effort on everybody's part to say, how can we understand what your goals are and how can we work together for the benefit of these entrepreneurs? Because they're out there busting their heinies, and we need to be there backing them up. And I'm so grateful that you said that, because I feel number one, and that's kind of been a theme throughout the whole day too. And then in terms of your gap, I think you put it so beautifully that we're walking our own path, and there's no way we can do it better. Like, other ecosystems have had challenges, and so we can learn from those. So love that wisdom that you're dropping, Eric. Okay, and then the final question that I'm going to ask you is, can you talk to me about like a moment of triumph that you've had this year where you've just been like, yes, aha, like you've been really excited about the work that you're doing, or about the city that we've been in? Can you talk just like a moment of triumph in the year of Eric Smith?
In the year of Eric Smith. So it's so easy for all of us to, especially these days, worry about what's going wrong or what could go wrong. And with all the news around us and the pandemic, it's difficult for me. A moment of triumph for me personally, if you ask me, when did I really decide this year that I was excited about what I was doing? The easy answer is every morning when I wake up, because I just have this incredible job where I get to work with, first of all, a team that is, second to none. I get to work with startups that are just so inspirational, that dig in every single day, push through their challenges and make it happen. But if I were to give you a more realistic answer, slightly more realistic, it's every single time we get together on Fridays, and we ask our startups. We'll average of the now 50 that we have, maybe 20 startups that get together with us every Friday. We ask our startups, so what announcements do you have? And that moment in my week is my favorite, because I just won an SBIR, or I just obtained a strategic partnership, or I just hired an employee, or I just became a semifinalist in idea funding. And there is no better way to cap off any week than to listen to the successes of startups.
I love it. So that's actually capping up our successful hour over here. So we are going to be rolling into our main stage pitch competition. Eric and Casey and Anita have been amazing partners on this. It's a lot of work to turn our pitch competition into a digital pitch competition, work with 80 companies and bringing them through this. There's just a lot of organization. Casey was absolutely amazing. Eric was supervising it all. He was all on top of that. Anita,
I didn't lift a finger. It was all the team, I swear.
And so join us back at 5 o'clock. We're going to do that. We'll have our closing plenary by Mara Romero. We have some incredible judges, and I think we'll wrap up with our final raffle now. I'm looking at Wendy. No, coming up next hour. So now we have 15 minutes before that time. So this is a great time to grab yourself a little cocktail. We actually had Cocktails Lab AZ bring us by these little travel ones, thinking about our day today. So we will catch you back in 15 minutes on the other side. Eric, I hope to see you streaming from the other side. Thank you so much for joining me on this one.
Of course. Thanks again for having me.
Bye. See you in 5. Hello and welcome back to Idea Funding. We are finally at the main stage grand finale of today. Thank you so much for being with us today. I hope that you had a good day and learned a lot about a lot of great companies here in Tucson, how you can support entrepreneurship. We are still live here from Arizona Forge, and this hour we are, for those of you that haven't been around all day, we are at our main stage pitch competition. So we will hear from the last 4 teams. They'll pitch in front of a live panel of judges, 5 minutes for pitching, 5 minutes for Q&A. And the judges will then deliberate and choose our grand prize winner, $10,000 and a year of incubation at UACI. Thank you so much again for being here with us today. You can continue to support the event as you watch right now by using the hashtag Idea Funding and tagging Startup Tucson. I want to do a quick shout out to our team. You guys have seen Dre throughout the day. She pulled all of this together this year, so huge round of applause for Dre for getting this up and going. Kanisha, our intern Wendy, Austin's been behind the scenes for us all day, making us look really good. Thank you, Austin. And Delise has been hitting up our social and keeping you all informed all day. I'm also super thankful to our board. Fletcher is here and will be delivering comments in just a minute, but our board of directors from Startup Tucson, really thankful for the support that they give our team year-round, and our pillar partner, Arizona Forge, who are in the space today. You'll also see a little bit more from them in this hour. Just a shout out to, remember this is a part of, Idea Funding is a part of Startup Together AZ. There are more events like this happening all month in April, so check out the website to learn more about how you can get involved with those. Innovative Cities is tomorrow, so make sure you check that one out. Lastly, we would be remiss without thanking our sponsors. Arizona Commerce Authority has come back again to support Startup Tucson in Southern Arizona, so big thank you to them and Andy for being here. He's one of our judges right now. Also co-presenting sponsors, Pima Community College and McGuire, and all of our other sponsors throughout the day who really made this possible. Again, we are giving away, once we do this grand prize, $65,000 throughout the day to local businesses and startups, and we really couldn't do it without you. Our sponsors, our partners, and the community that's here tuned in now. So shout out to La Suprema, who I know is streaming it live. A lot of our other co-working locations are watching. All of the finalists, congratulations. All the semifinalists, congratulations. And with that, we will turn it over to Fletcher.
So welcome to the 24th year of Idea Funding. This is the second year we've sponsored the prize, so we're pleased to be involved. I've been involved probably almost since the beginning, but this is the second year we've been a sponsor. So UA Venture Capital is a venture capital firm founded here in Tucson. We're dedicated to technology coming from the University of Arizona campus. We're just 3 years old. This is all new for Tucson, very new for the university, but we've invested in 15 world-changing companies that have all originated on campus. We're very excited about Tucson's future. Getting here has been a challenge, but we think Tucson's the next Austin. You see a lot of companies that are interested in relocating to Tucson. You see a lot of engineers and families of engineers, professional families relocating to Tucson. The startup community has never been greater. The work that we're doing, there are 3 venture capital firms now based in Tucson. The work that Startup Tucson is doing, the Forge Tech Launch. It's really a neat time to be in Tucson and involved in the startup community. I believe Startup Tucson is crucial to the changes in Tucson's ecosystem as it relates to the environment around starting up a company. Startup Tucson's become the concierge for all things startup. You want to learn something about how to start up a company. You want to involve, you want to engage, you want to be mentored, you want to be a mentor. Startup Tucson's in the middle of all that. And I just can't imagine where Tucson would be in this ecosystem environment without the work that Startup Tucson's doing. There's nothing more exciting than having an idea, launching that as a company, and seeing that become successful. I've enjoyed that in my career. I've actually enjoyed it over 20 times. Right now, we preside over 15 startup companies. And of course, everyone knows I started Providence here in Tucson, which became a multi-billion-dollar company. I will tell you, it was a lot more fun in the startup phases than it was after 10 or 12 years running a company of that scale. So for me to be able to participate with others and helping them launch an idea or launch a company is truly rewarding for me, and it's a really neat way for me to give back. The applicants this year should feel pretty lucky, because the applicants last year, a couple of them have really succeeded well beyond, I think, even their own expectations. And I think, this was a seed, and a little money can go a long way when you're a startup company. But a couple of them have really expanded. At least one of them we know has exited. So there's a lot to look forward to. And this is just a springboard, we think, for companies that are about to launch.
Okay. It seems like I was on mute. You think this far into a pandemic, I would know how to use a mute button. All right, folks, I'll just go ahead and tell you all again. I was chatting away. All right, so it's been a long day. I'm so glad that you guys are here for the pitch competition. This is an exciting part of idea funding. So we have the judges that are in their waiting rooms right now. We have the pitch teams that are in their waiting room. And how this is going to happen is that we'll let in the judges. I'll introduce you to all of the judges and get to know them a bit. Then we're going to let in each team one at a time, and they're going to pitch for 5 minutes. I'll put 5 minutes on the clock. I will give them a 1-minute warning, and then they're going to get 3 minutes on the clock to do Q&A. And then the next team will pitch. So our pitch order today, we're going to hear from Metfora, Microsafari, Patter, and Peremium Technologies. After this time, the closing for the People's Choice Award has closed right now. So we're going to tally all the votes and we'll be able to announce that winner. We're going to hear from Mara Romero. So we're going to have an amazing hour to close this idea funding out. And so with that, if we can start having the judges hop in here, I would love to get you a chance to know a little bit about our judges. As they start to filter in here, our judges this evening are gonna be Fletcher McCusker, Andy Lombard, who we've heard throughout the day today, Donna Hover, and Tony Wilkins, Alyssa Bilfeld. And here they are. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
I see Alyssa, Andy, Tony, Fletcher, Donna. Okay, fantastic. Folks, I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves. So we're going to start with Alyssa. Can you introduce yourself and kind of what your role is? And you've had a major part of IDEA funding this year. So thank you so much for participating.
Yeah, thank you so much, Trey. It's such an honor to be a judge. I'm really excited to see the finalists in all their glory. So my name is Dr. Alyssa Billfield. I'm a faculty member and also the interim director at the McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship, which is in the Eller College of Management at the University of Arizona. And we're so thrilled to be a co-sponsor this year of IDEA funding. And we've sponsored a Young Entrepreneurs Award this year as well for the first time. So we can't thank Startup Tucson enough and all of the ecosystem partners. And yeah, just really privileged to be able to participate in this stage of the day.
So wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Tony Wilkins, I would love for you to introduce yourself. You're kind of new to our ecosystem. You have been one of our favorite participants and mentors this year. So I would love the community to get to know a little bit more about you and kind of what is it that you do? Sure.
Well, again, let me echo Alyssa's gratitude for being here. I always love to talk to entrepreneurs and hear what's world changing. My name's Tony Wilkins. I am an early stage investor, and I tell people I invest more in DNA than data, looking for really bright entrepreneurs who have globally scalable, disruptively efficient digital properties run by amazing entrepreneurs where we think we can get 10 times our return within 10 years. We talk to about 650 entrepreneurs a year, looking for those 4 or 5 checks that we write to help be in the very early stage to help them reduce their learning curve and avoid avoidable mistakes, and just love to be involved in whatever ecosystem is helping get entrepreneurs off the ground.
Thank you so much, Tony, for joining us tonight. And with that, Donna, can I have you introduce yourself? You're also relatively new as a mentor to Startup Tucson and have been participating in a number of events. So I'd love the community to get to know a little bit more about you. Oh, you are on mute. I did that earlier. Big mistake.
Thank you. I was trying to be polite and be quiet. Yeah. So thank you so much for being allowing me to be part of this group and Startup Tucson. I am a commercialization partner with Tech Launch and also with Desert Angels. So I do growth strategies and help companies grow after they've started up. So we're looking for products and ideas that can be taken to the market. So thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All right, Andy, we've heard from you a couple times today, but just for folks that weren't able to join earlier, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Thanks, Liz. Thanks, everybody, and welcome to all those joining. My name is Andy Lombard. I'm Executive Vice President at the Arizona Commerce Authority. I run innovation, venture development, and small business. We have a number of great programs that many of you are aware of, including the Arizona Innovation Challenge. Over the last 10 years, we've granted and invested in 110 companies. Proud to say that portfolio is about a $1.6 billion portfolio after that time, and we're really, really happy about that. We also run the Venture Ready Accelerator. That accelerator also has been around for 10 years. We've graduated a lot of the great companies in Arizona, and we have a 97% success rate of follow-on funding. And then on the small business side, we do a number of programs, including our Small Business Boot Camp and Resource Collective, and we've just launched. What we're really excited about is the Arizona Innovation Network, which is a virtual platform for virtual accelerators. Our partners, like Startup Tucson, like Invest Southwest, like TLA, and all of our great partners at U of A and in Tucson, as well as a small business digital academy we're running on that. We've gone through our first 2 cohorts. We're going to scale the heck out of it over the next several months. Thanks.
Thank you so much for joining us again today. And Fletcher, if you can introduce yourself to the audience, you are our main stage prize sponsor for today. So wanted to save you for last.
Thank you, Dre. Thank you, fellow judges. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fletcher McCusker. In my real job, I am the founder and CEO of UA Venture Capital. We have a portfolio of 15 U of A related startups. This is all very new for our region. The fund's only about 3 years old, and each one of the companies we've invested in, we believe indeed will change the world. I'm proud to be involved with Startup Tucson, a board member. I currently chair the board. Dre has to put up with me regularly. And in my spare time, I run the Rio Nuevo Revitalization District, which is responsible for the revitalization of downtown Tucson. And I must confess, it's been a very challenging year. So thank you for participating via Zoom. We are excited to be doing this again and a sponsor again. Last year, the two companies we awarded the split prize have both gone on to very successful things. So we like to think we're a little bit of a good luck piece too. So with that, Dre, I think we can manage our little Zoom buttons and the judges are ready.
All right, fantastic. Thank you guys all for joining us. And all of you are experienced with pitch competitions. I know you know how it works, but just for those, we're gonna put 5 minutes on the clock. I'm gonna cut folks off if they start going to time, and then we'll have 3 minutes for Q&A. And the first company that we're gonna hear from today is Metfora. And so if we can have Metfora hop into the room and share their screen. And I will put 5 minutes on the clock. I am seeing the team joining now. Hello, Martin. Good to see you. Congratulations and good luck. Hit that mute button, unmute button rather. There you go.
How are you?
Fantastic. If you are able to share your screen, do so now. Button rather. There you go. Fantastic. Did you get
So
it?
it says disabled, so you'll have to enable my screen sharing. Okay, here we go.
There
It's
you
better
go.
now.
And just let me know when you're ready and I will press start.
I'm ready now.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martin Fuchs. I'm the CEO of Metfora, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to tell you about a powerful new diagnostic technology. And it's urgently needed. A recent study estimates that 45% of Americans suffers from at least one chronic disease. That percentage has been growing for decades and continues to trend upwards. Many of these folks are poorly diagnosed and diagnosed only late in the progression of their disease. The problem is that people go to the doctor presenting with nonspecific symptoms like fatigue and shortness of breath. Those symptoms, while they seem mild, are often the early stages of severe, potentially life-threatening conditions. Those people will often end up making multiple trips to the doctor over a period of several years before they're finally diagnosed. That means that the opportunity to treat the disease while it's in its early stages has been lost. So what's needed is a diagnostic method for these diseases that can detect them early. Preferably, it's also minimally invasive and ideally very cost effective. We come at this looking at something called metabolites. Metabolites are small molecules produced by the cellular machinery in its normal operation. They're indicative and reflective of the health status of the cell. When a disease is present, the pattern changes. What we're finding is that the pattern is specific to the disease. It's like a disease fingerprint. We use something called GCMS to measure these metabolites in blood samples. We combine that with machine learning, also called artificial intelligence, to extract the pattern from the data. We've done this for more than 150 patient samples, and we do it in a tiered manner where a first panel of metabolites is used to distinguish healthy people from people with different kinds of disease. If a disease is indicated, a second panel with different metabolites is used to pinpoint the exact disease that's present. What's been gratifying is that the results show that we can detect diseases very early, even before physical manifestations are readily apparent. That's unique to our technology, and we're actively putting intellectual property protections in place. The customers for our test are healthcare practitioners. Patients, of course, are the ultimate beneficiaries, but the customers for our test are the doctors who are treating them. And why would they use our test? Well, by comparison to current methods, the Metfora test is minimally invasive. It's a simple blood test. The cost is low, $200 compared to multiple thousands for these more complicated methods, and it's fast. We provide highly specific results in 2 to 4 days, shortening the time to diagnosis, meaning that treatment can start while the disease is in its early stages. It's also ideal for wellness testing. You can imagine getting this test at the time of your annual physical. And we think it will be a powerful tool for doctors to monitor the efficacy of the therapy that they're prescribing to their patients. We've conducted close to 100 interviews with primary care physicians, clinicians, and patients. And what we learned is that the primary care physicians are extremely enthusiastic. They see this having a major impact on their practices. And patients too. They're often misdiagnosed and given the wrong treatment. The market for this is big. Testing the at-risk population, that would be people who are 40 and above, roughly 150 million people, with an annual test costing $200, equates to a total addressable market of $30 billion. We also see opportunities testing the affected population. That's the 45% I told you about at the beginning. Here, the size of the market depends on the exact disease indications that we have, and will start small and grow over time. The technology I've been describing emerges from the laboratories of Professor Rafikov and Professor Rafikova at the University of Arizona. And I'd like to introduce the team consisting of the 3 scientific founders and myself, with each person bringing a different skill set to the table. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to open it up now for any questions that you may have.
Perfect timing, right on the nose. All right, well, I'm resetting that for 3 minutes. And go ahead, judges, you have the time now.
Hey, Martin, it's Andy Lombard. Nice job. Just a quick question. The FDA process on this, is this similar to like a CLIA lab testing, or what other requirements might be required from an FDA perspective?
Yes, Andy. So our business model is to launch this as a lab developed test. So rather than going through an FDA, IVD clearance process, the LDT approach will get us to market faster. And it's also, quite frankly, better suited for this kind of test. So that's the direction we're going.
Talk about the timing of that, Martin. How long does that process take?
So of course we have to validate it, right? So we can't get around that. So we still have to go through, a clinical trial process. The benefit is we don't have to wait for the FDA to review and approve our documentation. So we're a couple of years away, probably 3.5 years before we can launch this test, in my estimation.
So Martin, this sounds like a patentable IP product. The question is, what similar strategies work on metabolites that you're coming up against, and why are you better than they are?
Well, so metabolites for disease diagnosis is kind of a new idea. Metabolites themselves have been around for a couple of decades, but it's not in practice as a diagnostic method. So this is kind of a new concept that we're pioneering. There's a few other players who are like us going after this. So it's important, obviously, for us to get our IP in place. And then from there, it's kind of a race to see who can bring this to market and be successful with it.
Okay.
Martin, thanks so much for your presentation. I'm wondering, as a follow-up, you mentioned that doctors are your primary market or your primary customer, whom you interviewed during your customer validation. What is the investment required on behalf of the doctors, whether it's time, infrastructure? Can you describe that a bit more for them to switch from their current conventional methods of testing to this approach?
Yeah, so it's actually very beneficial for the doctors because the test will be done in-house by our trained personnel. So they would, draw the blood from their patient and ship the blood to us for us to do the test. And then we return the results to them. So there's really no heavy lifting on the part of the doctors. And I think that also helps to explain their enthusiasm for this kind of a test.
We have just 10 seconds left.
Do you intend to license this to places like LabCorp or SonoraQuest? You can't manage all the volume yourself ultimately.
Yeah, that's a good question, Fletcher. And that's a decision for the future. We do see, licensing opportunities down the road, but our first item of business is to get it on the market.
All right, and we are out of time. Yep, fantastic job. Thank you so much, Martin. Thank you, judges. So as Martin exits the room, we will have Micro Safari up on deck. Judges, if you want to jot down a few notes, you have an opportunity to do that. Thank you so much, Martin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Martin.
Martin was in the Bio and Life Sciences category. Up next, Micro Safari is from the Consumer Products category. And he will be joining the room. If you want to jot down a few notes here as he starts to set up. Hello, Sarush.
Hello.
Are you able to share your screen now? There you go.
I am.
I have my 5 minutes up on the clock. So whenever you are ready, just tell me and I will hit it.
All right, I'm ready. So hello, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. My name is Sarush, and I'm the founder and inventor of Micro Safari. According to the US Department of Commerce, science, technology, engineering, and math jobs are growing at a rate nearly 2 times faster than any other career field. And our educational system is scrambling to teach STEM to the next generation of students that are going to occupy these careers. And as you may have noticed, the nature of education itself has been changing, from students reading lines in a textbook to them interacting with the subject matter in a hands-on way. But out of all the subjects, biology is the hardest to do like this. And that's because its concepts like ecosystems are either too large to directly interact with, or concepts like DNA are too small to see with your own eyes. Well, I'd like to introduce you to the Micro Safari. You can think of it kind of like an ant farm, but instead of ants, there's an entire universe of microorganism species for you to explore. At the core of the Micro Safari is a self-contained micro ecosystem habitat that provides just the right conditions to support a thriving ecosystem with 10,000 plus individual organisms and 30 plus different species. We also include a universal smartphone microscope that turns your device into a portal to unlock and explore these unseen worlds. The Micro Safari began as an interactive science museum exhibit. I drove out to San Francisco with a pre-made exhibit in the trunk and a dream. And in just 6 months, I managed to sell not just 1, but 2 Micro Safari exhibits to respected science centers in the San Francisco Bay Area. And since then, I'm proud to say that these exhibits have been enjoyed by tens of thousands of people. Each exhibit sells for 30 grand each, and we had more deals in the works. Everything was going great when COVID-19 hit. The entire museum market fell through the floor, and I knew that we needed to pivot and do it fast. And that's why I began work on the Micro Safari consumer product, designed, developed, and manufactured right here in Tucson, Arizona. Just 1 quarter later, we launched the consumer product on Amazon.com, doing a trial run for the holiday season of 2020. We were looking for a key metric of revenue and managed to do $6,000 of sales through 50 unique customers solely through word of mouth and organic search alone, no paid marketing. And our customers love it. There's a science teacher in Georgia who would not leave me alone. every week sending me photos of how her organisms were doing, telling me how engaged her students were, and even how much she loved it. So selling individual consumer products and museum exhibits is great, but there's an even juicier business opportunity here. And that's to turn the consumer product into a monthly subscription box service. New ecosystems, new organisms, activities, and experiments every month to your door for $45, which is on par with the other products in this category. And to be clear, we plan to continue selling the museum exhibit because not only does it make great revenue, it can actually be leveraged as an advertising platform to sell the subscription box. And there's definitely money to be made here. The top 3 firms in this market vertical are doing $140 million a year combined. And if you take a look at what subjects they're doing, you'll notice it's everything except biology. Now, why is that? Well, it's because it's really hard to make a compelling biology-based educational subscription box. But the great news is that we did it already. We did it in the museum exhibits, and now we're bringing it here. Our competitive advantage primarily revolves around the strong, behind-the-scenes trade secrets that we hold in our manufacturing process, which are not reverse engineerable from the final product. I'm the perfect person to bring this product to a success because not only do I have 8 years of experience doing product design and museum exhibits, I also have 5 years of experience doing microecological cultures and life support systems, and I have 3 years of business ownership. I'd like to give a huge shout out to our incredible team of advisors that have helped to bring the product to where it is today. So the current challenge with this business is that I'm a sole founder. There's only so much time in the day, and believe it or not, there are gaps in my skill set. And that's why we're hiring the first full-time employee of MicroSafari, a marketing manager that's going to give us the firepower to execute on our long-term strategic marketing vision. We have a prime candidate that's awaiting an offer letter from us, and with the funds from idea funding, we'll be able to hire them ASAP and begin scaling this venture immediately. Thank you all so much for listening. Judges, I'd be delighted to take your questions.
Sarush, that is an amazing ecosystem to emerge in. And being a tree hugger, reduce, reuse, recycle kind of guy, I'm just wondering, you know, what happens if that baby drops on the floor? What do the organisms die? Are they kind of evergreen? How do you outsource those things once they've reached their end of life?
Yeah, so these organisms are actually very robust. So if someone drops it on the floor, nothing's really going to happen. They'll be just fine. And they do reproduce in there, right? So even if a couple of them die, they'll reproduce no problem. So one of the very early on things that we learned in the museum market is that these museums really cared a lot about having a robust system that things wouldn't just suddenly die off in, and they didn't really need to take care of. And so I did a lot of R&D early on to make these ecosystems so that they wouldn't require food or water for up to 6 months. So if you do feed and water them regularly once a week, you can get these things to so far last indefinitely. I haven't even found the end of how long you can keep them alive for.
So this is like an aquarium, but very, very small now.
What Tony's really asking is what happens when they get out and they get in his bed.
Thanks, Fletcher. That's kind of what I was saying in a nice way.
Gotcha. Yeah, so that was another design consideration we had. We want to make these things as hard to break open as possible. Pretty much, it wouldn't be able to open up if you drop it. The product itself is very solid. Basically, if you wanted to open it, you'd have to physically break it open intentionally. There's really no concern in my mind.
You don't have children.
Right.
I have a question. Where do you get your organisms from? Do you make them or grow them, produce them, buy them? What do you do?
So one of we basically have to culture the organisms in-house due to some specific legal regulations around the interstate transport of soils, essentially. And by the way, I want to add one more thing to the last question. I was in the children's museum business for 5 years before this. So, you know, I definitely know how destructive kids are, and that's why I feel super confident in the product. And by the way, if it does get out, no problem. These organisms are totally benign and they're not going to hurt anyone. And probably no one would even know they got out. Honestly, they're too small.
It seems like you have a huge classroom opportunity. Have you thought through the education market? And I mean, I can see one in every classroom being nurtured for the entire term. What is your marketing strategy to schools?
Yeah, so early on, we essentially went for schools as basically the very first thing, and we soon discovered that the unfortunate reality is that schools just really don't have a lot of money, and this is a for-profit business, and so we've decided that we have to sort of go for these markets that have a little bit more overall possibility for value in the market. And so I'm sort of looking to the market leaders in this space. I'm looking at KiwiCo, Little Passports, and they're not selling to schools. And I sort of have to think that there's a good reason why they're not doing that.
What kind of sales do you have on Amazon? What's been the volume?
Yeah, so right now we're at about 66 sales total, I think. About 45 of those ish are from Amazon.
And that is the final question. Thank you so much, Sarush. Thank you, judges. So if you will head out, Sarush, we are coming up next to
Great.
our—
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. We're coming up to our SaaS company. So this is going to be Patter. So if Patter can make his way into the room here, judges, if you want to take down a couple notes, we will reset the clock. All right, I see Aaron hopping on.
Hey, everyone.
And then Aaron, as you just let me know when you are ready, when you have your slide up, and I will press go.
Okay, hold on one second. I gotta. Okay, let me see if this works. Hold on one second. It's not letting me share. There we go.
We can see your slides now.
All right, perfect. Okay, I think we're ready to go. All right, hi everyone. I'm Aaron Gopp. I'm the founder and CEO of Patter. For many digital workers, this is what they see when they look over their schedule each day. And with this many meetings, it becomes incredibly difficult to get real work done. And unfortunately, the dramatic rise in remote work has exacerbated this problem by requiring more meetings while rendering them less effective. This leads to a decrease in productivity, overloaded calendar, and very real employee fatigue and burnout. At Patter, we want to help ease the burden that ineffective meetings have on a team. We allow teams to spend less time in meetings by simply optimizing the way that meetings are managed. Meeting organizers spend less time preparing and conducting meetings. Attendees spend less time in meetings, and effective meetings means less follow-up meetings. Let me show you how Patter makes the lives of meeting organizers easier. We begin by giving organizers a quick and easy way to create a highly optimized meeting. We offer simple yet powerful tools like the ability to set the meeting duration based on the agenda. And we also give organizers flexibility as they select their attendees. An informed option gives the attendees that don't need to be in the meeting the ability to stay in the loop. Organizers have the option to click their Google Calendar and Zoom accounts, and with one more click, the meeting is created. Now, for every meeting created in Patter, a unique shareable meeting page is created. And this is incredibly helpful as it allows attendees to view the meeting details, view the agenda, and follow along as the meeting organizer takes notes and tracks action items. And once the meeting is concluded, the organizer has the option to send out the notes and the action items with a single click of the button. Now, we're entering into a huge market. It's already growing rapidly due to the shift in remote work. The B2B productivity tools saw over $290 billion in spend last year. With this in mind, we believe that the market leader in the meeting management space has the potential to reach well over $100 million in annual recurring revenue. The proliferation of remote work has accelerated the growth of many software companies like Slack and Zoom, and we do believe that this represents a true shift in the market. We have a lot of competition in this space, but we're going to differentiate ourselves by focusing on meeting optimization and seamless integration. As many know, companies are facing software overload, so we've set out to build a platform that does not require an organization to shift their core processes to adopt us. So by integrating with the tools that they already use, we remove the hurdles to adoption while focusing on our core value proposition. We're going to earn revenue through a B2B subscription model on a per user per month basis. We will launch with 3 pricing tiers. Again, my name is Aaron Gopp. I am the founder and CEO. I have over 15 years experience in software and product management, and I have been a fully remote worker for over 5 years. Because I am a solo founder, it's incredibly important for me to surround myself with strong mentors, and I've been very lucky to do so. Lydia works with a notable Silicon Valley VC firm. Cindy is a 2-time SaaS founder, and KP is a highly recognized community builder with On Deck. Now, we've been accepted into multiple accelerators, but most notably, we were one of only 30 teams accepted into Hustle Fund's first ever accelerator program in the fall of last year. As we go to market, we're going to employ a bottom-up strategy, taking a page from Slack's book. We've started by working with remote product managers. PMs are often responsible for facilitating multiple meetings per day, so Pattern has the potential to to offer some incredible value. Our growth strategy is highly focused on community. As our PMs adopt Pattern, we facilitate the engagement in the community, and this builds this virtuous cycle in which they not only tell their peers and their coworkers, but they provide us with invaluable feedback. Now, once we've established this flywheel, we then need to feed it through our targeted content and our social marketing efforts. We do, however, have another card up our sleeve. If you remember, we have a unique meeting page that's created with every meeting. So as this page is shared with meeting attendees, both internal and external, recipients are introduced to the platform and given a live view of its capabilities. Now, the ultimate vision for Pattern is to usher in the future of workspace interaction. The shift to distributed teams means that the way that business is conducted is going to change dramatically. Meeting optimization is simply our wedge into the daily lives of digital workers. The transition to a new way of working will create opportunities in spaces like creative collaboration, asynchronous meetings, work-life blend, and allocated focus time, among many, many others. So as we begin this journey, I'm happy to report that our private beta is live. We currently have 12 incredible product managers on the application, representing amazing companies like ZipRecruiter and Upwork. And in addition to our active beta members, we have over 60 additional users on our waitlist. We've made incredible progress so far this year. We've launched in January, and within a few weeks, we decided we needed to pivot. We spent the following weeks interviewing product managers specifically, and by late March, we launched our private beta. We're targeting our public launch in June and have set a Q2 goal of 30 paying customers and $500 in MRR.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Hopefully we can get to some of those slides in the 3 minutes. Judges, you got 3 minutes for Q&A. So fire
hey, Aaron,
away.
Andy Lombard. How you doing, Aaron? Great job. Like the product. So you've mentioned it. It's a huge market with a lot of incumbents.
Yeah.
How do you address the incumbents, you know, as they start to look at some of the features and make those adjustments in their meeting setups and so forth?
Yeah, no, actually, that's a great question, and it's something that we keep our eye on, right? Could Google or Zoom just turn on a feature and wipe us out? But to be honest, I kind of see that as more of an opportunity. They have their core value proposition. They have shareholders that they need to meet. And so they actually have the habit of acquiring the companies that have actually gone into the emerging spaces. And so ideally, what we do is build a community and the swell behind that and look for an acquisition as opposed to, you know, having them step in and you know, try to step on us.
Great. Just one follow-on. Did you validate the pricing for the tiers? And on the free version, are you thinking about some sort of advertising on that, or is that just strictly going to be zero revenue?
Yeah, so so we're in private beta, so the validation on the pricing is still in flux, but we have done a lot of research in comparable products, and you are dead on. That secret weapon that we talked about, those badges, kind of like how Calendly works. So on the free tier, we have these pattern badges, and so as they send out meetings to all of their attendees, we always have that front and center, and that's going to be an in-product channel for us.
I have a question. It's Donna from Desert Angels. Is this an add-on to an existing platform or another new purchase of a new system?
So this is an entirely new purchase. This isn't, this isn't like a plug-in, but it does integrate with the existing tools like Google Calendar and Zoom. What that means is the meeting organizer does have to log in and manage within Pattern, but their entire team, all of the attendees, those that they would send this out to, do not need to log in. They have access to the meeting page with no logins and no extra adoption at that point.
Aaron, are you focusing on a particular vertical to go to market in? As you mentioned, this is a really, really crowded area. People are quickly starting to figure out what they're going to use, but is there some particular group that you think is going to adopt this faster and find it to be the painkiller for what it's doing?
Yeah, actually, that's an incredible question. We've looked into it, but actually, what we're looking more so is the persona. So what we're looking at is remote product managers in technology companies that are in kind of a seed or Series A mode. They're small enough to make autonomous decisions, yet they're large enough to be able to afford a platform. So we're not really industry specific. We're really more along, or we're really focused on the product managers that really exist in that space. Those are the users that face this pain on a daily basis.
That's a great focus. I love that pinpoint laser.
Thank you.
What's the number of customers that you feel product market fit would be hit, Aaron?
You know, unfortunately, because the B2B SaaS space has become, almost like a consumer play, I do think that if we were to call ourselves having hit product market fit where the force is inbound, we probably have to be on the order of, I would imagine, tens of thousands of users, whether they be across the entire spectrum of the paid tiers or free. But I do think that we have to hit some level of volume to be able to say.
We are at time.
Thank you.
Nice job, Aaron.
So
Good
Thank
luck.
you, guys. Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Patter. We are now going to be bringing on our last team here, Premium. They were the winner of the science and technology industry sector. So they will be heading on. I believe we have Rosalind, who will be pitching for the company. Judges, if you want to take a couple notes while Roz is hopping on, I will get 5 minutes on the clock. Oh, it's the whole team. Hey, team. All right, fantastic. So whenever you are ready, I have 5 minutes. Just let me know when, and I will press go.
All right, sounds good. Just testing my mic.
Sounds great.
Okay. Let me minimize something here. All right. Hello, thank you for being here today. My name is Rosalind, and I'd like to introduce you to Premium Technologies. Our mission is to transform the metal bending industry by applying our patented electromagnetic metal forming technology. Right now, there are over 2,000 satellites in orbit, and there aren't enough ground antennas on Earth to receive their data. Within the next decade, there will be 16,000 satellites. Current antenna reflectors are made with outdated printing press level technology. Premium is the laser printer of dish fabrication. Our patented thermoforming technology and rapid adjustable molds bring satellite receiver manufacturing into the 21st century. Premium combines two novel technologies, a computerized reconfigurable metal mold and an electromagnetic thermoforming induction coil. Both technologies are protected by patents and exclusively licensed from the University of Arizona. The combination of these two technologies allows for short production runs of exceptionally high precision curved metal panels at 1/10 the price of our competitors. So what makes Premium manufacturing methods so cost effective? Well, our competitors need up to 66 large machined molds to produce panels for a single antenna. With Premium's adjustable and reusable mold, there is no need for these machined molds at all. Not only is it cost effective, but our methods take 1/10 the time, produce far less waste, and consume less energy. Our solution significantly reduces upfront costs for our customers, which unlocks the realm of rapid prototyping for antenna designers. We interviewed potential customers worldwide while participating in the National Science Foundation I-Corps program. The customer interviews included designers, technicians, and end users. We visited their shops, climbed on their antennas, and interviewed their suppliers. Our first target customers are antenna designers, the people who build satellite ground stations. We receive requests for quotes monthly from these customers, which gives us a good understanding of what our customers want and need. That information will help us build our first minimum viable product. Internet is quickly becoming a vital utility for humans, and the demand for satellite ground stations is forecasted to increase as developing countries are rapidly coming online. 41% of the market growth will originate in North America, which gives us a home field advantage over any overseas competitors. We forecast to be generating revenue by phase 2 of our plan and to increase in parallel to the market trend. With expert guidance from the I-Corps program, we've developed our business model canvas. Most importantly, We've done due diligence on our value proposition, which is to bring faster fabrication with a flexible manufacturing system, producing custom-shaped radio reflectors. Here's an example of our cost structure. We made a binding quotation to a German engineering company, which included 35% profits. Premium would require $1 million worth of infrastructure to complete 3 jobs of similar magnitude per year. The Premium technology is proven. Now, the goal is to build an enterprise scale version to accommodate market demand. During phase 1, from now and for the next 9 months, we will build and test an adjustable 1-meter mold backed by the National Science Foundation. Late 2021 to the end of year 2022, we will apply for the phase 2 grant to scale up to a 1.5-meter mold and begin automating the production line. In the year 2023 and beyond, the goal is to build an automated production line and start fulfilling customer orders. Our near-term success metrics are making our first sale in 2021 and winning the phase 2 grant. The Premium team is strong because we communicate and work well together. Justin and Christian both have experience running small businesses and have extensive knowledge of radio astronomy. I have experience leading a team of engineers to develop spaceflight hardware for NASA's Artemis mission. We are currently building our board of advisors to include business development and financial experts. Additionally, our team is bolstered by the subject matter experts at the University of Arizona Center for Innovation. If Premium wins this competition, proceeds will be used to generate our first minimum viable product. Thank you for attending this pitch, and special thanks to Startup Tucson for making it all happen. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much. I will put 3 minutes and go ahead.
Rosalind, that was an excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And congratulations for moving on in the I-Corps program. I'm wondering if you could share with us what the cost of manufacturing your MVP in the phase 1 that you shared would be.
Yeah, so we've received $250,000 from the National Science Foundation to meet certain technical milestones with our MVP. Christian, Justin, do you want to add additional insights?
Yeah, from that budget, we have estimated around $50,000. It's gonna be the cost of the minimum prototype. And one of the things that we quoted at the beginning was to make it with stainless steel. But we would like to do it with Inconel, which is a little bit more expensive material, but this is a material that survives very high temperatures, and it's the one that is used in aerospace. So if we win this competition, that's what we are gonna build with it.
Thanks.
Do you have your prefab set in any receiving technology now? Is it beta tested anywhere? Is any antenna system using it?
Thank you for the question, Fletcher. Justin and Christian?
Yeah, so we are currently building an antenna that will be installed on the University of Arizona campus using this technology. So we will be able to demonstrate in-use technology for that.
What's the timing of that, Justin? When will that stand up?
We're right now waiting for approval process for building things on campus. So we're sort of unclear on that, but hopefully by August we will have that completed.
Rosalind, are you an antenna manufacturer, a metal bending company, or a technology supplier to those companies?
So we actually manufacture the bent sheet metal for these radio antennas.
Yeah. And the finished products are gone to another company?
Yeah, so we would deliver components to these antenna designers. Tony, you had a question?
Yeah, Rosalind, I was just gonna, and I can feel the clock spinning down on these questions, but I wanted to first echo the fact that that was one of the crispest presentations I've ever seen, particularly from engineers, so amazing. But the only question I had that you were talking is, do you anticipate or are you aware of any foreign technology transfer constraints that may be imposed on your strategy down the future by the United States government?
That's a great question. And to be honest, we don't have the intel at the moment, unless Justin and Christian, you can hop in. But as far as I know, we have as
What-
far as international,
That's okay. No is a complete sentence, and I'll step back and let somebody ask a question.
okay, thank you.
All
Tony.
right, we are at time. I like that subtle dig at engineers, but also amazing compliment.
But I'm an engineer too, Dre, so I'm talking about my own.
Okay, okay.
I appreciate that you know how difficult it is to get the words out.
Okay, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Premium Technologies. So we are doing
Thank you.
Quick switch here. Thank you, team. I'm going to ask my judges, except for Fletcher, to hop back into the judges' room, and they're going to begin their deliberations. So thank you, team. Judges, we'll see you in a second. Our magic elves behind the Zoom room should be putting you where you need to go. But Fletcher, we're about to hear from Mayor Romero, and I just wanted you to introduce the mayor and just say a few words as we go into our closing plenary and the judges making their final decisions. So if I can just give the floor to you and just give a few closing remarks, an introduction by way of introduction for our mayor.
Trey, thank you very much. And I'll join my fellow judges here in a minute. But imagine if you can, you could not have scripted the last year. You run for mayor of the city you've grown up in, that you love, that you've served. And 2 months after you are inaugurated, the world shuts down because of a pandemic. Literally 2 months into this mayor's term. She was faced with the impossible task of trying to save our city when many people did not agree there was any issues. If you think about the early days in the pandemic and the risk that this mayor took to really put into place practices of safety and mask mandates and some things that were not so popular. A funny thing happened in Tucson post-pandemic. Tucson is the most Googled city in America today. We're the number one or number two hottest real estate market in the country today. The New York Times just did an article last week comparing Tucson post-pandemic to Boise and Austin and Portland. So while we're trying to survive, our elected members and the private sector participants that share this burden see a huge opportunity for Tucson to thrive post-pandemic. And at the helm of that is Mayor Regina Romero. So with that, I'm going to let her close out the conference, and we'll be back hopefully with a unanimous decision amongst our fellow judges. So Dre, launch the video.
Thank you so much for joining us today for IDEA Funding. I'm proud to support this event that has been part of our community for over 20 years and is Southern Arizona's largest pitch competition and entrepreneurial conference. We look forward to 2022 when IDEA Funding can again be part of 10 West Impact Festival and welcome back in person the 14,000 people we saw in 2019. We started today celebrating the stories of resilient small businesses and recognizing the ways they have used their creativity and grit to thrive in even the most challenging circumstances. This year has stretched our community in so many ways, and all of us have sacrificed so much. Events like this and IDEA Funding that highlight the behind-the-scenes heroes, the visionary leaders, and the innovation engines demonstrate the resilience of our community. Our region relies on strong partnerships between our business community and local government. Just in this last year alone, we infused more than $14 million into the local economy with the We Are One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund to provide direct financial assistance to small businesses. We stand ready to assist future businesses that choose to launch in Tucson, which is why I'm so excited to be here to help announce today's competition winners. Congratulations to the winners of the Resilience Awards: Black's Friday, La Luna Coyote, This and That Creative, True Concord Voices in Orchestra, and Boss Women Unite. These entrepreneurs exemplify tenacity, and we will continue to root for and support them as they grow and create impact in our city. In the second part of the day, IDEA funding has been focused on the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead in our innovation sectors, such as technology and biosciences. Opportunities for breakthrough technology, transformative discoveries, and disruptive ideas have continued to flourish as community resources and support for startups and entrepreneurs grows each year. The University of Arizona and Pima Community College are leading national hubs of innovation and are rethinking the way that our homegrown commercialized technology, paired with forward-thinking workforce development, can be leveraged to make it possible for groundbreaking companies to be launched right here, using local talent even as we begin to experience the impacts of automation. The McGuire Center for Entrepreneurship has highlighted the importance of investing in the next generation of talent by sponsoring the Young Entrepreneurs Prize for the first time this year. Congrats to Revolut Robotics for securing this award. The City of Tucson is proud to support the entire innovation ecosystem through programs like Startup Tucson that make entrepreneurship accessible to all. My special thanks to the Startup Tucson team for their leadership in cultivating the future business leaders of our community. Just this year, we helped TuSimple, a billion-dollar company that is an industry leader in autonomous trucking, expand their operations in Tucson. TuSimple is utilizing the primary jobs incentive for their expansion, an economic development tool that I led to create following the Great Recession. Even with these successes, we must always strive to do better and be better as a community, especially when it comes to addressing inequity in entrepreneurship. We are so glad that the Community Investment Corporation has chosen 2 minority, women-owned companies to win the Adelante Arizona Prize this year. Congratulations to the 2021 winners, Obange and Kupanda. We wish you all the best as you launch and grow your companies. Similarly, we recognize that innovation is at its best when it is being used to solve the largest challenges of our time. For this reason, the United Way of Tucson and Southern Arizona highlights the importance of social entrepreneurship with the Social Impact Award. This year, given to Diabetes Now. Congrats, team. Tonight, we are waiting with excitement to find out which of the finalist companies, Paramium, Patter, Microsafari, and Medfera, will take home the main stage prize, $10,000 in cash and a free year of incubation from the University of Arizona Center for Innovation. This prestigious award has helped catapult past award winners to success. We heard earlier today from Janetta Raitt, who has made a successful exit this year and is building another company. We also celebrate Erica Ingve, another winner from IDEA Funding 2019, who not only continues to grow her own fashion brand, but has launched the Sonoran Stitch Factory this year to help other local fashion brands to build their companies. It is stories like these that demonstrate what makes our community such a wonderful place to launch and grow a company here in Tucson. We work together collaboratively as one community, rooting for each other's successes, dedicating our time and support, operating not from a deficit mindset, but a place of abundance. Because we understand that our small businesses and entrepreneurs succeed, our community succeeds.
All right, hello everyone, welcome back. We have our final raffles today. So the first one we're raffling off is this Finer Things basket. So what will be in it is a pass to the Tucson Clay Co-op. There's a Popcycle monthly gift box in there, some Tucson Museum of Art passes, passes to Eclectic Cafe. So this prize is going to Dave Dicosola. So congratulations, you'll be getting the Finer Things raffle box. And our next prize is our spa day box, which is gonna have a free massage at the Tucson Massage Company, bath bombs, face masks, some passes to the botanical gardens, and a Spring and Vine little soap. So let's see who the winner is. And it's gonna be Janice Jarrett. So congratulations and thank you for participating.
Okay, and thank you so much for the raffles. We are wrapping up here, folks. Just one more exciting winner to announce before we bring back in the judges to announce the main stage pitch competition winner was the People's Choice winner, which is really exciting because we had thousands of people vote for the People's Choice Award, so that is really exciting. In third place, we had Arizona Baking Company. Congratulations, Arizona Baking Company. In second place, we had Paramium Technologies. Congratulations, Paramium Technologies. But the winner of the People's Choice Award, $1,000 bonus prize goes to Theracia. Congratulations, great job. All right, so guys, I think it's happening. I think we're ready. We can move the judges in here. I think they have come to a decision. So I'm just gonna blind myself. There we go. There we go. All right, judges are back. All right, judges. I hear that you are ready to deliver our winner for the Main Stage 2021 Idea Funding. So Fletcher, I'm going to give that over to you. Can you let us know who the judges selected?
I'm not really muted. That was a joke.
Okay, that's just mean. That's just mean.
That was cool. No, I think that was pretty cool.
I think it was pretty cool. All right, Fletcher.
Unanimously, we have selected Micro Safari as the winner of this year's pitch competition. So we know they will use the money. There you go. They already have a check. Take that to the bank and good luck. We were excited for you. It was not easy. All the presentations were really great, very tight. We can see why you won your sectors, and we wish all of you great success. And we're encouraged, I think, that all of you, win or lose, will find a future in your startup business. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you for participating.
Wonderful. So before we hit the sizzle reel for Micro Safari, congratulations. I am really excited for Sarush and his team. There was a couple other comments. Judges wanted to say a couple other words. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. I'll just jump in and say a few things that I was just super impressed with all the companies. It's very, very hard to tell the story in 4 minutes or 5 minutes. And everybody did a great job really conveying what their company did and what they were going to do. I thought that it was so impressive to see that, and I love to see that come out of Tucson. So congratulations to all of you.
I also want to say, as a representative from Desert Angels, I'm expecting to see some of these come our way. So we're looking forward to having you in our lineup. So keep going and keep working at it, and we're always here to help.
And just to add in from the McGuire Center's perspective, again, we were all of the judges here were super impressed with all of the teams. They've come so far in their entrepreneurial journeys. I think what really stood out for many of us with Micro Safari was the energy, and I think the entrepreneurial spirit and the entrepreneurial mindset. So we're really excited to see where you go from here.
Yeah, I would echo what Alyssa said. Education is really where everything begins. And there are lots of ways to teach 2 + 2 = 4, but there are few ways to get people really excited about something like biology. And I think you really have something that a lot of kids will say, oh my gosh, this is crazy, it's exciting, let me dig into it. So congratulations.
Thank you so much, all of you, for your participation. That is really exciting. Actually, Sarush was on my very first day at Startup Tucson. He was pitching and he won an innovation award there. So really exciting to see his journey over these last few years. We're gonna actually play his sizzle reel for everyone to see one more time, a little bit of the background of his story, and just a great representation for this crazy COVID year that we're in. That pivot that he did really made it a strong representation. Thank you guys all so much for participating in this. We're a tiny bit over time, but stay here to check out his sizzle reel, and then we're gonna wrap up for the night. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to the sizzle reel.
Okay, bye.
Curiosity has driven some of the most important technological advancements in human history. But for those that are infected by it, curiosity can become an insatiable itch. But as long as you have the tools to access and understand the world, curiosity can become a truly beautiful thing. One day, I was bored at home. I had heard about worm composting, but I didn't really know what that meant. What was it, just a bunch of worms in a box? So, of course, I went on Amazon and I purchased a worm composting kit to try it out. One day, I was holding some of the compost in my hand, and I noticed this sort of shimmering glimmer effect in it. I was really curious as to what this was, and so I purchased a microscope and learned how to perform microscopy so that I could figure it out. And what I saw completely blew my mind and changed the way that I understood the nature of life on this planet. It filled me with a sense of wonder and awe upon seeing the reality that was radically different from my current understanding. And it was this very feeling of discovery I knew that I needed to share with the world, and thus Microsafari was born. You can think of Microsafari kind of like an ant farm, but instead of ants, there's an entire universe of microorganism species to explore. Microsafari is sea monkeys, but built for the 2020s. We learned some very important lessons early on, one of those being that our customer demographics really, really love the product. And so our biggest challenge right now is identifying the marketing strategies that are going to isolate this population in a cost-effective manner. We've had some really great traction early on with this product, and it's time for us to scale. And in order to do that, we need both the support of the community and we need the capital to be able to do that. The startup community in Tucson, with its scrappy entrepreneurs, its innovators, and its idealists, has really given me an incubation space to really grow myself and my business. And Startup Tucson is really the focal point for this ecosystem in Southern Arizona. If you're excited about this project and you think that you could add value to it, whether as a team member, as an advisor, or otherwise, I would love to hear from you. Thank you all for tuning in, and I am so excited to be sharing my presentation with you.
All right, thanks so much for joining us today, guys. It's been an incredible idea funding in this different year. We wish we could have seen you all in person, and we're really looking forward to seeing you next April. Thank you so much from the Startup Tucson team. Thank you to our judges, to our sponsors. Congratulations to all of our winners today, all of our semi-finalists. And Dre?
Go forth and innovate.